Chapter 801 Power of Victory. The barbarians blew the horns of retreat on the chaotic battlefield. Say www.1xiozuo.com. The barbarian soldiers who were fighting with the soldiers of the Dayu state no longer wanted to fight, but turned their heads to Jinzu City. For a time, the battlefield was full of escaped barbarian cavalry. Thundering overjoyed, he immediately led the cavalry under his command to pursue the chase, and some barbarian cavalry who could not escape were cut down by the cuirassiers. It's just that the barbarian cavalry evacuated very quickly, and in order to prevent the cavalry of the Great Yu state from chasing after it, Wu Shugi left a part of the cavalry broken off. Killed all these barbarian cavalry who were responsible for the breakup. When Thunder looked again, most of the barbarian cavalry had already ran a long distance. "Commander, do you want to continue pursuing?" a cavalry division commander asked. "No need, although Wu Shugi has been withdrawn, but the strength is still there. I am afraid that Wu Shugi will be in the middle of the pursuit rashly. Now go to clean the battlefield and count the casualties," Ming said. The cavalry commander led the way. At this time, Thunder went to the direction of the car formation, and Liu Oxin also came out of the car formation. "Thunder, we won." Liu Oxin didn't yell, his tone was calm, as if he was talking about a very ordinary thing, but anyone could tell from his shaking hands how excited he was now. Ming nodded slightly. He suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and said, "Yes, ours won. We defeated the barbarians on the grassland. From then on we will continue to win." The two looked at Pingzu City at the same time and glanced at each other. They headed into the city. After fighting fiercely for several days, the city on the grassland finally fell into their hands. Inside the city, Luff was surrounded by cheering soldiers. They fought from the south to the north. Now the city of Pingzu is completely under their control. Looking at the excited soldiers, Luff laughed loudly. Nu Ben gave them 3 days, and now they only took 1 day to break through Pingzu City. With this city on the grassland, they have had a fortress to attack the barbarian hinterland from then on. However, he was not dazzled by the victory. After breaking the city, he still has many things to do. The barbarians may make a comeback at any time. Now he needs to repair the city wall and at the same time build Pingzu City into a fortress of the Great Yu Kingdom. So he summoned his generals and explained their tasks before reassuring. At this time, Liu Oxin and Ming also arrived in the city. The three looked at each other and laughed. Fighting together these days makes the three more familiar. "Now you can have a good night's sleep," Luff said. Ming yawned, and he said, "If you say this, I'm really sleepy. It's really hard these days. No matter how difficult it is, I have already sent the cavalry to Shanhai Aiguan. I don't know what order the emperor will have next." Liu Oxin said. Luff looked towards the battlefield filled with gunpowder. At this time, the dim light enveloped the entire battlefield. The gunpowder, the broken flags, and the soldiers assisting each other to sweep the battlefield constituted a tragic post-war picture. After pondering, he said, "This time the barbarians have suffered heavy losses, and our casualties are not small. The soldiers need time to rest. Jinzu City is different from Pingzu City. It will be more difficult to win it." Ming and Liu Oxin nodded. Although the barbarians were defeated this time, they still retained a lot of troops. If these troops were assembled in Jinzu, it would be another hard fight. The next day, the cavalry from Pingzu rushed into Shanhai Aiguan, shouting the victory of Pingzu City. After receiving the news, the soldiers guarding Shanhai Aiguan screamed wildly, and the news soon reached the ears of Xiaoming and others. Upon receiving this news, Xiaoming immediately called Nu Ben and Liu Oquin over. The three people planted the dragon flag of Dayu State on the sand table of Pingzu City at the General Staff headquarters. "Now this is the land of Dayu State. Something's wrong. Why did Liu Ohong's people reinforce Jinzu as soon as they came out?" Although he won, Nu Ben was still confused. Xiaoming said, "It's very simple. It must be Qi Guanyi who did what we are going to do. This general has always been skilled and bold. This allowed us to regain Pingzu City 2 days in advance." Nu Ben nodded, "And now there is only this possibility." Liu Oquin looked excited. At first, he had a pessimistic view of the northern expedition, because in his opinion, The military strength of the Great Yu Kingdom was almost the same as that of the barbarians. Dayu has muskets, but the barbarians have excellent cavalry, and now the war is like this really surprised him. Now that Pingzu City is conquered, Liaozu City should be taken if there is no accident. Jinzu City is equal to two sides. The Emperor, should you attack Jinzu now? Liu Quan asked. After thinking about it a little, he said, temporarily stop the offensive. This time the barbarians will lose their morale. They will no longer be as rampant as before, and although we have won, according to the cavalry, Luff also lost a lot of money. The most important thing is that Liaozu and Hepingzu are not stable enough. Don't forget the barbarians in this city. They will seize every opportunity to create chaos. What the Emperor said is that continuous fighting will make the soldiers dissatisfied. It is better to let Luff rest in Pingzu City for a month before waiting for an opportunity to act. Nu Ben said. Xiaoming also meant this, and he had another purpose. He said, I got news that the military workshop has produced the first batch of sights, and I need time to train a group of sharpshooters. Liu Quan and Nu Ben looked at each other. Although they still don't understand what the scope is, they understand that it will definitely help the war. The three were talking, and suddenly a cavalry came to the door and said loudly, enlighten the Emperor. Commander Yi Qinian has sent news that they have successfully captured Liaozu. Ha ha ha. Yi Qinian really didn't let us down. Nu Ben picked up the dragon flag and planted it on Liaozu City. Xiaoming showed a slight smile. Pingzu City is in the south and Liaozu City is in the south. In the north, Jinzu is in the middle position. If Jinzu is taken, half of the northeast will be under his control. Looking down on the sand table, Xiaoming was ambitious. The victory of the war gave him the hope of recovering the entire northeast. For him, this is the source of the current shortage of slaves. At the same time, this place is also the strong foundation of the Golden Horde. Once lost, the barbarians will lose 90% of the population and become a purely nomadic tribe again. At that time, the barbarians will no longer have enough people to wage wars of attrition with him. Thinking of this, he said to the cavalry hunter, go back and tell Yi Qinian that the barbarians of Liaozu City will stay with us, and all the unusable will be escorted back to Dayu. Yes, the Emperor. The cavalry chased away. At this time, Xiaoming said, the war is going well, so I won't stay in Shanhai Aiguan for a long time. I went to Pingzu City to condolences the soldiers and then prepared to return to Qingzhou. This defeat of the barbarian will inevitably turn to the defensive. The Barbarian Respite. Chapter 802. Front from winter to spring, the weather gets warmer every day. E-novel www.1xiaozuo.com. After receiving good news one after another, Xiaoming's heart became very open. He left the staff, Nu Ben and Liu Quan followed, and they should claim to be true as they walked. Obviously, it is impossible to conquer 6 cities in a short period of time. The war takes time. This vast northeast land requires several months to go around from south to north. However, because of this vast area, if the entire northeast is under the control of the Great Yu State, the rich resources and land of this land will provide a lot of help for the industry of the Great Yu State. The three of them climbed the steps to the Shanhai Aiguan city wall, and Nu Ben continued to ask, Emperor, if this is the case, what will Qi Guanyi do? Now that the barbarians are newly defeated, they must be panicked and have no intention of conquering Qi Guanyi. What's more, the Liu Han people have gone, which means that Qi Guanyi now has a strong camp. So there is no need to worry about supplies and escape routes, so let him stay in Jinzu to continue. Disturb the barbarians' spring plowing, but this time it will allow him to expand the scope a bit and go to looting further places. Xiaoming said. Liu Quan also said, yes, and Liaozu and Hepingzu are in our hands, and Qi Guanyi can go to these 2 cities at any time, so that the 3 places are connected together. The life of this barbaric will be even more sad. After all, the 3 laughed at the same time. The strategy of occupying the northeast was set. At noon that day, Xiaoming, Nu Ben, and Liu Quan went to Pingzu City under the protection of guards. At the same time, Xiaoming asked the accompanying newspaper reporters to pass on the news of Pingzhou City's victory. King Zhu. This battle affected the hearts of countless people in the court, and it was time for them to cheer. At noon the next day, Xiaoming and his party arrived in Pingzhou City. After a busy day, the Pingzhou battlefield was basically cleaned up, except for the bloodstains on the ground. It returned to normal. Upon learning that Xiaoming had come to Pingzhou, the three of Luf were already waiting outside the city. See the emperor for ministers. The three of Luf bowed and saluted in front of the city gate being repaired. Free gift. Xiaoming looked at the trench in front of the city gate, and this scene made him frown. In the cold weapon battle formation, the army seldom used trenches, but it was not in history. After all, the trenches dug by the barbarians are not comparable to the trenches of the First World War. For Xiaoming, this was nothing more than the trench battle in 627 years of history. In this year, the Bedouins Rufon tribe and the Jewish mercenaries of Habel, led by Abu Sufyan, besieged Medina. Under the huge disparity, the Guardian Muhammad organized the enemy's cavalry and infantry to siege the city by digging trenches around the outskirts of Medina. So in his opinion, it is not surprising that this method was taught by the British to the barbarians. After all, Europe has been entangled in that area in history. Is this the trench of the barbarians? Xiaoming said with emotion. Luf nodded. Exactly. If these trenches hadn't prevented our attack, we wouldn't need so long to win Pingzhou City. Did you see the British in this battle? Xiaoming asked. Yes, at first, this Englishman has been hiding in Pingzhou City without showing up, but after we entered the city, we saw him fleeing on horseback. The appearance of this man is very different from the barbarian, and he can't be wrong. Luf is absolutely sure. Luf's words once again confirmed that the British were involved in the war between Dayu and the barbarians. This was tantamount to a provocation to him, because of the British malice. He was now paying more than ever to defeat the barbarians. Clenching his fist tightly, Xiaoming itched his teeth with hatred. When he stabilized East Asia, it was when he was fighting against the Western powers. At that time, he must let the British lose everything. While talking, Xiaoming and his party walked into the city. The soldiers along the road showed excitement when they saw Xiaoming arrived, and stood on both sides of the road to salute Xiaoming. Xiaoming smiled and returned it with a military salute. Now he is the emperor of the Great Yu Kingdom and the commander-in-chief of this battle. After the battle in Pingzhou City, the soldiers moved into the city. In order to sympathize with the soldiers, Xiaoming walked around the city with everyone. When he came this time, he also asked Nu Ben to prepare a lot of mutton and pork. Everywhere he went, he would let Nu Ben distribute the meat to the leading generals and let them cook the meat porridge for the soldiers. Luf and the others were happy from ear to ear along the way. For a soldier, the coldest heart is burying his bones in his hometown, but no one cares. Now that the emperor of the kingdom of Dayu has come to Pingzhou City to visit the soldiers in this battle, how can they not be excited? After condoning the soldiers, Xiaoming went to the camp of the three of Luf. At this time, Xiaoming asked a heavy question. How many casualties were the barbarians in this war, and how many casualties did we have? Mentioned this question. The joy of victory faded from everyone's faces. Luf was silent for a while and said, "We cleaned the battlefield yesterday." This time, the barbarian cavalry lost more than 40,000 people, and our cavalry died and injured about 8,000. In terms of infantry, the barbarians, including slave soldiers and barbarian soldiers, had a total of 170,000 dead bodies, and we lost 13,600 people. Nu Ben heard the words and said, "The Emperor, this is already incredible for war." Yes, the Emperor, since the founding of Great Yu, no one has been able to kill more than 200,000 barbarians at the cost of more than 20,000 people. Liu Oquan said excitedly. They thought that the casualties would be great, but this result was beyond their expectations. Xiaoming feels a little distressed. These are all his soldiers, but he also understands that war will have to kill. His soldiers cannot be invulnerable to return the bones of every soldier who died. Don't let soldiers, our family is chilling. Xiaoming said solemnly that he understands that the battle damage ratio is very exaggerated, and the comparison of the losses between the two sides has basically reached 10 to 1. With such a few casualties to achieve such a huge strategy, the emperor of any generation of Great Yu will probably wake up with laughter. But this is not enough for him. After all, this is just a barbarian in the cold weapon era. If he fights against the Japanese kingdom, he will lose even more in the fight against Western powers. At this moment, he finally understood how much the ancestors paid to win a peaceful and prosperous world. Yes, the emperor, Luffy replied. According to the emperor, every soldier now has his own soldier's card hanging on his neck, and we will find their family members based on the soldier's card. Xiaoming nodded. This soldier badge is also called a dog badge in modern times, in order to identify the soldier's identity. Looking at the map spread by Luffy on the table, Xiaoming's expression became determined. This time, we must remove the northern borders, so that the people of Great Chongqing will no longer suffer from the slaughter, and the blood of the soldiers cannot be lost in vain. Chapter 803 Kanto People. Yes. The Emperor. E-novel www.onexiaozuo.com. The generals in the camp roared loudly. Everyone looked serious. For them, there is still a long way to go, and there is still a way to go to completely solve the barbarian problem. But this victory gave them full confidence. In their view, it was only a matter of time before Ginzu was conquered. After confessing the attack on Ginzu, the generals had thoughts in their hearts and clearly knew what to do next. At this time, Luffy suddenly said, "The Emperor, the minister has one more thing to report." Say, this time, we broke Pingzu and captured many barbarians and slaves. What should these people do? Luffy said, if they stay in Pingzu City, not only will they consume food, but it may also be a hidden danger. Xiaoming's purpose in coming to Pingzu also included this matter. He was concerned when he was in Shanhai Aiguan, so he said, the mines and railways are all in urgent need of manpower, and now the country of Diau is lacking slaves, so I thought that all these barbarians were relegated to slaves and escorted back to the country of Diau to repay the sins they committed against the country of Diau with lifelong labor. What do you think of Aking? Nu Ben said. The soldiers of the barbarians are all from the barbarians. These barbarians were extremely supportive when the barbarians invaded the Great Yu Kingdom. So in the opinion of the old minister, since these barbarians supported the war, they would accept punishment after defeat. There is nothing wrong with it. Leave these barbarians on this land. Maybe another barbarian will rise in 100 years later. Throughout the ages, every time the grassland tribes have been defeated, there has been a way to move inward. However, there are still many hidden dangers in this move. Slave, once and for all. Thunder frowned, and he said, the Emperor, it's just that. Isn't this vast land without people? What if it is for other foreigners? Xiaoming had made a decision a long time ago, he said. Among the barbarians, there are many slaves with the blood of the Great Yu country. I am going to abolish their slave status and grant them the identity of the Kuantong people of the Great Yu country. In this way, they must be grateful for Dade and willingly protect the land of Guangdong for the Great Yu country. After hearing this, everyone immediately showed admiration, and their emperor was always more profound than they thought. Luffy said, in this case, the minister immediately gathered these slaves and escorted the barbarians to Shanhai Aiguan. Xiaoming nodded lightly. At this time everyone left the camp. Luffy ordered the soldiers to drive all the slaves to the open space outside Pingzu City. In order to prevent these slaves from escaping, Luffy tied all these slaves with ropes. Now that he wanted to give them a Kanto identity, he immediately untied them all. The shackles on his body were gone, and the barbarian slaves showed uneasy expressions like frightened birds. Under the rule of the barbarians, their lives are very miserable, and their lives are often not as good as a sheep. Now they are captured by the Great Yu Kingdom and they basically think they are dead. While the slaves were panicking, Xiaoming and a group of generals boarded the city wall. Xiaoming motioned to Qian Defu. When Qian Defu's sharp and loud voice came from afar, the Emperor of Great Yu has an order that all slaves in the city who have the blood of Great Yu can be exempted from slave status. After registering in Pingzu City, they will be free and obtain the corresponding number of acres in accordance with the laws of Great U. Slaves can be exempted from death and be put into service in the Great U country, and those who perform well can also be exempted from slavery. Kiandafu's voice fell, and there was no sound in front of the city. The barbarian slaves seemed to have not reacted yet, and looked at each other. For them, they have become accustomed to the life of slavery, and it is not suitable for them to suddenly become normal people. And out of fear, no one dared to come forward. Xiaoming was not surprised by the performance of the slaves. After a long period of time in a cruelly oppressed environment, anyone who was suddenly told to be free would not believe it. What you have in front of you is the current sage of the Great U Kingdom. He has kept his promises. Now what are you still wondering about? When Luffy saw the slaves, they were dumbfounded and shouted. When Luffy yelled at him, all the slaves retreated in fright. The murderers frightened them on the day they attacked the city. However, the slaves were also a little bold. A young and strong slave hesitated and walked up to register at the city gate, leaving behind information such as his ancestry. With the first one, there is the second one, and the worst result for them is a death. It is better to try. 66 continued. Many slaves with the blood of the Great U Kingdom registered at the gate of the city. In order to stabilize the occupied land as soon as possible, Xiaoming asked the registered generals to directly write a household register to these slaves on the spot. However, unlike the household registration of Dayu, these household registrations temporarily fixed slaves in Pingzhou and did not allow them to move. After obtaining the household registration, the slaves gradually believed the facts. In the excitement of regaining their freedom, they knelt down to Xiaoming and continued to bow down. Upon seeing this, Xiaoming breathed a sigh of relief. It was easy to lay down the land of the barbarians. It was a difficult problem to hold onto it. It was because of this that he made this decision. Once these Kanto people have their own land and are determined to thrive here, they will use their lives to resist foreign enemies. Having dealt with the slaves in Pingzhou City, Xiaoming sent someone to send this order to Yikinian. It was important to attack Jinzhou, and it was also important to stabilize the two cities occupied. 3 days later, the news arrived in Liaozhou. At this time, Yikinian was on the city wall. He was observing the barbarian cavalry outside Liaozhou city with a telescope in his hand. It seemed that there was no way for the Dayu team guarding the city. After wandering for an hour, these cavalry finally chose to leave. This scene caused Yikinian to sneer and sneer again and again. After occupying Liaozhou city, he repaired the city gate for the first time. Now the barbarian has nothing to do with him. The only thing he needs to worry about is the barbarians in the city. But after a few days of thinking, he quickly found a way to stabilize Liaozhou city. The barbarians accounted for only 30% of the Golden Horde, and the remaining 70% were slaves. The same is true for Liaozhou city. However, the barbarians generally let slaves work on their own land, so there are not many slaves left in the city. But even so, after counting the number of people in the city, he found 160,000 barbarian slaves. These slaves have been bullied by the barbarians for a long time, and are miserable like disaster victims. For Yikinian, he can use this to control the barbarians. In fact, after he invaded Liaozhou city, some of the slaves had rebelled, killing their master and surrendered to him. It is always a hidden danger for the barbarians to stay in the city of Liaozhou. Once Liang Dahai arrives, they will be escorted back to Dayu in batches. Yikinian groaned and said to Zhu Cheng that after the military reform, he promoted this handy general to a division commander. Zhu Cheng said, Liang Dahai should be happy now. As the two were talking, the cavalry hunters took Xiaoming up to the city wall. Upon hearing Xiaoming's news, Yikinian laughed. The emperor's order came in time. Now Liaozhou city is stable. Chapter 804 Undercurrents of the War Kingdom Suwon Castle. E-novel www.1xiaozuo.com. This is a city across the river from the ancient city of Hai, only 200 miles away. In the war with the War country, this city was completely occupied, and it is now the fortress of the War country, at the northernmost point of Korea. At this time, the war soldiers in Suwon City shuttled back and forth, constantly carrying various materials from the wharf outside the city. On the pier, Ships from the country of Japan docked here, and the flag of Suwon City, Edo Yiming, is inspecting a new type of gun from the mainland. Kibmoto-sama, is this the flintlock that the British said? Samurai Junichi Koizumi asked. Yiming Edo picked up a flintlock and took a look in the distance. He said, yes, this is the flintlock of the British. The last time the Earl Kerry met Daimyo Yamada, he agreed to be the blacksmith who taught us, produced this kind of musket, and also sent a ship of flint for us. This kind of musket looks very complicated in structure, and it must be more difficult to produce than iron cannons. Junichi Koizumi stroked the metal bolt of the flintlock. It's a bit complicated, but we have enough blacksmiths. As long as we have flint, we can produce this kind of musket. Edo Yiming raised the flint again. At this moment, he pulled the trigger at an old Korean man who was carrying goods. The old man was hit in the chest because he was so close. With a scream, the old Korean man fell to the ground. The surrounding Korean coolies were trembling when they saw this scene. None of them dared to say anything, but continued to carry the goods desperately. Upon seeing this, the Japanese soldiers burst into laughter, and Edo Ichiro said contemptuously, "These Koreans are really weak. There is no real man. How can these Koreans compare with Yamato nation? Even if these Koreans are killed, the hands of Master Kimoto are dirty." Junichi Koizumi flattered. In the country, daimyo relied on the leader of the banner, and under the banner are their samurai, and Edo Yiming is one of the banners that Yamada daimyo valued very much. In this battle of Goryeo, Yiming Edo once again proved his ability. Sometimes he would be jealous of Edo Yiming secretly, thinking about the day when he could also be promoted to Hamoto. Being flattered by Junichi Koizumi, Yiming Edo just smiled. He said, "It's so boring. I really don't understand why the daimyo has to make peace with the Golden Horde, otherwise Goryeo will be ours. The country's Yakuza is also ours." Master Kaiban is too right to say that the Koreans are vulnerable, and the people of Dayu are just a group of sick men. Very few of us can rob a city, but I heard that the muskets of Dayu are very powerful, and Sakai is also in the hands of the army that was defeated by Great Yu. Haka, can a pirate like Sakai be comparable to us? Edo Yiming was suddenly a little angry. While the two were talking, a Japanese soldier approached them and said, "Master Kaiban, we have news that Dayu has defeated the barbarians and now occupy Liaozu." "What?" Yiming Edo grabbed the collar of the Japanese soldier. "You say it again." The Japanese soldiers knew that Kimoto had always had a bad temper, and he had to repeat it word by word. "That's the case. If this is the case, we don't seem to have to keep the promise with the Golden Horde." Edo touched his chin. After thinking about it, he said, "Now you will pass the news back immediately. Now is a good time for us. The Great Yu Kingdom and the Golden Horde are both defeated. They definitely don't have time to pay attention to Joli. It's just that the Great Yu Kingdom has some trouble in occupying the ancient city of Hai. This is already the territory of the Great Yu Kingdom. If you want to attack here, you need a reason." Junichi Koizumi worried. Edo Yiming frowned. Like the Great Yu Kingdom, sometimes the war country needs a division to be famous for fighting. These reasons are just to comfort the soldiers to fight. He said, "This matter is very simple. You now prepare a Korean man and play them as our people. If the daimyo decides to occupy Goryeo, then it will be convenient to use this Korean man to cause trouble." "Yes, Master Kabamoto." Jun Koizumi nodded. After all, he asked soldiers to send back the conditions of the Dayu Kingdom and the Golden Horde. 4 days later, the news arrived at Daimyo-fu in Nagasaki. The Golden Horde lost 2 cities. "What the fool, Best, is doing?" Next to Yamada Nobunaga stood an Englishman. He and Best arrived on the same ship in the War country. Later Best was dispatched to the Golden Horde, and he stayed with Yamada Nobunaga to support the War country. After seeing the British boats, Nobunaga Yamada is now very dependent on the British, and now he wants to obtain high-quality firearms from the British. In this way, he was able to occupy Goryeo, and even the Great Yu country, to realize his ambitions, for which he also elaborated a set of lies. Among the daimyo and the samurai, he claimed that the Yamato nation is the pure Chinese blood, and the blood of the people in the land of Dau has long been no longer pure in the historical changes. Therefore, it is a matter of course to kill all the people on the land of Dau to retake this land. This rhetoric is very popular with other daimyo and samurai, because the daimyo and samurai who are blinded by land and wealth are in need of a war to capture enough territory. No matter what he is doing, we must act now. The enemy's enemy is the friend we should strive for. I think the Golden Horde should agree to form an alliance with us at this time, Yamada Nobunaga said. During the attack on Goryeo, he once proposed to form an alliance with the Golden Horde to deal with the Great Yu Kingdom, because no matter what he experienced or what the British said, the most threatening to him now is obviously Yugo. Moreover, 15 years ago, he killed the envoy sent by the country to humiliate the country, so now he is more wary of the country. Just as the British said, once the Great Yu Kingdom rises, the Japanese kingdom will be ruined. Dolman sorted out his tuxedo, and he said, "This is really a wise choice." The Golden Horde was too confident before. Now he should understand the facts. Only by cooperation can he defeat Great Yu. Yamada Nobunaga nodded. He looked at Dolman and asked puzzledly, "I don't understand why you British people are so afraid of Diayugo." Dolman was taken aback. In fact, every European was afraid of the rise of Great Yu, because it was the generation gap between civilizations that allowed them to almost conquer the world. And now the growth momentum of the country of Great Chongqing is very similar to that of Europe at the time. They are very afraid that one day the warships of the country of Great Chongqing will cruise on the seas of their country. Chapter 805 Slave Frenzy. Liang Dahai pinched his waist and looked at the slave who was being loaded into the ship. These slaves all came from Liaozhu. After Yi Qinian occupied Liaozhu, a large number of slaves went to High Ancient City. Because the number of slaves reached more than 200,000, they dispatched all ships, including warships, to transport them. And in order to prevent the slaves from rebelling, a recruit of 8,000 came to Haigyu City to be responsible for escorting. Oh, with so many slaves, the current slave gap in Dayu is closed. Li Kai Yuan is also in Haiguqing, and his commercial control of Daoli is still in progress. Liang Dahai opened his mouth wide, the scar on his face trembling with his smile. He said, "No. The emperor may be happy. Nevertheless, there should be no ambiguity about the recruitment of workers in Korea. The emperor is now ambitious. This slave is not afraid of too many, but less of it." After all, the two laughed knowingly at the slaves. In their opinion, with these many slaves, the development of Dayu Kingdom will surely leap forward. In Shanhai Aiguan, Lufa escorted the slaves from Pingzhou City to this place while implementing the Guangdong policy. After some rest, these 120,000 slaves arrived in Qingzhou after a 7-day trek. The emperor, "These slaves must be given to our railway department. The railway is in short supply. The few people Liang Dahai recruited from Goryeo are not enough." Princess Pingyang in the royal study room was very dependent on the posture of not leaving. The slave and Qingzhou came to her like a cat who asked about the smell of fish. Xiaoming returned to Qingzhou 2 days earlier than this group of slaves. At this time, the news of the victory of the army of the Kingdom of Great Yu was widely known in the newspapers. When he returned to the city, almost the entire Qingzhou people greeted him by the side, making him feel the grandeur of returning home in triumph. With the prestige of the victory, Xiaoming clearly felt that the officials' attitude towards him was more respectful than before, just as he had expected. Coupled with a reputation for being a good fighter, his status is even more unshakable in the country of Dau, and there are even articles in the newspaper that compare him to an eternal sage. This article was written by Fan Zheng himself. Although the taste of flattering is obvious, it also proves from the side the shock that the defeat of the barbarians brought to the people of Dau. Because this is not only a national strategic victory, but also a reshaping of national self-confidence. In addition, the byproduct of this victory was the purpose of Princess Pingyang, a large number of slaves from the grassland. Don't worry, aunt. This batch of slaves is just the beginning. The slaves from Liaozhu will soon arrive in Qingzhou, and if we successfully take Jinzhou, we will get more slaves," Xiaoming said calmly. The reason why he came back from Shanghai Aiguan was to deal with the slave issue. For him, the dividends of the war were very rich. This slave frenzy will bring a lot of precious labor to the country. Only when the labor force increases can he build large-scale facilities in the country. Princess Pingzhu trembled with laughter when she heard the words. As the chief officer of the railway department, she has experienced a change in her mentality from what she initially dealt with to build a railway network in the country. It is not that she has become noble, but the magical role of the railway and the huge profits that it can bring make her feel that her position will be more stable. The emperor said that, "I feel relieved." Princess Pingyang relaxed, and she said to Xiaoming, "The emperor, now the King's Zulaiwu railway has been repaired by half, and another 100,000 slaves will be given to me. It only takes a year for the railway department. It can connect Kingzhou to Laiwu and Kingzhou to Kaiping." Xiaoming's eyes brightened. 1 year is not long or short. If this route is opened up, it will bring incredible changes to Lezhu's industry. After pondering for a while, he said, "Of course this slave came close to the railway operator. But 1 year is too long. I will open to traffic by the end of this year." In fact, it is not very difficult to build a railway on a flat plain like Kingzhou Prefecture. According to data, on June 9, 1881, the first self-built railway in the Qing dynasty from Tangshan to Xuzhuang was constructed only for the Tangxu Railway. For 3 months. Although the railway is only 20 miles away, the number of workers used to construct the railway is very small. And now there are more than 200,000 people who build railways under the railway department, and the number of slaves this time is estimated to be as high as more than 300,000. So many people built a 300-kilometer-long railway. Even 1 kilometer in a day can be completed in a year. Of course, the railway department is not only repairing this route, but also the Kingzhou to Dengzhou route. This route will pass through Lezhu, which is rich in gold and silver production, and then arrive at Dengzhou until the port. Although it was a little troublesome at the end of the year, it is not impossible, but the premise is that the emperor promised these 100,000 slaves. Princess Pingyang's eyes rolled. The reason why the construction of the railway was slow in the first year was that the slaves had no experience and the production of railroad tracks could not keep up. Now it's different. They have now trained a large number of elite craftsmen who built railways, and these craftsmen can completely lead the slaves to repair railways independently. Moreover, after the Laiwu and Kaiping steel mills were established, the output of this railroad track has also kept up, and now there is no need to worry about materials. Well, I promise you. Xiaoming raised his eyebrows. The railway is a long-term project for the soldiers of the country. Now that the transportation is not very developed, railway transportation will be a magical existence, and it will also be more conducive to the deployment of the army of Great Chongqing. After asking some questions about railway construction, Xiaoming let Princess Pingyang leave. 3 days later, Liang Dahai successfully brought the barbarian slaves to Kingzhou. According to the agreement of the Princess of Hepingzhou, he transferred 100,000 slaves to her. There were more than 200,000 slaves left. Xiaoming allocated 120,000 to the Department of Minerals, and the remaining 80,000 were stuffed into the slave plantation. Industry is important, food is also very important, and with the development of industry, the raw materials needed have become more. For example, sugarcane, cotton, rubber and the like are now in great demand. While distributing slaves, Xiaoming also sent craftsmen from the Department of Minerals and Iron and Steel Works to Liaozhou. This Liaozhou is contemporary Liaoyang, and the famous Anshan and Benxi iron mines are near Liaoyang. Among the top 5 open-pit iron mines in China, Anshan and Benxi are among them, and the proven reserves of Anshan and Benxi iron ore exceed 10 billion tons. The barbarians have used these 2 mines where iron ore can be obtained by picking up and forging artillery. It is precisely because of this that it is so important to conquer Jinzhou, because once Jinzhou is opened up and the 3 points and 1 line are connected, these 2 large iron ore mines will be under his control, and there will be no shortage of iron ore in the early development of the country. Chapter 806 Fuse. The spring breeze blows the peach blossom outside the imperial study room, bringing a faint fragrance. After sending away Princess Pinyin, Xiaoming became lazy. 1 month has passed since his return from Shanhai Aiguan, and King Zhu is already full of spring. Looking at the peach trees blooming with crimson flowers in the sunset, Xiaoming was ready to accept today's government affairs and prepare to go back. This is Qian Fu running all the way. The Emperor, Lu Tong and Chen Qi, please see you. Xiaoming showed a look of interest. He said, let them in, there must be something new for the two of them to come together. Yes. The Emperor. Qian Fu also has a smile on his face. In fact, he likes Chen Qi more than Pan Yu Kun, because they bring good news every time. Qian Fu replied. And soon Chen Qi and Lu Tong entered the imperial study room. The two looked excited, and after saluting, said, my lord, the fuse is complete. I said that you must have good news, Xiaoming said to Qian Fu. Qian Fu also smiling pretty. Chen Qi and Lu Tong looked at each other with a smile, and Chen Qi took out the small stick at this time. The Emperor, this is the triggered mechanical fuse. Lu Tong explained. This time the fuse was successful thanks to the flash hider. After thinking about it, Xiaoguan and Chen Qi found that the principle of the fuse is similar to that of the flash hider, but it only requires an external force to hit the thunderbolt. So a firing pin is installed outside the letter tube that has hit the thunderbolt. As long as an external force hits the firing pin cap, the firing pin will hit the thunderbolt, and the thunderbolt will then ignite the explosive powder in the fuse, thereby igniting the shell. Taking the fuse carefully, Xiaoming looked it over and was very satisfied. The fuse Chen Qi gave him was a thin metal cylinder, and on the outside of the cylinder was a metal cap with a firing pin. Open the metal cap and you will see a slender spring inside. This is to ensure that the fuse will not explode due to operating errors. In the middle of the spring is an ignition device similar to a flash cap. When the firing pin cap is hit, the firing pin will ignite the thunderbolt downwards, and the fuse will cause the shell to explode. In the past, the difficulty of fuses was the spring and thunderbolt. Now King Zhu Industry has been able to produce these two, and the fuse manufacturing has been smoothly completed. However, compared with modern fuses, the trigger fuse has a relatively high error rate. If the impact point is not correct, it is likely to cause a dud bomb. But even so, the birth of the fuse is trans-epoch, because the fuse can be used on landmines in addition to shells. Thinking of this, Xiaoming suddenly had a very evil idea in his mind. For the trigger fuse, the shells formed in the circular hollow bullets are no different from landmines. Only one needs to be launched to hit, and the other needs to be stepped on. The real difference is only the sensitivity, and the force of the spring needs to be reduced. He said, you now immediately make a batch of hollow shells with fuses for the front line of Jinzhou City. I will order Luff to attack the city 1 month later. Chen Qi and Lu Tong looked at each other. The evil look on Xiaoming's face made the two of them tremble, and the two of them answered yes. After sending them away, Xiaoming showed a strange smile on his face. In fact, landmines have long been recorded in history books. The earliest documents need to be traced to 1130, when the Song Dynasty Jin army attacked Shanzhou, when the Song army used gunpowder cannons buried on the ground, that is, ironclad mines, causing heavy casualties to the Jin army. In the early years of the Ming Dynasty, real landmines using mechanical ignition devices appeared in Daming, according to the first collection of Fire Dragon scripture written by Zhao Yu in 1413. Frying and concocting are made of pig iron. Empty stomach, put medicine and pestle into a small bamboo tube, thread the fire inside, and use a long thread to pass through the fire trough. Dozens of them were buried in the pit. The medicine trough was connected to steel wheels, and the soil was covered, so that the thief would not know it. This type of landmine recorded in the classics has the characteristics of contemporary pressure-fired landmines, but this type of landmine uses steel wheels and flint to friction and ignite, like the principle of a lighter, and its reliability is still a bit poor. In Europe, Landmines also began to appear in the defense of fortresses in the 15th century. It was only after the mid-19th century that landmines were used on a large scale with the emergence of various high explosives and detonation techniques. Now the fuses manufactured by Chenchi and Lutong are basically close to those of the 19th century. Using such fuses to make landmines is much more reliable. In the process of attacking Pingzhou, the army of Great Yu State has been constrained by the cavalry. This time it may be possible to experiment with landmines. Thinking of this, Xiaoming became more and more looking forward to it. I imagined for a while alone. Xiaoming returned to his bedroom before the sky was completely dark. At this time, Fue was following Xiao Yi, who was learning to walk step by step. Xiao Yi is now 1 year and 3 months old, and it is the time to learn to walk. Seeing Xiaoming's arrival, Xiao Yi's small face was full of smiles, and he leapt towards Xiaoming with a crisp laugh. Xiao stood beside Lulu Asta, and smiled when she saw it. The emperor went to Shanhai Iguan here, and after coming back, Xiao Yi liked to stick to the emperor more. Asta smiled. Lulu said, "No, I don't care about us now." Xiao is now also familiar with the environment of the palace. She plays mahjong with 3 people every day. This feeling is also close to sisters, without the gloomy feelings when she first entered the house. She glanced at Xiaoming. It's just that the emperor is busy with government affairs and rarely can accompany Yaya. It would be nice to have a prince of the same age with him. As soon as her words fell, Luluo and Zixuan both looked at Xiaoming, each with bold and fiery eyes. Both of them and Xiaoming were married, so they were naturally not as shy as a girl, and they took it for granted. Fue smiled upon hearing the words, "You are not ashamed of each one, don't frighten the emperor." Xiaoming was a little helpless now. He finally realized the difference between a girl and a young woman, but it was really painful and happy. After laughing with the 4 for a while, Xiaoming noticed a beautiful jade pendant hanging on Xiao Yi's neck, and he asked, "Where did this come from?" "Why have I never seen it before?" Fue said, "Today, Princess Yong visited the Queen Mother in the palace, and later visited her concubine, and gave this jade pendant to Yaya when she left." Princess Yong. Xiaoming raised her eyebrows. Princess Yong always goes to the 3 Treasures Palace, so she must have something to ask for. The great victory of Pingzhou. The emperor defeated the barbarians, and his power in Dayu is no different at the moment. This King Yong must be unsure of his heart. Xiaoming nodded lightly. Concubine Yong entered the palace at this time. Everyone with a discerning eye knew it was not accidental. Since Concubine Yong went to the Queen Mother first, it is estimated that the answer lies with her. When the two were talking, Xiao's eyes flickered and she lowered her head. Chapter 807 Little Mess. The darkness of night gradually enveloped the palace. The two were talking about Princess Yong, and Qian Defu brought dinner. The 3 of Xiao knew it was inconvenient at this time, and each went to their own bedroom. Asta and Luluo have always been good, and this bedroom was also together. The 2 and Xiao separated on the way. Walking on the brightly lit path, the court lady beside Xiao suddenly said faintly, "Manny, it is said that Princess Yong came here to test the intention of cutting the domain." After the victory of Pingzhou City, the ministers suddenly became courageous. Many officials have petitioned Jinpang Shufu for orders, claiming to implement the policy of cutting the vassal for the unification of Great Yu. Xiao was a little bit worried just now. When she was told by the maid who had served her since she was a child, she snorted softly. These ministers are just looking at the wind and breaking the bridge. The emperor is only loyal. After a pause, she sighed. However, judging from the emperor's performance, it does seem to have the meaning of cutting the domain. Then how is this good? The emperor will not deal with King Huainan like Zhao and others, the court lady said anxiously. Xiao frowned. Father followed the emperor to quell the chaos in the north. This is a great accomplishment. I think the emperor will definitely not take the heavy hand next time, but at least it is also abolishing the military power. It's just that the father and brother can accept me. I'm sure that today my brother also dragged the palace staff to ask about this, and he must be extremely worried about this. After that, the two stopped talking. but walked towards their own bedroom. The next day, Xiaoming got up early. He didn't go to the Queen Mother's place too late yesterday. Today, he stopped delaying and went directly to the Queen Mother. He understands that some ministers also want to use the feudal vassal to polish their faces, but this seems to him to cause trouble for him. Now that the foreign troubles have not been eliminated, he doesn't want to mess around. Although King Huainan and King Yong are vulnerable, they will cause damage to the industry and commerce of Great Chu again if they really launch it. It is not worth it. When he arrived at the Hall of Mercy, Xiaoming greeted the Queen Mother and asked about it. Concubine Zhen smiled gently after hearing the words. Wang Yong is a little worried. It's all due to these ministers. Each of them is actually causing trouble. What the Queen Mother said is extremely true. I will scold them today, lest they continue to make trouble for me. Xiaoming said. Although it was his original intention to cut the faculty, it was not the time yet. He had to bear his temper, and Zenf clearly meant it in her words. After clarifying the ins and outs of the matter, Xiaoming had a care in his heart, and he and Qian Defu went to the Zhengde Guingming Hall on time. At the beginning of the meeting, Pang Yukun said, "The Emperor, King Yong has sent us easy to ask for the return of his hometown, so that he can live forever." The Emperor, my father's letter a few days ago also meant this. As soon as his voice fell, Kui Shannon went out. The ministers had different expressions when they saw it. Some were ecstatic, some were puzzled, and some frowned and thought deeply. Xiaoming sneered in his heart. When he came back from Shanhai Aiguan, the two people came to test him. If he agreed to the two people's request to return home, the matter of cutting the feudal clan would be settled. He would not be fooled by the two of them. So he said, "The Great Chu country is waiting to be thriving. It is just when the people are being employed. King Yong and King Huainan are my humoral ministers. How can I ignore this matter? I won't allow it." Pang Yukun breathed a sigh of relief, bowed and said, "Yes." The Emperor. Kui Shannon heard that a stone fell to the ground in his heart, and he responded in unison. Xiaoming dismissed the two casually, and Xiaoming didn't care. This was just a small episode for him, and it would not be too late to discuss it again when the army was still in charge. He didn't want to kill King Huainan and King Yong, but they still had to surrender their military power. He would no longer allow a split Great Chu country to exist. At the same time as he was going to court, Pingzhou City arrived with a group of special weapons. This was a conquest rifle with a scope. At this time, Lu Fu looked at it repeatedly with the Zhenglu musket. The musket in his hand was a little different. There was a telescope with a metal shell on it. Accompanied by the scope was Wang Quan, the commander of the Imperial Guard in Qingzhou. After these conquest muskets were manufactured, he took soldiers in the barracks for training. Now he has mastered how to use this musket to shoot accurately. Enemy Ming and Liu Oxin were also there, and the two showed a playful look. He said, "The Emperor said that the firing range of this musket is very accurate." Wang Quan is a person who is not enough to laugh. He said sternly, "The shooting accuracy of the normal Conqueror rifle will get worse at 100 meters because of the line of sight problem. So even if the Conqueror rifle has a range of 900 meters, it is still 100 meters. The shooting effect is best from a distance of 200 meters to 200 meters, but with this scope, the soldiers can see farther." Lu Fu picked up the sight and looked at the soldier on the wall. In his eyes, the soldier's body was placed very large. He said, "It's a mule or a horse. Pull it out and go around." Company Commander Wang, give us a demonstration. The military system of the Republic of China stipulates that low-rank generals and soldiers must obey the orders of high-rank generals. This is to organize the army in time after it is dispersed. Although Wang Quan was not Lu Fu's subordinate, he still had to obey Lu Fu's orders in terms of military rank. When the crowd arrived at the gate of the city, Lu Fu chose 3 shooting experts and Wang Quan to go to the open land outside the city. At this time, they had another target at 400 meters. The 3 soldiers without sights looked sad when they saw it. The distance was so far that they could hardly see the target. When the 3 of them hesitated, Wang Quan decisively raised his musket, took aim and pulled the trigger. Lu Fu was deliberately making things difficult for Wang Quan, but now he was taken aback. After a while the soldier returned the target message, and Wang Quan hit the fourth ring. Really accurate. Luffy sighed, and he greedily looked at Wang Quan's conquering rifle. Slaying a barbarian general at such a distance is bound to cause chaos to the barbarian. It seems that taking Jinzu this time is not a problem. Ming said, Wang Quan, in less than a month, we will hand over the soldiers who shoot the best in the army to you. You have to train a group of sharpshooters for us. Yes. Wang Quan made a military salute to Thunder. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. If Jinzu were to be conquered this time, the barbarians would basically have lost the most important farming and mineral areas, and decline would be inevitable. Having been humiliated by the barbarians for decades, the situation has finally reversed, and the three of them are also excited. After all, they have fought the barbarians personally and know how powerful the barbarians were before. But now, in the face of the guns and artillery of the Great Yu country, the barbarians gradually lost their advantages, and now they support Xiao Ming's reform from their hearts. Chapter 808 Power Progress. Bright eyes shined on the spacious streets of King Zhu. At the court, he refused the false invitation of King Yong and King Huainan to return home. He and Qian Defu went to King Zhu University in plain clothes in a carriage. This incident seems to be caused by the officials, but it is clear that King Yong and King Huainan have also contributed to the incident. Now they are obviously very scared. A strong emperor is undoubtedly a disaster for the prince, so they will take a little test to see Xiao Ming's attitude. Xiao Ming didn't care about this episode, because for him, King Yong and King Huainan weren't enough to be called threats, and they could be resolved by peaceful means. Compared with this matter, what he sees most is the education problem of the country. Now the country has entered the steam industry era. With this foundation and the corresponding technology, the country can go further in science and technology. High direction. And the most important thing is that he is vaguely anxious now. As soon as he arrives in this world, it will be 7 years, and there are still a few 7 years in a person's life. And he does not want to leave regrets for another life. If you don't make full use of the technology spa, most of the technology in the technology spa will likely enter the soil with him, and this is not what he wants to see, not to mention the black technology in the technology spa. As a civilized builder, he would fail to fully realize the technology. Because of this consideration, he decided to improve the development of technology as soon as possible. After all, he used to have a poor industrial foundation, and he had nothing to do with science and technology, but he could not realize it. Thinking about this all the way, the group arrived at King Zhu University. At this time, Zhao Wenwen was already waiting for him. As the Chief of Culture and Education of Dayu State, he had been working in the Ministry of Culture and Education next door to King Zhu University. The Emperor, Lin Wentao, Lu Tong and a group of elite students are waiting for you in the university hall. Zhao Zhengwen looked excited. The emperors of the past dynasties have never given lectures in person, and their emperors have set a precedent, which makes them shine in the Ministry of Culture and Education. Xiao Ming smiled, and now in the university hall are the most outstanding students from the country in the past 7 years. Now these students have mastered the basic science and technology theory, and it can be said that the scientific literacy is already high. Because of this, they can easily understand what he is talking about. It's so good. I have an idea. From now on, this university hall will be renamed as Tanzi Academy. Only the most outstanding students can enter the academy. All students who attend classes in the academy are emperor students. Xiao Ming told Zhao Wen, said, "It is a great honor to be able to listen to the emperor's teachings, and the veterans are also very envious. These students don't know how happy they are when they know it." Zhao Zhengwen bowed and laughed. Xiao Ming nodded, and followed Zhao Wenwen to the university hall. At this time, more than 500 people were waiting for him in the university hall. Seeing Xiao Ming, all the students in the school stood up and bowed and said, "See the emperor." Stepping onto the podium, Xiao Ming drew his hand and said, without ceremony, "Since enrolling in the hall, I and you are regarded as masters and apprentices, not monarchs and ministers. I hope you will not be afraid of seeking knowledge because of our emperor's respect." "Yes, The Emperor Lin Wentao and Lu Tong looked at each other with excitement. Although they are the best students in Kyongju University, the two of them know very well that they are nothing compared to Xiaoming. Perhaps the ministers admired the Emperor because they feared the imperial power, and they admired him because of science. On weekdays, they also like to listen to Xiaoming's lecture the most. Every time there is something they don't understand, as long as Xiaoming says a few words casually, they can suddenly realize it. With more than 500 people seated, Xiaoming said, "It's still the old rules. I will answer the questions about what you have learned this time." Since there were 500 people who came to the school this time, and among these 500 people, he was unable to give lectures uniformly, so he could only use questions to answer their puzzles in their studies and deal with some difficulties. Detailed explanation. As soon as his words fell, a student suddenly got up and asked, "The Emperor, Cao Minutes Su Liang Kai has been doing electric power studies. Now with the help of the Minerals Department, Cao Minutes has successfully completed an electric test using magnets and coils." Cao Minutes thought that this principle was used. It is possible to develop a generator and use the power of a steam engine to turn the generator to generate electricity. However, the grassroots still have a little doubt. This is that the magnets in the generator are not enough for the generator to generate enough current. Xiaoming was taken aback. This first question surprised him a bit. 7 years of modern education still surprised him a bit. The knowledge level of many students can basically achieve the equivalent of modern science and technology in the 19th century. This Su Liang Kai, he had heard of Lin Wentao last time, and now he looks carefully. But he is also a gentleman. I have to say that Xiaoming is still looking forward to electricity, because once electricity is available, the whole society will undergo greater changes than the steam age. However, without the steam engine era, it is impossible to transition to the electricity era. The reason is very simple. As Su Liang Kai said, this generator needs steam engine power to generate electricity, and this is the basic principle of thermal power plants. After pondering, Xiaoming said, "Ordinary magnets are not yet capable of generating electricity in generators. What you need is rare earth magnets." "Rare earth magnets?" Su Liang was startled. Xiaoming smiled and said, "Lin Wentao and I mentioned you, and I have always been very interested in your research. I didn't expect your progress to be so fast. In that case, I will let the Minerals Department find rare earth magnets as soon as possible, but now you can't. I am idle. I hope to see a complete set of power generation machinery before the arrival of rare earth magnets." Su Liang Kai's face was white with a smile, and he bowed and said, "Yes, the Emperor, Cao Minutes must do his best." Upon seeing this, the students all showed envy, and being praised by the Emperor showed that Su Liang was on the right path. After Su Liang, Lu Tong and Lin Wentao raised the chemistry and steam engine problems respectively. Among them, Lu Tong raised the problem of vulcanized rubber, while Lin Wentao raised the problem of the 3-expansion steam engine. These two issues are also very important to the current technological development of Dau country to mobilize the knowledge. In the technology spa, he explained in detail the problems of preparing rubber and triple expansion steam engine for the two. Under the influence of the technological spa, the two of them seemed to have personally experienced the manufacturing process of rubber and triple expansion steam engines, and some technical difficulties gradually became clear. After the three people asked questions one after another, the school suddenly became lively, and every student enthusiastically asked questions. Although there were some questions that made Xiaoming dumbfounded, he explained in detail. But relatively speaking, many of these questions are still valuable, and from the questions he also learned about the current development of Kyongju's science and technology. In general, the substances in the periodic table have been basically verified by the students, and some chemical elements such as cobalt, manganese, and boron are no longer symbols in the books. The answer starts at 10 in the morning and lasts until 3 in the afternoon when Xiaoming returns. In addition, Xiaoming personally participated in the experiment to promote the development of science and technology. He was ashamed of being left behind by the West under the premise of Spa. Chapter 809 The beginning of the Renaissance Emperor Academy. Xiaoming in the Imperial Library personally wrote the plaque, which he implemented after returning from King's University. Just like what he did before, he now also aims to inspire students' enthusiasm for science. Putting his pen away, Xiaoming said to Qian Defu, "You send this plaque to King's University, and you also call Yan Zhengyi and Huang Yanqing over. Now it's time to get rid of the old abuses." Qian Defu vaguely guessed what Xiaoming was going to do. The science and technology of Dayu Kingdom is now only in Qingzhou. Outside Dayu Kingdom is still controlled by feudal ignorance. If this ignorance is not completely eliminated, science will be popularized in Dayu Kingdom. The speed will be restricted. These Yan Zhengyi and Huang Yanqing devoted themselves to studying astronomy at King's University, and now they have completely torn away the mysterious veil of the starry sky. Qian Defu left and took Yan Zhengyi and Huang Yanqing to the imperial study after half an hour. Seeing the two, Xiaoming said directly, "How are you preparing?" Yan Zhengyi and Huang Yanqing have been looking forward to this day, and they said at the same time, "We are ready to popularize astronomy at any time." Xiaoming looked weird. He said, "I will send someone to protect you secretly, lest you be beaten to death." Yan Zhengyi and Huang Yanqing looked calm when they heard the words. He said, "The Koman teaches the truth, so how can you be afraid of life and death?" "Good." Xiaoming praised, "I will hand over the renaissance of the Great Yu Kingdom to you, but you don't have to worry, I will always support you." Yan Zhengyi and Huang Yanqing bowed and said, "Yes, the Emperor." Having said this, Yan Zhengyi handed the book to Xiaoming. He said, "The Emperor, this is what we too learned after studying astronomy. We only need to publish the content in Kingzhou Daily." Xiaoming took the book. The cover of the book read the words Theory of Celestial Bodies. He opened the book and recorded the observations of the two celestial bodies and their opinions in detail. If this theory of the celestial body is published in a newspaper, the two of them will become targets of Confucian scholars. And what Xiaoming needs is this effect, and his goal is to turn the two into truth fighters, thereby completely tearing apart the Confucian system. When the time comes, the two will charge in front, and he will provide support for the two at the back, and the renaissance in Dayu will no longer be a problem. I will give it to the newspaper office. Xiaoming put the book away. "Xi Emperor." The two bowed, turned and left the imperial study room. Watching the two of them leave, Xiaoming's face was contemplative. In fact, the Renaissance was not just an astronomy exposing ignorance. In fact, it is a new cultural system that overturns the existing cultural system. For example, in the 14th century in Europe was dominated by Catholic culture. In this period, social culture is centered on Catholic theology. Later, with the development of productivity, the emerging bourgeoisie was dissatisfied with the church's control of the spiritual world, so a group of people subverted the church culture by reviving ancient Greek and Roman culture. This subversion reached its peak in the 16th century and gradually formed an independent cultural system, the core of which is humanism. The core emphasis is on people-centered rather than God-centered, affirming the value and dignity of human beings, advocating that the purpose of life is to pursue happiness in real life, advocating individualism, opposing ignorant and superstitious theological thinking, and believing that people are real life the creator and master of. Overall, this is a transformation of mankind from deification to secularization. Xiaoming now also needs Confucianism to step down from the altar and become secular. But now he uses Yan Zhengyi and Huang Yanqing as weapons to destroy the old cultural system of Dayu, so a brand new cultural system is needed to replace the old culture. The reason why he took so long to prepare the two to start the Renaissance is that they have been struggling with this new cultural system. In his contemporary life, compared with the Western humanism with freedom, equality and self-worth as its core, the country where he lives has been replaced by a party culture after the old cultural system was destroyed. Strictly speaking, it is the ruling party's philosophy. Under the party culture, The traditional cultural system still exists, and the combination of the two is the characteristic of his time. Walking out of the imperial study room, Xiaoming watched the setting sun gradually sinking westward. After the actions of Yan Zhengyi and Huang Yangqing, he will also take the opportunity to establish the cultural system or core values of the country. After thinking over this period of time, he believes that the traditional culture of Dayu is enough to support the social cultural system, but some drawbacks need to be completely eliminated. His ultimate goal is to make Confucianism purify itself like the Western religious reforms, to recognize science culturally, oppose ignorance, and advocate the concept of equality for all. In this way, the cultural system of Dayu Kingdom will be rebuilt, and every generation of monarchs in history has come here in this way. After reading the materials, he found that Confucianism had experienced the school of Simon, Song and Ming Confucianism, Xingxiu, Gixu, modern literature, Gongyangxu, divination theology, ancient literature, and exegetics in history. Confucian culture is different, which shows that Confucian culture has been developing and changing, and Confucianism sometimes makes corresponding changes in order to welcome the emperor. In other words, Confucianism is still very aware of current affairs. Every time there is a change of dynasty, the Kong family will always vote for a new master in time. Xiaoming has been waiting for the Kong family to send someone over, but there is still no news. Although he knew that the Kong family had been observing the situation, it was time to make a choice. If he did not know the current affairs, he could only do it. Thinking of this, Xiaoming sneered twice. He called Qian Defu to send the astronomy theory of Yan Zhengyi and Huang Yangqing to the newspaper for publication tomorrow. He didn't believe that the Kong family could sit still since he became the emperor. He had to re-establish the rules for the Great Yu Kingdom. After taking over the theory of celestial bodies, Qian Defu immediately went to the newspaper. At this time, Fan Zheng had not yet returned, and he was dumbfounded for a while after seeing the astronomical theory sent by Qian Defu. After a long silence, he said, "This is really unheard of. If it is published, it will definitely cause an uproar. Just follow the emperor's order. If something happens, the emperor will naturally take care of it." Qian Defu frowned. He knew that Fan Zheng was an old scholar, and his thoughts were deep-rooted. Fan Zheng sweated slightly on his forehead, and he nodded and said, "Yes, let me print it when I get off." The official nodded with satisfaction. Qian Defu turned and left. He supported Xiaoming from beginning to end. It was with Xiaoming that he saw the Great Yu Kingdom becoming prosperous. Although this celestial theory is a bit shocking, how can it be made if it can't cause waves? Earth-shaking changes in Chongqing. Chapter 810. Clamor. Early in the morning, accompanied by a burst of loud cock, Qingzhou City seemed to come alive. Some wealthy people in the houses brought their briquettes to the yard and started boiling water for cooking, while those who were reluctant to bite briquettes had long smoke. The streets of Qingzhou also became lively. Vendors set up their stoves and sold biscuits, fried dough sticks, and tofu to the merchants coming and going. The food stalls along the street were full of people. In this noise, the voice of the newsboy rang as usual. Merchants and scholars on the street are accustomed to buying today's newspapers to understand the changes that are taking place in Dayu country from the top. After all, because of the obstruction of news, they rarely know what is happening outside. Astronomy, what is this? The Danao stall in front of the Chamber of Commerce was full of businessmen, and the content of the newspaper quickly attracted their attention. The Earth is round and revolves around the Sun. There are 9 planets in the solar system. The young businessmen read the contents of the newspaper word by word, and the other businessmen who at all pricked their ears to listen. There is no Qing on the moon. The shadow on the surface is just the moon. See, there is no life on the moon. With the words of the young businessman, more and more people were attracted. They stopped and listened. Each of them widened their eyes. "There are no gods on the moon," a passerby exclaimed. The businessmen looked at each other, and an older businessman said to the young businessman, "Han Sheng, what does this newspaper really say? It can't be wrong. I have read for a few years. I still recognize this word." Han Sheng sighed. "This Qingzhou daily is crazy. If there are no gods on the moon, The sun is not a golden crow, and there are no gods in the sky. Isn't this emperor no longer the true king? As soon as these words came out, the older businessman stretched out his leg and kicked Han Zheng. You kid is looking for death? Shut up. The older businessman was Han Zheng's uncle. Han Zheng not only didn't shut his mouth, but said, "It is clear in the newspaper that this means, and it is said that the newspaper was reviewed by the emperor." This may be what the emperor meant. The merchants were silent, and soon a merchant said tremblingly, "This is probably going to happen." Everyone, look at me, and I look at you, one by one, no longer discussing this issue, but eating silently and waiting for changes. Compared to the discussion on the streets, the Confucian scholars in Qingzhou City have already exploded, and a group of Confucian scholars hurried to a house in Qingzhou City with newspapers, and the word is written on the plaque above the house. In the courtyard, an old man was practicing Yuxingquan, with a leisurely and elegant appearance. He didn't seem to care when these scholars came in. Although Qingzhou University is gaining momentum in Qingzhou, a large number of Confucian students in Dayu are still alive in the thinking of the old age. They have studied hard for 10 years. They are unwilling to start over and have been seeking to restore the imperial examination. The headed Confucian student named Yuan looked at the old man and said, "Olge, when is it time for you to calm down? Now the emperor is going to destroy the foundation of our Confucianism. You and Master Kui Hao will never come forward. There is no way for the thousands of Confucian students in the country of Dayu to survive." The old man called Master Zhi by a group of Confucian scholars is no one else but Jiren. 1 year after King Zhao was expelled from Qing'an, he never received the appointment from the imperial court. He really couldn't help but brought his family to Qingzhou to explore the way. At the same time, because of his reputation as a great Confucianist, he entered Qingzhou City was greeted by the Confucian students, and for this reason, the Confucian school was reopened to give lectures. The emperor is not in a hurry. What are you eager for? Confucianism has been passed on for thousands of years. Since the Han Dynasty, Confucianism has been carried forward, and it has survived the 5 dynasties. How can you understand the reasons for this? You will go back for the time being and I will enter the palace, advised the emperor. Jiren's eyes flickered. When the Confucian scholars heard the words, they all showed excitement, and Yuan said, "So I rely on Zhilao to come forward." Jiren nodded, and said to the housekeeper beside him, "Send the scholars back." After the Confucian students left, 2 people came around from behind the rockery in the yard. It was Yuzong and Nikuang. Glancing at the direction the Confucian students are leaving, Jiren said, "Olge, this group of Confucian scholars do not have much skills but they are very noisy. If you walk too close to them, you will suffer from a pond-fish disaster." Yes, this time the emperor is so generous, targeting these stubborn Confucian scholars. If we walk too close to them, I am afraid that the 3 of us will never become official. Jiren stroked his beard lightly. After reading today's newspaper, he had already thought about it. He said, "Today's matter is the opportunity for you and me to be the most powerful ministers. Haven't the 2 of you seen it through?" "What's the answer to this?" Yuzong and Nikuang were puzzled. Jiren said, "The sage is extremely human today. This celestial theory is to destroy my Confucian foundation, but at the same time it denies that he is the real son of the emperor. The reason why he dares to be so Menglang is only that there is no authority and no one can shake his throne. So now it's time for Confucianism to change. If you and I can seize the second chance, you will surely become prosperous, and at least it will be a lifetime of wealth." Confucianism is changing. Yuzong and Nikuang glanced at each other. As great Confucians, they knew the history of Confucianism very well. Throughout the dynasties, Confucianism was born without subordination to the imperial power and served as an instrument for the imperial power to govern the world. It is precisely because of this that Confucianism can survive for thousands of years. When Xiaoming ascended the throne, they mistakenly thought that the Dayu dynasty would still follow the old system, but now it seems that the emperor's ascension to the throne is tantamount to changing the dynasty. If so, they need to think about it. Zhilao really has a long-term vision, and neither of me can compare. In this case, we should see the emperor together." Nikuang said. Yuzong also suddenly realized. He said, "Extremely yes, Extremely yes. Okay, so I will ask the butler to prepare a carriage. The three of you and me beg to see the emperor outside the palace. In my opinion, the present-day sage is so smart that he will definitely meet us, Jiren said loudly. After all, the three took a carriage and headed to the palace south of the city. They were stopped by the guard outside the palace gate, and after a briefing, they were allowed to enter. The three were overjoyed, and followed Qiandafu to the palace, and the three excitedly looked at the facilities in the palace along the way. It has been more than a year for them to be placed outside the court, but now they are secretly determined to seize this opportunity. Following Qiandafu, they arrived in front of the Yashufang in a short while. When Qiandafu let the three of them in, Jiren tidied up his clothes and entered the imperial study room with Yuzong and Nikuang cautiously. At this time, Xiaoming was standing with his back to them. After they asked for peace, Xiaoming slowly turned around. Chapter 811 Jiren. The colorful clouds on the eastern horizon are like blooming flowers. Xiaoming turned around and first looked at Zoxia for a while before looking at the three of them. In Chang'an, he and Jiren, Yuzong and Nikuang had met several times, but they were not very familiar, but they knew each other. According to the words of Fiji and Pang Yukun, these three people are grassroots, and the wind blows to the other side. But now for him, he needs such a person to fuel the renaissance. What do you want to see me? Xiaoming's expression was cold. Strictly speaking, he could treat the three of them as criminal officials. After all, the three of them had done things for King Zhao, so it's not an exaggeration to be rebellious. Although all three of them performed meritorious service during the attack on Chang'an, they were nothing more than a beating down. Because of this, the three of them were just civilians in front of Xiaoming, and he deliberately beat the three of them. This attitude was naturally a little indifferent. Jiren, Yuzong, and Nikuang looked at each other, and finally the two looked at Jiren, which meant that Jiren could speak. After hesitating for a while, Jiren said, "The Emperor, the grass people saw the celestial theory in this newspaper early today. They were shocked to be theism. The world is ignorant and does not know the principle of the celestial body. Now the Emperor made it public to everyone and awakened me and other ordinary people. It's true. I wait for it to be an eye-opener, so that I know the wonder of the universe." Yuzong smiled. Nikuang said, "I feel that Confucianism is a bit too old and should change according to the times. But Confucianism is the state religion of the Great Yu Kingdom, and it is a big body, so I came to see the Emperor to inquire about the Holy Will." Qiandafu on one side shook his head lightly when he heard the words, and the shamelessness of these three people had reached the pinnacle. Xiaoming heard this with a smile in his eyes, and when he learned that Jiren asked to see him, he secretly rejoiced, which showed that his judgment was correct. In this way, he does not need to be an enemy of Confucian scholars in the world, but only needs to allow Confucianism to adapt to the changes in the situation of the Great Yu country. In this way, Confucianism will not become the fetters of the Great Yu country. On the contrary, it will become an aid to popularize science. So he said, "The three really think so?" "Yes, the Emperor. It is because of his feelings that Koman will enter the palace to see him." Jiren looked impassioned, and he meant to part ways with the old forces of Confucianism. Xiaoming laughed loudly. He said, "Well, after all, Confucianism has a few sensible Confucian scholars. In this case, the three Confucian scholars now have good strategies to deal with the angry Confucian students." "Naturally there is," Jiren said. "The ministers are willing to preach in the Confucian school in order to understand the meaning of the new Confucian learning." "New Confucianism, not bad." Xiaoming looked at Jiren, and now he understands that these flattering scholars are still needed around him. After pondering for a while, he said, "When the three of you came today, I just said something. This Confucianism must be changed. One is to get rid of the ignorance, so that the scholars of the world welcome the way of science, and the other is to promote business and industry. The theory of rejuvenation." Faced with the three of them, Xiaoming said all his thoughts. Generally, he asked Jiren to remove the dross and choose the essence. After all, Confucianism is not useless. Jiren bowed and listened. He basically understood Xiaoming's meaning and pondered for a while. He said, "The Emperor, These are really difficult to handle. Even if I wait to talk about it in a Confucian school, I'm afraid it will be very dangerous." Xiaoming smiled. He knew that Jiren was asking for a price. After all, no one in the world would like to do thankless things, let alone his old slippery head. However, he already had a plan and said casually, "There are currently only 2 people in this cabinet and 7 vacancies. I will leave you a seat. If you can make a big change in Confucianism, this one is yours. How about?" Jiren's heart trembled. This was exactly what he had dreamed of. He hurriedly bowed and said, "Thank you." "The Emperor, Longjin." Xiaoming nodded, "But before the second time, I should also give you an official position." "How about that? From now on, I will be entrusted with the scholar of Hongwendian. How about?" Yuzong and Nikuang were still a little worried, thinking that Xiaoming would only give Jiren the official position but not them. They were overjoyed when they heard that, and they quickly thanked them for their gratitude. "Jiren is satisfied. This Hongwendian University has already existed in Yugo. The person in charge is the editor of classics and the responsibility of the emperor's consultant. However, if this position is favored by the emperor, it is powerful, and if the emperor ignores it, it is just a false name. But even so, it is glamorous to say it. Moreover, the scholars of Hongwendian University have always been held by famous Confucian scholars. This benefit is also given." Xiaoming expects that Jiren will take care of the facts. He solemnly said, "New Confucianism will be left to the 3 scholars. I don't want all the scholars holding the 4 books and 5 classics." The emperor is at ease. There are veterans, so Confucianism will change in line with the times, Jiren said. After a pause, he continued, "The emperor, there is one more minister needs to explain." "Say, Fu Kong family," Jiren said. Xiaoming's eyes became sharp. This Fu Confucian family can be described as a 1,000-year-old family. Regardless of dynasty changes, it will be peaceful and wealthy from generation to generation. After pondering for a while, he said, "Since you are a fellow of the Hongwendian, you should visit the Confucian family. Then you can take 2 things for me. The first is the theory of celestial bodies, and the second is ours." Shangfeng sword. Hearing this, Jiren suddenly felt chilly behind him, and he secretly thanked him that he came in time. The emperor asked him to send these 2 things is simply too straightforward. This celestial theory naturally requires the Confucian family to adapt to the current situation. And this Shangfeng sword has 2 meanings. First, if you don't know the current affairs, this is the sword of murder, and if it is reasonable, it is the sword of wealth. After swallowing, Jiren said, the minister remembered that he must deliver these 2 items to Kfu himself. For them, Confucian scholars, Kfu's status is equivalent to a holy land. In order to increase their influence, many Confucian scholars often go to Kfu to pay homage to them. After clarifying his attitude, Xiaoming asked Jiren to go back, only to wait for the 3 to make some movement in Kingzhou. Watching the 3 people leave, Xiaoming asked Qian Fu to prepare the carriage, and he was going to the military workshop. The attack on Pingzhou made him pay a high price, which made him realize that if he continues to fight, he will also his national power. Therefore, the fuse bombs and mines in the military workshop are very important. As long as these 2 items are sent to Pingzhou City, the situation in Jinzhou City will be much easier. Especially landmines, burying these things in the path that the cavalry must pass, will definitely have a surprising effect. Chapter 812 Ammunition Revolution Emperor. This is the first batch of fuse bombs. At the military workshop, Chen Qi led Xiaoqi to the warehouse. On the ground where a lot of guns and ammunition were piled up, he saw the neatly arranged blooming bullets in the corner. Xiaoming asked Luf to delay his attack on Jinzhou because of the bombing incident, but the army was at a great expense outside, and it was not good for anyone to keep spending it. What's more, the country of Korea on the Korean peninsula is watching. He wants to end the war in the north as soon as possible and open up the situation for the colonization of the Great Yu country. At this time, Chen Qi picked up a blooming bomb from the ground and said to Xiaoming, "The Emperor, these blooming bombs are still made of hollow iron balls, but the cork tube of the iron ball has been replaced with the current mechanical fuse." Black cats and white cats, The ones who can catch mice are good cats, Xiaoming ordered. Now you let the artillery demonstrate it. What do I want to see? Yes. The Emperor. Chen Qi nodded and ordered people to carry the shells out of the ground. When the group arrived at the shooting range, under Chen Qi's order, the artillery replaced the solid bullets with open bullets. The sequence of loading was completed. With a roar, the artillery shells rushed straight toward the stone burial 500 meters away. The powerfully rushed flower bomb hit the stone, and the firing needle in the fuse slammed into the thunderbolt, which instantly detonated the shell. With a boom, the flames surrounded the stone burr and exploded the stone everywhere. Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction. Previously, only mortar guns could fire explosive rounds, but now all smoothbore cannons can fire explosive rounds. Especially for the Navy, their fighting style will undergo a fundamental change. In the past, battleships fired only solid rounds to knock out the opponent's ships, but they were all holes. This rarely caused the sinking of the battleship, but now it's different. If the naval gun is loaded with this kind of bomb, it's no doubt for the enemy. It is a kind of nightmare. The flower bomb will directly sink the opponent's battleship. After the first batch of shells were sent to Pingzhou City, you immediately sent this kind of bombshell to the Navy. Xiaoming frowned slightly. He still remembers the last time the battleship of the Great Yu Kingdom and the British battleship met at sea. If the British battleship fired at them again at sea, he promised that the Qingzhou battleship would wipe out the opponent. After the first test shot was successful, Chen Qi went on to test another 6 rounds. All 6 shells exploded, indicating that the reliability of this shell was good. "Where are the mines I asked you to make?" Xiaoming asked at this time. Chen Qi picked up a hollow bullet from the box that was different from the open bullet. The hole of this hollow bullet was obviously larger. The fuse was also larger than the open bullet, and the surface of the projectile was high. The Emperor, this is, in order to make it easier for the barbarians and horses to step on to detonate landmines, the subordinates made the fuse of landmines much more sensitive, and the weight of soldiers and horses is enough to detonate. Chen Qi said seriously. Lu Tong is responsible for providing thunderbolt, but the manufacture of shells is entirely dependent on him. But with the maturity of iron mold technology and the use of steam engines, their production is much easier than before. Xiaoming smiled with satisfaction. History has proved that changes in weapons have led to a change in the situation of war. It was the West who used naval guns to conquer the world. Now it is the turn of the Great Chongqing that he leads to formulate international rules. Like the flower bomb, Xiaoming also asked Chen Qi to demonstrate for himself. At this time, Chen Qi asked a craftsman to bury the mine under the soil. Then a craftsman stood far away, holding an iron block, and buried the mine. Throw away the soil layer. As the iron fell on the mine, the ground exploded suddenly, and the soil and flames splashed. Very good. Now how many shells and mines you can produce in a month? Xiaoming asked. 3,000 each is fine. Chen Qi said. Now the military workshop can do everything with guns and bullets. There is not enough manpower. He frowned and looked at the yard of the military workshop. The military workshop that was established at the time was also a barbaric growth. In his opinion, with the modernization of weapons, this military industry should also become regular. So he said, I will assign another group of people to you. You and Song Chengping are responsible for separating the gun, artillery, and ammunition workshops and performing their duties. In this way, the efficiency of the 3 workshops can be improved. Chen Qi grinned suddenly. He was envious of this vigorous slave wave, but because he was busy developing the fuse, he ignored it. Now that Xiaoming said so, he naturally followed his wishes. The rapid progress of the new artillery shells, Xiaoming is also in a good mood, because it means that he can defeat his enemies more easily and gain more market for the country. After inspecting the shells, Xiaoming inspected the gun workshop and the artillery workshop. Now the production of these 2 workshops is very stable. The gun workshop has been producing and transforming conquered guns, while the gun workshop is focused on the production of field guns and naval guns. In addition, they have also been designing and developing next-generation guns and artillery. But it will take some time to wait for the product to come out. By the way, Now your military workshop can send craftsmen to Pingzhou to train the soldiers and teach them how to use these two weapons. Once your first batch of shells arrives, the Battle of Jinzhou can start. Xiaoming said. Yes, the Emperor. The next official will make arrangements. Satisfied with the current production schedule, Xiaoming and Qian Fu left the military workshop and returned to Qingzhou City. As soon as the two entered the city, they found a chaos in the streets of Qingzhou. At this time, the streets were full of businessmen, scholars, and people. In the chaos, he heard screams, cheers and fights from time to time. What's the matter? Go and ask. Xiaoming said to Qian Fu. It's the Emperor. Qian Fu responded and walked to a guard who was maintaining order and asked sharply, what do your guards do? How can this city be so chaotic? When the guard saw Qian Fu, he showed a nervous look. He said, Manager Qian, this is really not the fault of the guard station. The chaos in the city was caused by merchants and scholars, and it is said that it was caused by arguing between scholars and merchants. Confucian scholars and merchants? Qian Fu was taken aback, vaguely guessing something. The guard continued, yes, it was originally a fight between two people, but now it has become a chaos throughout Qingzhou City. Merchants and scholars have gathered a large number of people to fight in the city. Qian Fu knew it well, and he told Xiaoming the whole story before returning to the carriage. Hearing this, Xiaoming showed a contemplative look. Among the businessmen, there are some people with unique vision. For the rising capital, the celestial theory will undoubtedly completely break the shackles that have bound them for thousands of years. Because of this, they support astronomy in this way. Chapter 813 Skew Frame. Now you take my hand encyclical to go to the Imperial Guard camp and immobilize some people to quell this chaos. Seeing that the strength of the guards was no longer able to maintain order in the city, Xiaoming gave the order, as for what caused the chaos in the city to investigate. Qian Fu responded, and took Xiaoming's soldier talisman to the guard camp, where Xiaoming returned to the palace under the protection of the guards. Outside the palace gate, Fiji and Pang Yukan were waiting for Xiaoming. Seeing Xiaoming's return, the two immediately came over. Without waiting for the two to speak, Xiaoming said, if you have anything to say, come to the Imperial Study Room. After all, he got out of the carriage and led the two to the royal study room. Sitting down on the chair, Xiaoming looked at the two of them, and he said directly, I know your intentions. It is for the chaos in this city. Fiji said, it is precisely an astronomy in Qingzhou daily that caused the chaos. For this reason, Chen specially read this article, which is really shocking. The old pavilion is serious. It is not enough to shock the world. It is just telling some facts. Pang Yukun didn't care about it. After spending a long time in Qingzhou University, Pang Yukun's thinking is no different from those of students who study technology. Xiaoming didn't discuss the celestial theory with the two of them, so this matter caught the two of them by surprise. After pondering for a moment, he said, since you all know, what are your thoughts now? Fiji is the head of the state and the cabinet minister. What cares most is Xiaoming's imperial power. Other matters are easy to discuss, but if anyone threatens Xiaoming's status, he will be anxious. After pondering for a while, he said, the emperor, what the old minister is worried about is to speak truth to others, and he will make a fuss about this in the future. Don't forget, the emperor, the trouble of the king of Chu has not been resolved, and the third prince is still in Yazoo. The third prince? Haha, Elderf is worried that it is redundant. I let the third prince manage Yazoo, but it is actually exiled, and the secret guard has been monitoring his every move, and I know how to deal with it whenever necessary. Xiaoming said. Pang Yukun and Fiji glanced at each other, and Pang Yukun said, the emperor, Fiji is really worried about the king of Chu. If the throne is not from the destiny of heaven, wouldn't this be in response to Chen Sheng and Wu Guing's words? Is there a kind of care for the king? In this way, I am afraid that the ministers in power will covet the throne. Xiaoming squinted at Fiji and Pang Yukun, and he heard what they meant. There was something in their words. Are you worried about the army? Xiaoming frowned. Fiji bowed and said, the emperor, it is true. Although there is a long history restriction in this army, What should be done if the long history and the generals fight together? Since ancient times, the most taboo thing is that the army is out, and the triumphant return will be very dangerous if the general leads the evil mind. Now that the celestial theory comes out, the emperor's destiny will become a thing of the past, and the most feared thing is that the general will lose his bondage. Fiji is polite. Pang Yukan did not oppose Fiji this time, and apparently he strongly agrees with this matter. In history, there are many things where the army was not ordered by the emperor outside, and this is the source of their worry. Hearing this, Xiaoming sighed slightly. What the two said was not without reason, but they shouldn't embark on the road of emphasizing civility over military affairs again because they are worried about the army's rebellion. He said, I understand the meaning of the two elders. It is because of this that I will leave the most elite guards to guard the capital of the capital. Moreover, under the premise of separation of military and political affairs, the army is responsible for fighting, and the court is responsible for logistics. The army of food and payment will do nothing. Moreover, the right to mobilize the army is now in my hands. There will be no problem for the time being. After this time, the army will also change the commander of the Tiger and Cardinal Army. The army becomes its own private soldier. Fiji and Pang Yukan only used this incident to remind Xiaoming once again, and they were relieved to see that Xiaoming had a good plan. Especially the last item that Xiaoming said made them feel at ease. Now the Hubun army is divided into the First Army, the Second Army, the Third Army, and the Shenji Army. Xiaoming means the commander of these four armies. He would change positions on a regular basis. Luft did not remain in the First Army indefinitely, but went to the Second Army after serving 2 or 3 years according to the system. In this way, the generals would not be able to leave deep-rooted forces in the army. The emperor is wise, Fiji and Pang Yukan said at the same time, relieved. Xiaoming smiled. He is using modern methods of managing the army to manage his army. Of course, Fiji and Pang Yukan are also good intentions. Even in modern times, the military government has overthrown the ruling party, let alone this era of backward information. Leaving this topic aside, Xiaoming said sternly, the most important thing at the moment is the astronomy. Jiren, Yuzong, and Nikuang have already met with me. The three of them are very knowledgeable about current affairs and promised me to calm the matter, and new Confucianism will also be promoted, so the two of you don't have to worry. You only need to appease the officials in the court. I don't want to see officials messing around with Confucian students. After a pause, Xiaoming increased his tone. As long as any official, who dares to criticize the theory of celestial bodies, he will be dismissed from office. This time, I must correct the evil spirits of the Great Yu country. Fiji and Pang Yukan both trembled in their hearts. This time Xiaoming was going to move the real thing. If the current situation of the Great Yu country does not move forward drastically, I am afraid that he will lag behind others. The two agreed, resigned Xiaoming and walked out. After sending them away, Qian Defu came back from outside and reported the situation in the city. The emperor, this incident was indeed caused by the fight between the scholars and the children of the merchants. Now the merchants like this celestial theory very much, and they have spontaneously publicized it, which is quite powerful. Xiaoming nodded. The reforms of the merchants over the years have yielded initial results. Now the merchant class has emerged after the scholar class. This new class is fighting for its own interests with the scholar class. For Xiaoming, this is a good phenomenon. Although he has always disliked capital, I have to say that this force is the main force in pursuit of innovation. The emperor, now the guard has arrested hundreds of people and put them in jail, and they are now waiting for the emperor to dispose of them. Qian Defu said. Who moved the hand first? Xiaoming asked. Is a scholar. This is easy. The merchants who participated in the fight are released. Let the Confucian scholars think about it in prison and try to figure out that the current Great Yu country is no longer the way it used to be. Xiaoming said lightly. In fact, he made a decision on the way back. This time, no matter who moved his hand, he would release the businessmen and punish these pedantic scholars. Because he wants to release an attitude to the people of King Zhu, that is, He firmly stands on the side of celestialism. Chapter 814 Ammunition in place. Jiren looked at the Confucian school being repaired with satisfaction. Now that he is a bachelor of Hongwendian, he may enter the cabinet in the future, which is already a sign of an extremely human minister. It can be said that his purpose of coming to Kingzhou this time has been achieved. However, he was also very clear that these were given by Xiaoming, and Xiaoming could also take them away. In order to keep all this, he must fulfill his promise to the emperor. Yuzong and Nikuang looked at the hanging plaque. The 4 gilded characters Confucian school on it were particularly eye-catching. At the side of the two, Yan Zhengyai and Huang Yangqing frowned, wondering what they meant. Today they are declaring the theory of celestial bodies in the East City, and the 3 invited them to this Confucian school in the name of a scholar of Hongwendian University of Ch. This is a Confucian school. I don't know what it means to invite me here for the second time. What I too talks about is astronomy, not Confucian classics. Huang Yangqing said first. With a thick smile on his face, Jiren said, "Don't worry, 2 of you, who said that the Confucian school can't teach astronomy. What this bachelor's reopening the school does is to adapt to the current situation and be in harmony with the light." Yan Zhengyai and Huang Yangqing looked at each other, becoming more confused. Yuzong is impatient. He said directly, "The 2 of you don't need to worry. The 3 of me are acting on orders and will not harm you. Only the 2 of us need to resolve the confusion for us, so that we can also be in the school. Let the Confucian scholars get rid of the old and welcome the new." Huang Yangqing's expression eased when he heard the words, and he gradually understood, so he said, "That's okay, but now the Confucian scholars and merchants in the city are in chaos. Aren't the 3 great Confucians ready to take care of it?" Jiren looked confident. He said, "Don't care, you can't care. These people know that they have a bachelor's degree. The more they care about it, the more they push their noses and cheeks. If they suffer a bit, they will change themselves." Xin, follow the 3 of us to study Neo-Confucianism. So that's the case. Huang Yangqing looked at Jiren, and said that this man is as thick-faced as the legendary black-faced person. In this case, we will ignore this matter, and now we will discuss this astronomy theory with 3 academicians in detail. Jiren and the 3 people are also very clever to achieve great Confucianism. Once they accept this theory of astronomy, they will master it quickly. After Yan Zhengyai and Huang Yangqing have finished speaking, they basically understand it. The 3 of them looked at the sun above their heads, and said with emotion, "I really listened to what you said, better than reading for 10 years. It turns out that the top of this head is just a big fireball. This day, the moon is actually blocked by the moon." After a pause, he asked, "In order to enlighten the Confucian scholars, we need 2 telescopes. We hope that they can cooperate, and we also hope that they can give more examples to prove this." University fellow is at ease. As long as 2 of them can promote this matter for Confucian students, I will know everything. Huang Yangqing was a little excited. In fact, ordinary people and merchants are more likely to believe them, but Confucian scholars are unwilling to believe them. Now that Jiren comes forward, they are naturally happy to save trouble. Jiren nodded. Although he agreed to Xiaoming this time, the promotion of New Confucianism is still onerous in his opinion. This New Confucianism basically destroyed the foundation of the previous Confucianism. So in addition to letting Yan Zhengyai and Huang Yangqing assist him, he also planned to go to Kfu himself. As long as the Kong family speaks, the Neo-Confucianism is basically done. Because the final doubts of Confucianism are all answered by the Confucian family, the Confucian family does not deny that everything he says is right. Thinking of this, he decided to go to Kfu, but he was not in a hurry. He was waiting for the day when Jinzhou City was broken, so he believed that his trip would be easier, and it was worth the delay for a while. At the same time, the military workshop sent a group of craftsmen to Pingzhou City. These craftsmen will be responsible for teaching the new type of shells. After 7 days on the road, they arrived in Pingzhou City and brought the first batch of shells and landmines to the army. A new type of flowering bomb. Liu Oxin's eyes fell almost all after hearing the news. He came from an artillery and was very concerned about the shells of artillery. He was the first to run over as soon as the people from the military workshop came, and he was the first to cross his shoulders with the craftsman of the military workshop. The craftsman in charge of the teaching said, "This kind of flower shell is different from the shells fired by the mortar gun. They can be directly used for field guns." Liu Oxin listened anxiously as if holding back urine, his heart beating wildly, and hurriedly took the craftsman to demonstrate outside the city. At this time, Lu Ming and others also rushed to the news and watched the excitement one by one. Although the craftsmen of the military workshop have no officials and no duties, they are always respected in the military. Even the generals are polite, for fear that those who offend the military workshop may have problems with weapons. In the face of a group of well-known generals in great Chongqing, the artisan was still calm and comfortable, and he asked the artillery to demonstrate the power of the new type of bomb. When the flower bomb exploded in the distance, Liu Oxin and the others opened their mouths in surprise, and when they saw the power of the mines, they were even more happy from ear to ear. "Don't talk about Jinzu, I can beat Shengde too." Lu laughed. Liu Oxin sighed. "This military workshop is really powerful. Such shells can be manufactured, but the price of such shells is high." "That's natural. The price of this fuse is worth the previous artillery shells, and because of its complex structure, the production speed is not fast." "You can save some use," Lu Ming said happily. "Don't be afraid. When you break Jinzu City, you don't need as many slaves as you want, and don't worry about no staff." "We don't worry about the barbarian slaves. If they learn this, you will suffer." The craftsman shook his head. The three of them looked at each other immediately. The new type of ammunition was verified. The three men pulled out the artillery the next day and began training to use blooming ammunition. At the same time, an enhanced company consisting of more than 300 people was selected. What these soldiers accepted was the laying of landmines, and they were responsible for burying landmines secretly at night to attack the barbarian cavalry by surprise. A month later, the first batch of ammunition from the military workshop was in place. After more than a month of production, the military workshop produced 4,000 flowering bombs and 3,500 landmines. In the Battle of Jinzu, they will mix solid bullets and grape bullets with tilted fire. On May 18, the Battle of Jinzu, which was delayed for a month, started. When he was at night, Lu ordered the soldiers to set up minefields near Jinzu City, and at the same time allocated a bomb to the artillery to deal with the cavalry. After the integration of the three armies, the army went to Jinzu, and the 2 months of calm outside the customs once again enveloped the cloud of war. Knowing that the army of Dayu was sent to Jinzu, Wushugyu and Bshanju in Jinzu were sinking. The failure of Pingzu City made them afraid to look down upon this once weak enemy. Chapter 815 Best's death. The sky was gloomy, and the mood of the barbarians in Jinzu City. In just 7 years, the fierce offensive of the Golden Horde against Great Chu has become the current defensive. Now Wushugyu deeply regrets that he had not launched a full-scale war against the Great Chu Kingdom after the return of the Western expedition. Otherwise, why should the Golden Horde suffer such suffering? Daitaji. The cavalry has assembled outside the city, ready to attack the army of the Great Chu country. A barbarian Mrs. once said to Wushugyu. Bshan and Best also stood at the head of the city, and they looked at the Great Chu Kingdom's army camping outside the city with serious expressions. Especially Best. Now he does not have the indifferentness of the Battle of Pingzu, but a look of dejection. In fact, he has no effect on this battle. The advanced level of firearms in Dayu country exceeded his imagination. Now, in his opinion, it is very foolish to involve Britain in this war in Asia. Beshantaji, the Golden Horde's advantage is the cavalry. According to the defense of the city, you will only lose more and more. The only suggestion I can give you is to take your cavalry back to the grassland, otherwise it will be a battle. Tragedy. Shut up, Best. This is a war between us and the Great Chu Kingdom. Jinzu is our city and we will not leave it. Bshan frowned. If it wasn't for the British who knew better about muskets, I really want to throw him to feed the wolf. Best smiled bitterly and stopped talking. He looked at the army from the opposite side, and his heart became dark. He thought he had to go back and tell the Congress what is happening here in Dau country, which is far from being as weak as the Congress imagined. It is no longer appropriate to pursue a restraint policy now. Outside the city, observe the hot air balloon being lifted up in the camp for the first time. When Luffy boarded the hot air balloon, they had already understood the situation in Jinzu City. Unlike Pingzu City, Jinzu City is the largest city outside the Guan. The city wall is high and thick, and the scope of the city pool is similar to the original Kingzu City. Fortunately, the Emperor sent the cannonballs, otherwise this battle would be really difficult to fight. Luffy sighed. Indeed, not to mention the walls of Jinzu City, even the number of soldiers in the city is amazing. But the number of barbarian cavalry doesn't seem to increase much this time. Liu Oxen said, looking at the barbarian cavalry assembled outside the city. Ming knows the Golden Horde well, he said. The remaining barbarian cavalry are protecting Chengdu, and the barbarians have been defeated repeatedly. I am afraid that Tankai and Dolgo will also suffer from the dissatisfaction of other grassland tribes. At this time, he even less dare to send cavalry from your tribe easily. After Qi Guanyi learned the news of Jinzu, the cavalry under his command had merged with Luffy and his party. Now the combined forces of Dau State are more than the soldiers who attacked Pingzu City last time, but the cavalry has reached more than 60,000. Musketeers also increased by 20,000 due to the arrival of 2 divisions in the Liu Ohong army. In this case, you don't have to worry about the barbarian cavalry at all in this battle. It is enough to hand them over to me, Qi Guanyi said with a grin. He came from a cavalry, and his use of cavalry was much more proficient than the other 3. Although the cavalry of the Great Yu Kingdom alone was not an opponent of the barbarians, he was not worried at all against him collectively. Because at that time, it is not the individual bravery that can determine the outcome. Luffy said with a smile, okay. This time the barbarian cavalry can be handed over to you. This time we must take Jinzu. After saying this, he glanced at the gradually dimming sky. It was going to be dark today, and it was obviously not suitable for war. To siege the city tomorrow morning, Luffy said repeatedly. The next day, when the sky in the east was a little white, there was smoke from the barracks. Soldiers who had eaten their food successively gathered outside the camp to attack the city. Qi Guanyi led the cavalry to file out from the camp. This time he will certainly not let the Great Yu cavalry suffer the same as last time. Let the sharpshooter prepare, find your position, shoot a barbarian commander with a reward of 100 tals, and shoot a tenant commander with a reward of 100 tals. If anyone can kill Bishan and Washubone, I will dare to go. Ask the Emperor for a title for him. Luffy said loudly as he walked. The marksmen are wiping the scopes in their hands, and Luffy's words made their eyes shine. These rewards are a huge excitement for them. When he arrived at the artillery position, Luffy shouted at the artillery, prepare all the bombs for me, and then hit me hard. Yes, Commander. All the soldiers responded. The musketeer array in the open space in front of the camp was basically completed. At this time, Luffy looked at Jinzu City and drew out his sword, and shouted, offensive. As soon as his words fell, the soldiers wearing plate armor first rushed into the trench in front of Jinzu City. Like last time, the barbarians also adopted this method, but Luffy was not prepared to fight a protracted battle with the barbarians. They would no longer give the barbarians a chance to breathe. Instead, they wanted to take Jinzu City in one fell swoop. While the soldiers charged, the field artillery began to pour out artillery fire at the city gate, and an inflorescence bomb hit the city gate and exploded the city gate instantly instead of just punching a hole out as before. At the same time, the marksmen quickly found a suitable shooting position. They took up the conquest rifle with a scope and hid in a hidden corner. Through the scope they looked for the barbarian generals commanding the wall. This time they will shoot all important barbarian generals. Best and Bshan were still standing at the head of the city when the army of the Great Yu Kingdom launched a charge, without knowing that they had been targeted by hundreds of conscripts. Facing the first group of more than 20,000 people rushing over, Shan ordered the slave soldiers to guard the trenches. His order had just been issued. Suddenly felt a blast of cold wind passing through his ears, and when he turned his head, he saw several places on Best's body bleeding. Best looked at the great chunking army on the opposite side in disbelief. Now the musketeers were clearly still 300 to 400 meters away. How did they shoot? It's just that he fell down just thinking about it, and his consciousness fell into darkness. There was a sudden chill in Shan's heart. He couldn't care about anything anymore, turned around and ran down the city. He just left the position just now when he heard the sound of bullets hitting the battlements. But at this time, a bullet hit his arm impartially, and there was a sting, and Shan fell directly to the ground. He did not dare to get up, and ran down the city. A barbarian general had not recovered yet. Suddenly his chest stabbed. He looked down at the city in fear, and he slowly fell. Good fight. This marksman is really an amazing soldier. Luffy held the binoculars, clapped his legs and laughed. Because of the shooting accuracy of the captive muskets, the sharpshooters are divided into groups, each group of 10 soldiers. They are responsible for a target together, and the number is used to ensure the shooting efficiency. Chapter 816 Bloody Jinzu. Shan had never been so horrified. He clutched the wound on his arm and staggered down the tower. However, after only a while, the bodies of 2 generals were lifted off the wall. What is going on? Shan murmured to himself. He did not see any soldiers of the Great Yu country shooting, but the facts were before his eyes, and the generals on the head of the city continued to die. Since birth, he has never experienced such a weird thing. The feeling that he will be killed at any time makes his body tremble slightly. He looked at the city wall, and suddenly found that he had no courage to climb it again. A kind of decadence suddenly lingered in his heart. Is the Golden Horde going to die? An idea flashed through Shan's heart, and he became more pessimistic and desperate. When he was in a panic, there was a burst of explosions outside the city. In the explosion, he heard the wailing of the war horse and the screams of the soldiers before they died. The sound of this explosion did not come from the mortar of the country of Dau, as if it came from the ground. After struggling for a while, he resisted the wound on his arm, and hid behind the wall and climbed up the tower. When he reached the tower, he still dared not get up, but walked along the wall that could cover his body. He suddenly raised his head at one of the battlements. At this moment, he only saw the barbarian cavalrymen charging outside the city. But there was a burst of fire where the cavalry passed, and each explosion caused the cavalry within 10 meters to fall. Seeing this, Shan hurriedly hid behind the battlements. His heartbeat gradually accelerated, and this war was beyond his understanding. Looking outside the city again, he decisively went down the tower. Gilduo, prepare the horses, we are leaving here, Shan said with an iron face. Gilduo looked at Shan's bleeding arm and said, Gee, this. Leave now. Jinzu City can't be guarded, all the cities can't be guarded, we are going back to the grassland. The glory of the Golden Horde is gone forever, and now the only thing we have left is the grassland and the land of the western regions. Gilduo opened his mouth, but Shan's serious expression made him decide to obey. Outside the city, the barbarian cavalry who rushed to Dau State fell into chaos, and in order to boost morale, they rushed to Dau State's musketeers first. But in front of them, their Washubonchi and his horse were blown into flesh and blood, and the cavalry who could not stop the horses stepped on the Washubone body, and then they faced more explosion. This kind of explosion from the ground caused the cavalry to fall into hysterical panic, and they believed in shamanism. At this time, in their eyes, this kind of explosion was nothing less than a spell, and more cavalry believed that it was Chang Henshin abandoned them. Morale fell to the bottom in an instant. The barbarian cavalry became chaotic, and the cavalry behind was squeezing the cavalry in front. The cavalry in front wanted to retreat. Under this disorderly order, the cavalry gathered more and more. Liu Xin decisively seized the opportunity. He asked the artillery to turn around and aim the muzzle at the barbarian cavalry who was stunned by the mine. Fire! Liu Xin ordered loudly. Under his order, the soldiers changed into flash bombs, and with the roar of artillery, hundreds of flash bombs flew towards the barbarian cavalry. Flowers of flame bloomed from the barbarian cavalry gathered together, and the barbarian cavalry flew flesh and blood in the explosion. At a moment, the barbarian cavalry finally couldn't hold on anymore, and they began to flee in fear. Chi Guanyi watched this scene, with a cold sweat on his forehead. He said to Luf, "Are you sure that the landmine is only buried in this direction? You can't go wrong. You can bypass this mine belt and pursue it." Luf swallowed. This time he was also shocked. After the barbarian cavalry rushed into the minefield, the ground was like fireworks, and the huge cavalry was blown to pieces. And it seemed that the mine had blown up the washu bones of the barbarians, which made him really surprised. "If my soldier is injured by a landmine, I will definitely not spare you." Chi Guanyi warned Luf that this thing is simply a nightmare for the cavalry. After all, he led the chase around the minefield to the place where the barbarian cavalry fled, and this time they wanted to kill the barbarian soldiers as much as possible. Luf shook his spirits. He looked at the head of Jinzu City. Now the barbarian cavalry is basically abolished, and all that is left is a solitary Jinzu City. This kind of siege is really to his appetite. "Blast the city wall," Luf roared. As soon as his words fell, artillery shells flew towards the head of Jinzu City, which turned into a sea of flames. The barbarian artillery at the head of Jinzu City was shattered in endless artillery fire before they had time to dodge. The bombardment of the frontal city wall lasted for 10 minutes. 2,000 shells fell on the Jinzu City wall. When the sound of the artillery gradually ceased, the battered Jinzu City wall finally collapsed more than 50 meters with a bang. The barbarian soldiers on the wall were killed or injured in the explosion of the cannonball. The remaining barbarian soldiers were so scared that they never dared to step on the wall again. In this case, the charge horn unique to the army of Dayu State rang again, and the soldiers rushed into the city of Jinzu with the scream of killing. Anyone who takes a weapon in the city is the enemy of the Great Yu country, and will be killed without mercy. After entering the city, a series of orders were communicated to each army, regiment, battalion, and company. Although they easily captured the gate under the bombardment of artillery, there are still a large number of barbarians and soldiers in the city. Luf, Ming, and Liu Oxin were all northern generals in the past, and have always hated the barbarians, so they are also very cruel to the barbarians. After the order was given, the soldiers of Dayu State no longer had any scruples. More than 100,000 barbarians who resisted were killed in a rampage in Jinzu City. For a while, blood was flowing in Jinzu City, and this time the barbarians finally realized the cruelty they imposed on the people of Dau. The fighting lasted from the morning to the night, of almost equivalent to the massacre of the barbarians. Facing the soldiers of the country of Great Yu who were more fierce than them, many barbarians raised their hands and knelt on the ground. From then on, they will bow to the country of Great Yu. The three of Luf chose to enter the city at dusk, and everywhere they passed were the corpses of barbarian soldiers. As the largest city outside the pass, Jinzu played a vital role in the land of the barbarian. It can be said that as long as Jinzu is in, the army of Dayu will not be able to move north and west. But now they have finally lost this city. Rosa is in the northwest of Jinzu City, the founding state is in the north, and Yingzhou is in the northeast. Now there are only 3 cities left on the land of the barbarians. According to the emperor's order, after we have taken Jinzhou, we will conquer Yingzhou. After the barbarians were in contact with Goryeo and the Japanese country, after the army went north to take Jianzhou, the barbarians lost all the land outside the customs. As for this Rozu, it was the gateway to attack the grassland, took it and stationed here, and the barbarian was always in our cavalry. Threatened. With the order from the emperor in his mouth, Luf's heart was full of enthusiasm. After 7 years of forbearance, they finally leveled Ginzu. Chapter 817. The death of Bashan. On the vast grassland, Bashan galloped with his horse. Behind him is the elite cavalry of the Great Yu Kingdom, and soon after he escaped from Jinzu City, the cavalry led by Wu Shugyu collapsed, and he also learned the news of Wu Shugyu's death. Although Jinzu City is destined to be unable to defend, it does not matter to Bashan. Now the real problem is sweating. Wu Shugyu is dead, Bodo is dead, and Dayu State removed the 2 most threatening stations for him. Kyrgyzstan for him, as long as he can return to the grassland. This future sweat position must be his. It's just that his extravagant hope was shattered when the Great Yu country cavalry chased over. The chaotic Golden Horde cavalry was unable to fight back in front of the energetic and morale cavalry of the Great Yu country. At this moment, personal courage cannot play any role at all. He could only watch the cavalry of Dayu state get closer and closer. One by one the barbarian cavalry were cut down. The endurance of horses is limited. After running for tens of miles, the horses that many Golden Horde sat on can no longer run. Because of the impact of the explosion, many cavalry lost other horses in front of Jinzu city and broke apart. Many cavalry are just solo. The cavalry of the Great Yu state waited at ease. They had 4 horses, and when one horse was tired, they immediately changed to the second horse, and they soon caught up. A large number of Dayu cavalry chased up. The barbarian cavalry was like a prey being chased. From time to time, there would be screams. Bshan's heart became cold a little bit. Unlike any previous battle, this time Dayu the National Cavalry has the momentum to not stop them all. No matter how far they escaped, the cavalry of Dayu will follow. With the whip flying, Bshan ran away desperately. But the horse he was sitting on gradually couldn't move. Looking at the soldier of the country of Dayu who was behind him, there was a trace of despair in his eyes. At this time, Qi Guanyi was less than 200 meters behind Bshan. He had chased the broken barbarian cavalry since yesterday morning. Today is the second day. In the chase day and night, the scattered barbarian cavalry appeared vulnerable for the first time, and the barbarian cavalry killed on the road abounded. For him, this was the best time to destroy the barbarian cavalry. He naturally refused. Let it go, especially when he saw Bshan, the barbarian Ji who committed heinous crimes against the country. So he decided to pursue him and killed the barbarian Ji before he arrived in Rozu city. Seeing Bshan's horses slowly pull down, Qi Guanyi was overjoyed. He immediately changed to the last batch of unloaded horses and urged the horses to rush towards Bshan. The other Great Yu cavalrymen followed when they saw this. The two kept chasing me on the flat grassland, but after a while, Bshan's horse finally couldn't hold it, and suddenly fell to the ground. Bshan fell from the horse and rolled on the ground for a few times before stabilizing his body. At this moment, he raised his head and saw that the cavalry of Dayu Kingdom had arrived in front of him, and the head of the generals severely cut off the saber in his hand. The survival instinct made Bshan immediately make a tumbling action, and Qi Guanyi's saber was able to pass over Bshan's head. But he hadn't reacted yet, and more horses passed by him, sabers shining with silver light. In a blink of an eye, Gilduo, who was running wildly, saw Bshan being besieged by the Great Yu State cavalry, and suddenly he became anxious. He led the hundreds of cavalry guarding Bshan to turn around and rush towards him. Qi Guanyi noticed the cavalry, and he immediately commanded hundreds of cavalry to fight, while he himself turned his horse's head to come towards Bshan again. Bshan drew the scimitar in his hand and saw Qi Guanyi rushing over again. He dodged, and the scimitar slashed at Qi Guanyi's horse. The horse was injured and fell to the ground. Qi Guanyi was severely thrown to the ground by the inertia of the horse. As Bshan has received extremely rigorous training since he was a child, and is also an excellent fighter. Before Qi Guanyi got up, he rushed towards Qi Guanyi with a machete. He knew that this general was of extremely high status, and killing him was enough to cause chaos in the cavalry of the Great Yu State. Go die! In a blink of an eye, Bshan arrived in front of Qi Guanyi, and he raised the scimitar high and slashed at Qi Guanyi. At this moment, Qi Guanyi turned over, only to see a scimitar about to land. Bshan looked at Qi Guanyi's panicked eyes with satisfaction, and severely cut off the scimitar. But at this moment, Qi Guanyi suddenly took out a short-barreled musket from his waist and aimed at him. With a bang, fire and smoke rose. Bshan's body seemed to be solidified, and a gunhole appeared on his forehead, and blood was flowing out of the gunhole. Can you pass the bullet as quickly as possible? Qi Guanyi turned upside down, and Bshan's body slowly fell. After reloading the short-barreled musket on his waist, Qi Guanyi blew a whistle. At this time, The cavalry of the Great Yu State stopped pursuing and they moved closer to him. In front is Rozu City. Bshan is dead, and there is no need to continue chasing because there are still some barbarian cavalry in Rozu City. Asking the soldiers to take Bshan's body, Chi Guanyi took the reins from a soldier and mounted another horse. Now they will return Jinzu City after a day and night of encirclement and suppression. The remaining barbarian troops in the city were all annihilated, and the fierce resistance gradually subsided by the iron and blood methods of the Great Yu Kingdom. The soldiers are now cleaning the corpses of the barbarians to avoid the plague after the war. In addition, the soldiers are still searching for gold and silver jewelry throughout the city. In recent years, the barbarians have looted a lot of things from the country of Dau. As the largest city on the land of the barbarians, many barbarians and nobles will come here to enjoy. Therefore, Jinzu City has always been very prosperous, and there will naturally be a lot of wealth in a prosperous city. This is the experience of the generals. Commander Lu, we found a barbarian warehouse in the center of the city. The three of Lu are discussing to follow the example of Pingzu to grant domicile registration to slaves of the Great Yu Kingdom. At this time, a commander came into Lu. Report. Treasury. Great. Lu laughed loudly. Since the beginning of the year, the army has been fighting abroad, and Lu is very aware of the heavy burden this will bring to the court, because the military aircraft department's order is to search for every wealth in the barbarian land. After all, the captured barbarians are all slaves, and these wealth are not taken for nothing. Liu Xin and Liming were also shocked. As they went further and further, this supply became more and more difficult. If they can be self-sufficient on the spot, this is undoubtedly good news. The three followed the soldiers quickly to the central treasury. This is a celestial treasury built on the ground. From the ground down the stairs, the light from the torches reveals the gold and silver objects that have piled up on the ground. At the same time, there are a lot of grain, fur, and dried meat. There are even barbarians from liquor, sugar, refined salt, etc. smuggled from the country. Chapter 818. In fighting, the flickering flames in the treasury made the figures of the generals light and dark. After seeing the reserves accumulated in this mansion, Lu said, "Originally, General Nu asked us to wait for the grain and grass before attacking Yingzhou. Now it seems unnecessary. With the grain and grass left by the barbarians, we can rest for a few days." They sent troops to Yingzhou and completely cut off the communication between the barbarians and Goryeo. Ilming said, "That's right. I will now send someone to Shanhai Aiguan to deliver the letter." "No need." As soon as his voice fell, a slightly hoarse voice rang out, and then Nu Benzai came to Jinzu City surrounded by guards. "General." The generals saw Nu Ben bowed and saluted. Xiaoming was in charge of the northern expedition, and Nu Ben was the leader of the legion, and his position was still higher. Nu Ben's eyes swept over the generals and said, "You did a good job this time. It took just a day to knock down Jinzu City. This is really beyond my expectation." "General, these are all the contributions of new artillery shells, landmines and the marksmen. Without these, we estimate that we would have to pay tens of thousands of deaths and injuries to capture Jinzu City," Lu said sternly. Nu Ben nodded. He saw the power of these shells when he was in Shanhai Aiguan. Because of this, he went to Jinzu City in advance, but obviously he wanted to attack the city faster. "Ha ha ha, you don't have to humble yourself. The Emperor said that it is soldiers who decide to use weapons. This shows that you have trained your own soldiers well." After all, Nu Ben glanced at the pile of grain and grass. At this glance, the warehouse was full of grain and grass materials. He went on to say, "Since I don't worry about grain and grass now, I will give you new orders." "Yes, General," the generals said excitedly, and this momentum of advancing enthusiastically made each of them enthusiastically involved in the war. The generals checked the supplies in the warehouse. Nu Ben and the others returned to the camp, and then he said, "The Battle of Jinzu City has just ceased. I will give you 3 days to rest." After that, Ilming commanded 30,000 steps towards the camp. Starting from the state, and Yi Qinyan will take down Yingzhou. After a pause, Nu Ben continued, "Liu Xin, you led 40,000 musketeers and 30,000 cavalry to march towards Rozu City. Lu, The northernmost Jianzhou city will be handed over to you. Yes, General. I always like to chew hard bones the most. Lu laughed. Among the three cities, Jianzhou is undoubtedly the most difficult to attack. Unlike Rozhou and Yingzhou, Jianzhou is located in the extreme place. This place is very cold even in spring. According to the map provided by Xiaoming, 1,600 miles north of Jianzhou is the marked Siberian snowfield. Attacking this city requires not only long-distance trekking, but also defense against the cold winter. This is also one of the reasons why the Ministry of Military Aircraft decided to expedite the northern expedition in spring. It is now June. If it continues to be dragged into winter, their soldiers will not be able to adapt to the severe cold weather. After all, most of their soldiers came from south of the Great Wall. The next strategy was set. The generals began to prepare for the war, and Nu Ben was now in charge of the household registration affairs of Jinzhou City. The emperor attached great importance to the land outside the Guan, as well as the Kanto people who restored their freedom. These soldiers living in the bitter cold land have adapted to the climate here and are very suitable for fighting on this land. Although they have conquered the cities of the barbarians in a short period of time, the grassland forces of the barbarians have not been able to completely encircle them. Now they need soldiers to protect the 6 cities outside the barrier. Obviously, Kanto people are best suited to play this role. And they have a more ambitious plan. This is to turn Siberia in the far north into the land of Great Yu. But before that, they still have a lot to do. The following day, the Diaoyu cavalry, who had chased the barbarian cavalry for one day, returned to Jinzhou City under the leadership of Qi Guangyai. Seeing Bshan's corpse, there was a huge cheer in Jinzhou City. The 3 best G clubs of the barbarian Tankian were killed, but this was enough to make the barbarian hurt. Chengdu, where the golden tents were once auspicious and prosperous, has become no longer peaceful. The news of the fall of Pingzhou caused the shock here, and the aftermath has not dissipated. The fall of Jinzhou City, like a thunderbolt in the sky, gave the flag leaders of the grassland tribe a heavy blow. I won't waste the lives of tribal warriors to fight against the Great Yu in the city. This is just too stupid. The golden tents were filled with flag heads from grassland tribes, which was different from the celebration atmosphere of enclosing the land of the Great Yu country in the past. Now the faces of each flag head are very solemn. Bishan, Bodo, Washugyu. They destroyed everything in the Golden Horde. Now the cavalry of our tribe has returned less than 30%. If we fight like this, only the women and children will be left in the tribe. Hit it down. I can't fight anymore. Dayu has occupied Jinzhou. How can I fight? The heads of the flags in the Golden Account were arguing. Dolgo sat in the seat of sweat, and punched his fist with a fierce punch. You only lost the soldiers. Now my 3 beloved sons are dead. Are you satisfied like this? The successive news of death almost made Dolgo crazy. It was his sons. Although he was very harsh on them on weekdays, it was a father's spur on his son. But now, everything is in the past. There was deep hatred in his eyes, and a voice screamed in his heart. Vengeance. It's just that this hatred gradually subsided in the cowardly language of the flag leaders. Revenge? Is he still capable of revenge now? Shut up, all Dolgo yelled. The head of the flag was stunned by Dolgo's voice and all fell silent. At this time Dolgo said, we can't just give up like this. Once we leave here, I'm afraid we won't be able to come back. As soon as his words fell, a sturdy tribal banner stood up, and he looked straight into Dolgo's eyes. Go on, Dolgo, don't you feel ashamed? You brought the Golden Horde into it. Perish, my tribe will no longer obey your orders, and you will no longer deserve to be called the Khan of Heaven. Jietu is right. We will not send soldiers to follow you to death. The soldiers are terrified. They would rather die on the grassland than in the cold city. Our grassland and the western regions also have large areas of territory. These territories combined are larger than the country of Dau, and this is where we should guard. A flag leader followed. Dolgo looked at Gotu. He is the head of the Goshawk tribe in the steppe and the only tribe that can stand alongside the Blood Wolf tribe. Since the Blood Wolf tribe suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Jizu, this Jietu has been unrelenting, unruly. After the Blood Wolf tribe suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Jizu, He became more and more arrogant, and faintly did not put his Khan in his eyes. Chapter 819 Horsepower Harvest to the Wind on the Prairie. Blue Dolgo's Golden Tent Hunting. The words of the Golden Tent Nagelta have been approved by most of the flag leaders, and successive failures have made them lose their confidence. They can no longer bear the loss of the tribal cavalry. After all, apart from the Great Yu Kingdom, they also face the threat of the Ottoman Empire in the western regions, and there are some small tribes coveting the grasslands in the north of the grassland. They are called the Tatars. The ancestors of these people are from Persia, has been living near the North Sea. After closing his eyes and pondering for a long time, Dolgo gradually calmed down. Although he disliked Goethe very much, he admitted that Goethe was right. They couldn't take down the city occupied by the Great Yu Kingdom, and while losing the city, they also lost most of their slaves and clansmen. He believed that the Daewoo Congress took advantage of this big victory to continue to conquer the remaining 3 cities before the winter, and he could not stop it with his current strength. What's more, for him, a person more threatening than the Emperor of the Kingdom of Daewoo appeared, and this was Jietu. If the city is gone, they can retake it again, but if the Golden Horde is torn apart, their glory will be a thing of the past. Obviously, Goethe is already challenging his authority. If he puts the tribe into the war with the Great Yu Kingdom, Goethe will probably rebel and seize his Khan status. After all, the sons who were eligible to inherit his throne were dead. So for him, the most important thing now is to win over the flag heads of these tribes, and to win over them, he must follow their will. After pondering for a long time, Dolgo said, "You are right, I will not send my people to die. But now the country is pressing hard. What shall we do?" "Moving west. Now we should move west," a flag leader said. "Next, Great Yu will attack Rozu. Chengdu is too close to Rozu. Now we have to move west. Grassland is our hometown." Dolgo sighed. In fact, the tribes who lived on the grasslands have never looked down upon the tribesmen who farmed in Lucheng. In their opinion, living on horseback is noble. Let all the tribesmen of Rozu, Jianzhou, and Yingzhou withdraw from the city and burn the city to its fullest, so that nothing can be left to the Great Yu country, Jietu said sternly. Dolgo nodded, losing the protection of the cavalry. These 3 cities could not withstand the attack of Great Yu. Continuing to resist will only allow Daewoo to get more tribesmen and slaves. He is very clear about what Daewoo has done to their tribesmen after occupying the city. Dolan, now you go to Jianzhou. Baru, you go to Yingzhou, and Rozu immediately. Tell the people to burn the city, kill the slaves who refuse to leave, and don't give anything. Great Yu country stays. Dolgo said bitterly. 3 soldiers of the Golden Horde arrived. The flag leaders nodded their heads with satisfaction. Although this was a result they were unwilling to see, it was clear that they had no ability to stop the attack on the 3 cities underneath by the army of Great Yu. On the grassland, they live by water and grass, and they can migrate at any time in the face of threats, but the city is different, and they cannot take the city away. Goethe wanted to use this incident to unite the flag leader against Dolgo, but now Dolgo's decision gave him no excuses. He snorted and looked at Dolgo with unwillingness in his eyes. In his mind, the desperate situation faced by the Golden Horde was caused by Dolgo, and he was no longer worthy of being a Khan of the Golden Horde. It's just that there are still a large number of flag leaders supporting Dolgo. There is no benefit for him to directly confront him, but he will not stop there. On the grassland, their Goshawk tribe is strong. King Zhu. After 3 days of drizzle, the weather gradually cleared, and the people who were worried that the grain would rot in the ground were finally relieved. King Zhufuyi also issued orders to the production teams in various states and counties, asking them to quickly grab them so as not to cause unnecessary losses. Although the imperial court has opened up private commerce among the people, the Great Yu state has never relaxed its supervision of all walks of life. Freedom needs to be restrained, otherwise endless freedom will only cause disaster and national unrest. Xiaoming sees this very clearly. So now the economy of Daewoo is not a completely free capital economy. Behind the free circulation, Xiaoming always keeps his hand outside of industry and commerce. Xiaoming of agriculture naturally did not allow its barbaric growth. The current situation in the country of Dau is not suitable for the people to do whatever they want. In fact, in the difficult period of the country pursued a planned economy. The New Deal of Roosevelt during World War II fully explained this point. During this period, the United States abandoned the liberal economic policies it had adopted before and began to intervene in some areas of the market economy in a planned way. At this time, the centralized economy exerted its powerful advantages. Because of this, Xiaoming believes that the most important issue in the Great U country is the combination of a centralized economy and a free market, and it will gradually let go after the Great U country can achieve initial prosperity like Europe. The Emperor, I have to say that this mechanical workshop was established too timely. This year, when we were plowing in spring, we first had this horsepower seed drill, which made the planting efficiency 20 times higher than before, and now it has horsepower for harvesting. By chance, the slaves saved can open up another 20 plantations. Zhang Xingcheng accompanied Xiaoming for a walk in the fields. June is about to come out. This is the season when the wheat is ripe. After the city of Qingzhou, the golden wheat waves are gratifying. Many people have already harvested in the fields. Every year during the harvest season, Xiaoming would go to the farmland and plantation around Qingzhou city. Every time he saw the grain, his heart would feel more calm. If according to contemporary standards most areas of the country are below the poverty line, these areas are very fragile. Once natural and man-made disasters occur, production may be reduced or even no crops will be harvested, then it will be a disaster. Looking at the 3-horsepower harvester in the field, Xiaoming said, "So I often say that technology is productivity. It used to require 20 people to do a job, but now only 2 people can do it." While talking, Xiaoming and Zhang Xingcheng went down to the field. This is the plantation of the imperial court, and the early horse-drawn disc cutter harvester is used in the field. Compared with the common people, they use sickle to cut down the wheat. This horse-drawn disc harvester can cut the wheat piece by piece, and people behind only need to bundle the wheat back to the threshing field. For this type of harvester, the time required to harvest an acre of wheat is usually the time required for the horses to move back and forth, which is about an hour. But if the people are allowed to harvest, only 50 people can achieve this effect. Chapter 820 City Planning. A soft warm breeze was blowing from the fields. The golden wheat swayed, and the fragrance of the soil and wheat tears made people feel refreshing. After staying in the city for a long time, Xiaoming occasionally walked around and found that there was scenery everywhere. What the emperor said is extremely, but it is a pity that the number of harvesters is too small and can only be used in the plantation at present. Zhang Xingcheng picked up a wheat ear and looked at it. Because of the use of chemical fertilizers, the wheat planted by the people this year was obviously fuller than before, and he couldn't help but smile. Xiaoming had the wheat grains in his hand. He pinched it in his mouth and took a bite. The grains were hard and smelled of wheat. Zhang Xingcheng saw it and was a little surprised. He said, "I didn't expect the emperor to identify wheat. I can meet more than you think." Xiaoming smiled. Before harvesting, wheat often depends on the amount of moisture in it. If there is more moisture, it means that it is not mature enough. Zhang Xingcheng also laughed. He had never regretted coming to Qingzhou from Chang'an 7 years ago, because he always believed that Xiaoming was a person worth following, and everything now proves that he is right. Looking at the harvester, Xiaoming said, "But the problem you just mentioned will no longer be a problem soon. I have arranged to set up an agricultural machinery workshop. In the future, horsepower harvesters and horsepower seed drills will be sold. Then your government, the production team, can be encouraged to raise funds to purchase these machinery, so that the money that is evenly distributed to the people will not be much." Zhang Xingcheng thought for a while and had to say that this is a good idea. In this way, the agricultural machinery workshop can make a profit, and the people can save a lot of effort and cultivate more fields. The emperor is wise, and the next official will set out to do this when he returns. Zhang Xingcheng replied in surprise. After watching the use of the harvester for a while, Xiaoming and Zhang Xingqing returned to Tanlong. He said to Zhang Xingqing, "The government must collect agricultural taxes as soon as possible after the grain is harvested. You can't make the soldiers on the front line hungry." Stomach. The food reserves in the 6 prefectures were enough to be used in this war, but the barbarians were greatly injured by the barbarians, and the court had to allocate food for disaster relief. Zhang Xingqing nodded slightly. He knew this very well. In fact, after the Northern War, the people on the land of various vassals were so embarrassed that they were now very embarrassed. Officials of the court when taking office, they often asked the court for food, not for food. This situation only slightly improved until the end of this year, but the provinces were barely self-sufficient, and very few taxes were paid to the court. In general, the court relied on King Zhu Mansion in this war, and Jinling Mansion besides that. After all, the lean camel is bigger than Marathon. Jinling Mansion was originally a place of wealth. In addition to the implementation of reforms, this area has always been a merchant. Recovered soon. According to the information provided by Pan Yukun, the industrial and commercial development of Jinling City is now very fast. After all, compared with Kingzhou, Jinling City has more unique geographical conditions. The lower officials remembered. Zhang Xingqing looked serious, and this military ration matter should not be ambiguous. As the prefect of Kingzhou, he has a heavy responsibility to govern the 6 states in Kingzhou. Xiaoming nodded slightly. After the establishment of the government agency, he added the official post of the prefect. This official post is equivalent to the modern governor, and the governor is equivalent to the modern mayor. The reason why he did this was to streamline the cumbersome government affairs. Without this prefect, the cabinet would have to face the affairs of the big and small states and counties of the country. The huge government affairs would make them unbearable. After having the prefect, the affairs of each prefecture will be taken care of by the prefect, and if the prefect is undecided, the cabinet will be consulted. This is simple and clear. Instructed about the development of food and grass, Xiaoming returned to Kingzhou City under the protection of the guard. As soon as he entered the city gate, he saw the craftsman who built the camp was demolishing the walls of the private building. During the time when the soldiers were fighting on the front line, Xiaoming was not idle, and he did not fall behind in government affairs, teaching, and technological research and development. This demolition of the square wall is what he decided at the North Korean meeting 2 days ago. With the development of industry and commerce in the country, the old city structure is no longer suitable for Kingzhou. The current Kingzhou city will develop from a feudal city to a modern city. After all, the railway has now reached the Kingzhou city. Now this city needs more advanced planning, such as residential areas, commercial areas, theaters, stadiums, etc. The emperor, it is said that as soon as the plan of Kingzhou city came out, the price of the land in the city jumped up. Some people in the city sold their houses but got rich overnight. Qian Defu said with a smile. Xiaoming smiled helplessly. Sometimes he had to admit the fact that large-scale demolition and large-scale construction were indeed the driving force of economic growth, but at the same time he also remained vigilant. He said, "You will give Zhang Xingqing a message later. Just say that he will suppress the land price, and you must not condone the merchants to invest all their money on this, otherwise the industry in the country will develop." "Yes, the emperor," Qian Defu replied. He understood Xiaoming's thoughts. The emperor often said that the country was rejuvenated by industry. Now that the industry in Daogo has just started, profit-seeking businessmen threw their money on the real estate. The money invested in industry has naturally decreased. With a thumbs up, Qian Defu said, "The emperor has a long-term view. From the perspective of the old slaves, this means that land prices cannot be allowed to rise. Otherwise, although the government has benefited for a while, it will destroy the industry of the country. Sometimes I think you look more long-term than some officials." Xiaoming praised. Qian Defu mentioned the land price not out of interest, but deliberately reminded him Qian Defu was happy. He said, "This is all going to school with the emperor, and the old slaves have benefited a lot from following the emperor for an hour." "You are more and more good at flattering." Xiaoming glanced at the square wall that was being demolished. but he also understood that it is impossible to prevent the increase at all. All he needs is to control it within a reasonable range. After all, if the common people do not sell real estate, businessmen cannot enter the commercial area. From his perspective, sometimes they cannot be wishful thinking. Along the central concrete avenue, the carriage went straight south, and at the end of the road was his palace. His itinerary this morning was to patrol the farming. There is another very important thing in the affairs of this afternoon. This is the rubber he has been waiting for. In fact, last year, the Dutch brought back rubber from 3 ships and some rubber tree seeds. During this period, Lu Tong assigned the task of rubber vulcanization and shaping to the School of Chemistry. One person's energy is limited. Lu Tong, like Lin Wentao, cannot be specialized in everything. He can only share the work with others, and at the same time cultivate more talents for the country. Chapter 821 Rubber Products. King Zhu, which is about to enter June, is already a little hot, and the bright sunlight is scorching the concrete road and it is a little steamy. Xiaoming returned to the palace for lunch and waited for Lu Tong in the imperial study room. In the afternoon, when the hour hand of the pendulum clock pointed to 2 o'clock, Lu Tong arrived outside the imperial study room on time, and there was a young man who was about 30 years old with him. The young man wore a white gown from King's University and held a bunch of things that Xiaoming knew well in his arms. See the emperor. After entering the imperial study room, Lu Tong saluted Xiaoming. After getting up, Lu Tong introduced to Xiaoming. The emperor, this is a student from King's University, named Liu Quanzai. It was the official who handed the rubber to them. Liu Quanzai. Good name, Xiaoming said with a smile. Praise the emperor Xi. Liu Quanzai spoke a little trembling, obviously very nervous. Xiaoming had a smile in his eyes. These people who are devoted to scientific research have not dealt with outsiders for a long time, so their characteristics are similar. He said, you don't have to be nervous, I am not a cannibal tiger. These are all rubber products you made? Only then did Liu Quanzai remember the rubber in his arms, and said hurriedly, yes. Yes. The emperor, according to the information provided by the emperor, Komin has successfully mastered the method of vulcanizing rubber, plus the metal mold provided by the equipment department, and now he has made a batch rubber products. Xiaoming nodded. The rubber sent by the Dutch can only be called raw rubber. This raw rubber is very sticky and easy to break, so it cannot be used in industry. The vulcanized rubber is called cooked rubber. This type of rubber has no problems with raw rubber. It has high elasticity, heat resistance, tensile strength, and does not dissolve in organic solvents. Contemporary rubber products are basically all of them are vulcanized rubber. Looking at Liu Quanzai's arms, Xiaoming's smile became stronger. In fact, it is not very difficult to shape rubber, because rubber will become liquid under high temperature, which is similar to molten steel. Molten steel can be molded by iron, and this rubber can also be molded by iron. This is also the contemporary way to shape Xiaoming. The only thing that needs to be done is to vulcanize the rubber before shaping. This kind of vulcanization requires the use of a substance as a cross-linking agent, which is sulfur, and vulcanized rubber of different qualities can be produced according to time and temperature. There are many ways to vulcanize. The simplest method is to mix the two directly and heat it. The emperor, this is a tire, this is a hose, and this is a piston. Liu Quanzai took out all the products he brought out like a few treasures. Xiaoming took them from him one by one, and looked at them repeatedly before putting them down. For him, rubber is a crucial part of industrial development, such as shoe soles, warm water bags and elastic bands used in daily life, medical gloves, blood vessels and various tires for transportation, industrial conveyor belts, agricultural irrigation and drainage hoses, sealing equipment for scientific experiments, military aircraft, tanks, artillery, etc. Do not open rubber. The West is able to push the East far away in science and technology, largely because they control rubber, but unfortunately, like contemporary times, Europe is still in control of rubber in this era. Although he got some rubber tree seeds from the Netherlands, it takes a long process to get from seed to tree. Of course, he still has a solution, which is rubber grass, but according to the data, The origin of rubber grass is in contemporary Xinjiang Yili, and rubber grass is obviously still under the control of the barbarians in this era. After he drives away the barbarians, he can plant rubber grass in this area, but it seems to be a problem to lay down this place and hold it. Therefore, the most suitable way for him is to buy rubber from Europeans. As for the occupation of South America, he still needs a long way to go. Even if he now has a fleet of armored ships, he needs fixed ports to provide fresh water and coal from Dau to South America, otherwise his fleet will not arrive in the Americas, will be paralyzed on the way. Great. Faced with one rubber product after another, Xiaoming was inevitably excited. With rubber, many machines can be realized, and he thinks that one of the problems that should be solved most is the traffic problem. The most profound experience for Xiaoming in this era is that if he wants to be rich, he must first build roads. Only with convenient transportation can the exchange of various resources be rapid. Lu Tong and Liu Quanzai looked at Xiaoming excitedly, with thick smiles on their faces. Xiaoming put down the rubber products such as medical blood vessels and said, "What reward do you want?" "The Emperor, this rubber is just a matter of effort, relying on the information provided by the Emperor. The lower officials dare not ask for rewards," Lu Tong said with a smile. Xiaoming ignored him and said, "You don't want it, and Liu Quanzai doesn't want it either." Lu Tong scratched his head and laughed, while Liu Quanzai looked embarrassed and opened his mouth and finally said nothing. Upon seeing this, Xiaoming said, "Liu Quanzai, from now on, the rubber of the Great Yu country will be handed over to you. Now you naturally don't have to be polite. Let's do this. In order to allow you to concentrate on rubber production, I will reward you with silver. How about giving you another 50 acres of farmland?" Xi Huang Shang Longen. Liu Quanzai was trembling with excitement. Before that, he was just a poor scholar. The reason why he entered King's University was because there was no money left at home to allow him to go to Beijing to take the exam, but he did not expect that this decision brought him another chance. Xiaoming helped Liu Quanzai, who bowed his gratitude, and said, "I am not a stingy person. As long as you can do things down to earth and make contributions to the Great Yu Kingdom, title, land, and money are not a problem. The army has seized large tracts of land outside the pass, so you don't have to worry that I won't be rewarded." Liu Quanzai nodded deeply and asked them some questions about rubber. Xiaoming asked them to go back temporarily. When the two left, he immediately sat down and picked up the pen. Now this pen can only write while being stained with ink. Now that he has rubber, he can finally have a pen that can absorb water. After this, he is going to recommend the pen to all officials in the country for office work, eliminating the need to write calligraphy. Time also saves paper waste. Taking a blank sheet of paper, Xiaoming drew the structure of the bicycle on it. Unlike the strange bicycles in the West, Xiaoming directly designed a mature 28 bars confident bicycle, which is the early days of the founding of the People's Republic of China. Cross-beam bicycle. This kind of bicycle has a triangular stable lever structure in the middle, which can bear more weight. The reason why he designed the old bicycle with this structure mainly took into account the current practical problems of the bicycle. After all, the bicycle at this time was used as a means of transportation, and the emphasis was on being strong and capable of carrying people and heavy objects. Chapter 22 Barbarian Move Westward. Jinzhou. After a few days of rest and reorganization, the Northern Expedition Army marched towards Yingzhou, Rozhou, and Jianzhou according to Nu Ben's plan. At the same time, news from the Secret Guard also spread to the General Staff in Jinzhou. The barbarians are evacuating the people in the city. Nu Ben was a little surprised. This was the news just sent by the Secret Guard. The Secret Guard who came to send the information said, "It's not wrong. The news comes from Chengdu. Now the barbarian Khan has given orders to slaughter slaves and burn the city." Beast. Nu Ben fiercely hit the table, and the barbarians after the defeat were more cruel and violent. Out of the camp, Nu Ben called a team of cavalry hunters and said, "You immediately notify Liu Oxin, Thunder and Nu Ben, let them speed up their march and occupy the 3 cities as soon as possible." "Yes, General." The cavalry chasers turned and left, and they could still catch up not long after the army had set off. After giving the order, Nu Ben turned around to return to the camp, when a team of cavalry suddenly arrived. The cavalry stopped in front of Nu Ben and threw the 5 men on their horses to the ground. The leading cavalry company commander said, "General, we found 5 sneaky Japanese people while patrolling." Nu Ben frowned slightly. He looked at the 5 people on the ground. These 5 were dressed as businessmen and were not tall. At first glance, they were not much different from the people of Dayu. "Did they say anything?" Nu Ben asked. The cavalry company commander depressed. "General, we asked, but we don't understand the bird language they said, so let the court send an interpreter." King Zhu is too far away. It will take half a month to go back and forth. Now you go to Liaozhou and ask Yi Qinyan. He has been in Goryeo, and he will probably recognize a few people who know how to speak. After all, the pirates of Goryeo and Wu have been fighting together. The cavalry company commander responded and turned to Liaozhou. Jinzi is very close to Liaozhou, and it only takes a day and a half to ride a horse. Watching the cavalry leave, Nu Ben ordered, "Strictly take care of the 5 people and never let them die." "Yes, General." The guard immediately led the 5 people down. At the same time, the cavalry chasing out of the city chased the 3-way army. An hour later, Liu Oxin, who went to Rozhu, received Nu Ben's order, and he immediately ordered to speed up to Rozhu city. But in his opinion, even if he accelerates forward, he will only get an empty city by then. But the news of the secret guard is very timely, and there may be hope for racing against time. Compared with Liu Oxin's worries, the thunder when heading to Yingzhou is very calm, because Yingzhou is too close to them and too far from the barbarians, so they can easily arrive early. And Lu was more indifferent than the two, because Jiangsu was originally the most barren of the 6 cities. He didn't expect that Jiangsu city could provide any supplies. What the Great Yu Kingdom wanted was this city to show its sphere of influence as a bridgehead to attack the grassland and open up north. However, even so, Nu Ben's order had to be listened to, and he also gave the order to march quickly. After his order was issued, the soldiers immediately started trotting. During the training of the recruits, the rapid march was a must-training item. In addition, there were also heavy-loaded attacks. So facing the order, the soldiers were calm. 3 days later, the army led by Liu Oxin appeared in Rozhu, which should have arrived in 4 days. Qi Guanyi, who arrived first, said, "After the barbarian people evacuated from Rozhu city yesterday, the barbarian soldiers began to burn the city. After our cavalry arrived, some of the barbarian cavalry evacuated Rozhu city without fighting us. Some of the barbarian cavalry and footsteps did not withdraw." Liu Oxin said, "Since the barbarians have moved westward, they will certainly not fight to the death with us in Rozhu city. Once the gate is broken, they will inevitably panic and run away. You will not be too late to send cavalry to hunt down." Qi Guanyi nodded. This time Nu Ben sent him to Rozhu city for a purpose. Now the city of the barbarians is basically taken away, and what is left is the barbarian tribes on the grassland. Then they will need their cavalry to expel these barbarian tribes. After all, the mobility of the cavalry on the grassland is too strong, and ordinary footsteps simply cannot keep up. The two set up a battle plan. At this time, Liu Oxin asked the artillery to put down the battle, and there was a burst of shelling against the gate of Rozhu city. Under the power of the new type of shells, the gate of Rozhu city was vulnerable to a single blow, and 2 shells blasted the entire wooden gate to pieces. Blow the charge. Liu Oxin was confident. The victory of Jinzhou city made him see the fact that the barbarians are just paper tigers. Before absolute force, the barbarians can only retreat. As soon as his words fell, the voice of the charge horn sounded, and the morale soldiers rushed towards Rozhu city because of successive victories. "Soldiers, we can sleep comfortably after taking down Rozhu city," Liu Oxin shouted. His words stimulated the soldiers marching in a hurry for 3 days, and they squeezed their last bit of strength into the city. At this time, the barbarian soldiers in the city were already like frightened birds. The soldiers who had escaped from Jinzhou city described the firearms of the Dayu kingdom as terrifying, and terrible legends about Earthfire spread. "Run, Diego is here. Some barbarian soldiers ran away when they saw the soldiers of the Great U State with muskets. Now the tribesmen in the city have all withdrawn, and the remaining orders are massacre and burn. But compared to their own lives, they are obviously unwilling to take the risk to slaughter those slaves who are as cheap as grass in their eyes. Boom, boom. The Dau country army entering the city was almost chasing the barbarian soldiers. After shooting at close range, they mounted the bayonet and rushed up. At this time, both the number of soldiers and the combat effectiveness in Rozu City was superior to that of Dau. Facing a fierce offensive, the barbarian soldiers continued to withdraw from the east gate to the west gate. 2 hours later, Dau's army fully occupied the city of Rozu. But under the destruction of the barbarians, there was fire everywhere in the city, and the soldiers were again engaged in firefighting operations. Outside the city, Qi Guanyi had been waiting for the barbarian soldiers to escape from the city. He probably estimated that there were only more than 10,000 barbarian soldiers who escaped from the city, and most of them are infantry. Looking at the billowing smoke in the city, Qi Guanyi's eyes became cold, and he should treat the cruel barbarians equally. Kill, don't keep one. Qi Guanyi urged to sit down on the horse, and one person rushed into the chaotic barbarian soldiers. In an instant, the horses rushing at high speed directly smashed the barbarian soldiers into flight, and at the same time Qi Guanyi slashed left and right. The barbarian soldiers kept wailing before they died. Behind him, 30,000 cavalrymen rolled along the route of the barbarian soldiers' escape like a billowing torrent, leaving no piece of armor wherever they went. Chapter 823 Global Vision Yush Hufang. After hanging a map of Great U on the east wall, Xiaoming also hung a map of the world on the west wall. Both maps are brand new, and they were painted by the best painters in Qingzhou City. Compared with my own graffiti works, these two pictures are of extremely high level, which can be said to be almost indistinguishable from contemporary sophisticated maps. On the map, minerals, mountains and rivers are readily available. On the world map, Xiaoming also marked the world colony information he currently has. Generally speaking, almost all Southeast Asia is currently occupied by Western powers. Among them, the Netherlands occupy Luzon, which is the contemporary Philippines. However, due to the exhaustion of national power, the Dutch only own a small part of Luzon, and most of the area is still occupied by Spain. On the whole, Spain is the ruler of Luzon. The southwest of Luzon, that is, Indonesia, is the largest colony of the Dutch in Southeast Asia. The Dutch occupied Jakarta 2 centuries ago. Malaysia, west of Indonesia, was once a Dutch colony, but after losing the war at sea, it was ceded to Britain. In addition, Britain also owns 2 colonies of India and Burma, while France owns the so-called Indochina, which is the 3 places of contemporary Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. Currently, the Great U Kingdom is called Danan, Vientiane, and Zenla respectively. Looking at the map, Xiaoming looked at Australia again. According to the information provided by the Dutch, this place also belongs to the United Kingdom, and similar to the history, it is also a place for prisoners in exile. Moving his gaze from the southeast corner of Dau to the north, Xiaoming looked at the 3 cities still in the hands of the barbarians. For him, after the loss of Jinzhou, the barbarians have been greatly injured, and it is impossible for him to have the ability to conduct a large-scale war with him. The reason is simple. The barbarians have lost their food and grass supply. At this time, sending cavalry to attack the already occupied city is an idiot. At present, the smartest way for the barbarians is to return to the grassland, and after the recovery, go to the bandit and plunder again. But obviously he will not give the barbarians this opportunity. Fighting snakes does not die but suffers from it. He will no longer give the barbarians a chance to breathe. Now he has issued a ban and no merchant can sell any goods to the barbarians. He would rather lose some silver to prevent the barbarians from living on the grassland. At the same time, Qi Guanyi will also be stationed in Rozu, leading the cavalry to continuously compress the living area of the barbarians. Scanning the city of Rozu, Xiaoming looked at Yingzhou. His eyes narrowed slightly. Compared with Rozu, Xiaoming valued Yingzhou more this time, because this place has been suffering from the family and the country in later generations. Maybe many people don't know where Yingzhou is, but they will definitely understand what the Tumen River estuary means. It can be said that in the northeastern part of Guangdong, this location is the only outlet to the sea. Starting from Yingzhou, you can reach the future Sea of Japan by following the Tumen River for 15 miles. As long as a military port is established in this place, he can use the navy to attack the Wa country at any time. In contemporary times, the Qing dynasty signed the Sino-Russian Treaty of Aiui in 1858 and the Beijing Treaty signed in 1860, ceding the adjacent territories between the Kanto Bay and the Sea of Japan to Tsarist Russia. Come back. After World War II, in order to restrain his country from using the seaport, Russia even cooperated with North Korea to build a so-called Russia-North Korea Friendship Bridge on the Tumen River. This bridge lies across the Tumen River. The piers are so low that no large freighter can pass through. This completely cut off his country's way out of the Tumen River. Thinking of this, Xiaoming picked up his pen and drew a circle in Yingzhou. After the Northern Expedition's occupation, he will carefully manage this city. Now the east of Yingzhou is full of Korean land. After this war, he will forcibly occupy the land from Yingzhou to the sea, and build a large scale here. The Second Navy of Chongqing. Looking up, Xiaoming saw Jianzhou. The Jianzhou of Dayu Kingdom is equivalent to contemporary Harbin. The north of Jianzhou is the later Heilongjiang region, and further north is the Siberian snowfield. According to the information provided by the Dutch, the Moscow Principality in Europe established a monarchy of the Russian Empire 47 years ago. After the first Tsarist Emperor Alexander the Great, the current ruler of Tsarist Russia is a generation of Empress Yekaterina. It is said that the Queen of Tsarist Russia and the Queen of England were about the same age. They took over the country at the age of 18 and 20 respectively. They have now ruled the country for 4 or 5 years. Although these two monarchs were both sisters, Xiaoming didn't mean to despise it at all, because modern history proves that European queens are very powerful, and when the queen is in power, it is the most powerful period of national expansion. The British Elizabeth, Victoria. Needless to say, when the Tsarist Ekaterina the Great was reigning, it was the period when Siberia and Alaska were captured. Although the Ekaterina the Great and the Ekaterina the Great in this era are only one word different, their abilities seem to be no weaker than the contemporary Ekaterina the Great. Now she has extended the tentacles of Tsarist Russia to Siberia and Alaska, but fortunately, Tsarist Russia still focuses on Europe. The conquest of Siberia and Alaska was nothing more than a private initiative. Just as Britain used armed merchant ships to expand its sphere of influence at sea, Tsarist Russia pursued the use of civilian power to expand on land. You can't give the polar bear a chance to grow up, Xiaoming muttered, holding his arms. Whether it is in this era or in the contemporary era, this country is extremely dangerous and capricious. Once let him grow, com would be a nightmare for the country of Dau, so it is impossible for him to let Tsarist Russia enjoy the land around him. But even though he thought so, Xiaoming understood that he still did not have the ability to extend his sphere of influence to Siberia. Guangdong was still full of chicken feathers. He could not provide food and grass for the army from Qingzhou to Siberia. This route was too long. Before entering Siberia, he must at least stabilize Kanto. Thinking of this, Xiaoming looked at Central Asia, and then at Europe, Africa, and the Americas. On this huge world map, the area he now controls is only a small area, and Europe has expanded its sphere of influence to the entire world. It must be stepped up. Xiaoming turned around. How could he be absent in this most glorious era of great navigation? Now the steam battleship is under construction, and the shipyard is also undergoing industrial transformation. His ultimate goal is to build an ironclad ship. In this way, his navy will run on the sea with a generational advantage. At that time, no matter how experienced the British warships are, his fleet will be able to bury them in the sea. Chapter 824 Take charge of Kanto. Thunderers observing Yingzhou through a telescope. After arriving in Yingzhou city, he did not rush to order an attack. Instead, He asked the soldiers to camp around Yingzhou city and rest for the night before attacking the city. The cavalry who arrived outside the city of Yingzhou yesterday killed a group of barbarian cavalry who went to the city of Yingzhou. These cavalry were the ones who had been given orders by Tenkan Dolgo to come to the camp to deliver orders. Hearing this news, he naturally did not have the need to rush to attack, but let the tired soldiers rest for a while before making plans. Compared with the 6 cities of the barbarians in the Kanto area, Yingzhou city is the smallest among them, with only more than 30,000 people living in the city, and all 4 walls are not stone walls, but earth walls. Such a city is too weak for thunder, and it only takes half a day to win. However, this time Liu Ben allowed him to attack Yingzhou not only for Yingzhou, but also his task also included cooperating with Yi Qinyan to form a high-pressure situation against Korea. Because the country of Diaoyu will take action against Korea after a rest night. The next day Thunder launched an offensive as planned. Under the artillery of Diaoyu State, the city wall of Yingzhou city was completely vulnerable. In the dusty, the mud walls collapsed in pieces, but for a while, huge gaps appeared on all 4 walls of Yingzhou city. At this time, the 5,000 barbarian soldiers in Yingzhou city were desperate, facing the superior firearms and tens of thousands of people of Great Yu. They had no chance of winning at all, but they still did not choose to surrender. Below the charge, Thunder lost his patience, and they would no longer have any tolerance for the barbarians. At this time, tens of thousands of musketeers screamed and rushed towards Yingzhou city. For the soldiers, this is a battle to give credit. They can easily seize the city without hard fighting. An hour later, the Dayu national dragon flag was raised in the city. Looking at the flying flag, a smile appeared on the corner of his thunderous mouth. The days of Dayu nationality being bullied are gone forever. At the same time, the army led by Lu was on the way to Jianzhou, which was farther away than Rozhou and Yingzhou. But this did not affect the high enthusiasm of the soldiers. 2 days later, the army arrived in Jianzhou on June 7. Although it has entered summer, the early morning climate in Jianzhou is still very cool. Facing the northernmost city in the country, Lu's eyes flashed with nostalgia. In the history of Dayu Kingdom, the farthest sphere of influence has extended to Jianzhou, and now he has returned with the army of Dayu Kingdom. Commander, we are a step late. Jianzhou is already an empty city. Before arriving at Jianzhou city, Lu saw the gates of Jianzhou city wide open, and when he was puzzled, he sent soldiers into the city to investigate. Damn it, the general wanted to fight fiercely, Lu said depressed. Compared with Yingzhou, Jianzhou is only slightly larger, and because of its remote location, there are few people here, and there are not many barbarians in Jianzhou city. On the way he came, he had already figured out how to quickly take down the city. But now the plan was all gone. Into the city, Lu lightly snorted and ordered that even if the barbarians ran away, they still had a lot of things to do. This Jianzhou city was the bridgehead in the north of Dayu Kingdom. After the war, the people of the east would migrate over. And he also left some soldiers stationed in Jianzhou city to guard against barbarians. As the soldiers said, there is not a single figure in Jianzhou city now, and the slaves who died tragically on the street can occasionally be seen. The entire city is like a ghost town. Asking the soldiers to find the Jinzhou city barracks, Lu immediately ordered the cavalry to send the news of the occupation of Jianzhou city back to Jinzhou. 4 days later, the news of Lu reached Liu Ben, who had been waiting for this information for 3 days. Because Liu Oxin and Lu Ming had already passed the battle report back 3 days ago, this war is basically over. Liu Oquin's gaze swept across the 6 cities in the Kanto region. Now they have completely occupied the Kanto region. The barbarians were expelled to the grassland by them, and their strength was greatly damaged. Liu Ben put down Lu's battle report and smiled. Diaoyu has finally restored its largest territory, and the emperor is really Han Wu. Liu Oquin nodded softly. A nearly perished Great Yu country came back to life in the hands of Xiao Ming, and now the Golden Horde in the north was rolled back to the grassland. Even the great patriarch Xiao Yuanzai did not achieve such a great feat. You are right, our emperor is really a ZTE emperor, but depending on the emperor's meaning, Great Yu will continue to expand its territory, Liu Quan said excitedly. Nu Ben also had some expectations. No one knows how much the Emperor can lay the foundation for Great Yu. After a pause, he said, by the way, this news must be delivered to King Zhu as soon as possible. Although the barbarians have moved westward, some Xiao still needs to clean up. Are you talking about the Japanese country? Liu Xin asked. Nu Ben nodded. Yi Qinyan transferred an interpreter from High Ancient City. After the 5 Japanese people were tortured, they said everything. They were the envoys sent by the Japanese to Jinzhou. The purpose was to form an alliance with the barbarians. Jointly attacked my northern expedition army, but unfortunately they came a little late. As soon as they arrived here, the barbarians were defeated. The small country of bullets also wants to covet the territory of my Great Yu country. It's just looking for death. Liu Quan snorted angrily. Although he and Nu Ben are not arrogant now, they are very confident, and the army of Dau is no longer the old, weak and sick. For the two, they are not afraid to fight any army. Speaking of this, Nu Ben is no longer wordy, and the messenger sends the battle report to King Zhu, and then studies the map with Liu Quan. There are 2 armies at the border of Korea. One is Yi Qinyan's army in Liaozhou and the other is Thunder's army in Yingzhou. The 2 armies together have more than 70,000 musketeers. There are also more than 40,000 cavalrymen. If you want to attack Goryeo anytime. Liu Jingqing. The Golden Horde lost Jinzhou, and successively lost Yingzhou. News of Rozu has been reached here through merchants. For a time, the Korean court shook, and all civil servants and generals panicked. In the royal palace at this time, the king of Goryeo is holding a sword and is covered with blood. Lying on the ground is the princess who used to have an affair with Bishan. Don't you like Bishan, a dog thief? Go to the underworld and have a private meeting with him, bitch. King Goryeo's face was distorted, and King Goryeo pierced Princess Goryeo with a sharp sword once every time he shouted. The strong smell of blood in the entire dormitory made the maids and eunuchs dare not breathe. At the time when the king of Goryeo was like a madman, a group of officials appeared at the entrance of the dormitory, and Huang Zixu said loudly, Your Majesty, the ministers are here. Chapter 825 How to Survive in a Small Country. Ding dong. There was a sound of metal hitting the ground when the sword of King Goryeo fell. Wiping the blood stains on his face, King Goryeo said to the eunuchs expressionlessly, Clean up the sleeping hall. After all, he and Huang Zixu walked to the front of the Council of Political Affairs. When the news of the barbarian move westward came, the suppressed anger in the heart of King Goryeo finally broke out. The various humiliations of Bishan before him flashed past, making him crazy. Now that Bishan is dead, how can he tolerate the princess who used to quarrel with Bishan in front of him? Hundreds of ministers in the Yizhongjian Hall have been waiting here, and the arrival of Huang Zixu and King Goryeo focused their attention. Your Majesty, the fact that the Golden Horde moved westward is indeed true. Now that Dau has a great power, I hope the king will have an idea on how to deal with it. It was Yuo Yizing and Kim Hyun-sung who were talking. Together with Huang Ziho, they are the 2 highest-ranking officials in the officialdom of Korea. This problem also troubled the king of Goryeo. After venting his anger, he had to face another cruel reality. What should Goryeo, who lost the asylum of the Golden Horde, do now? The Japanese country in the south looked eagerly, and now the kingdom of Great Yu was another behemoth that could defeat the Golden Horde and could not find the north. Goryeo was caught between these 2 countries. At the same time, he knew in his heart that neither the Great Yu kingdom nor the Wa kingdom would make Goryeo safe and stable. The Golden Horde lost, and below is the nightmare of Goryeo. Without waiting for the king of Goryeo to speak, Huang Zixuan suddenly said, My lord, now we have no choice but to declare to the country of Dau. The ministers are willing to lead the envoys to King Zhu to send the letter of credence and tribute to the country of Dau. Sovereign country. As soon as Huang Zixu's words fell, there was deathly silence in the Palace of Political Affairs. The ministers of civil and military affairs who were once full of courts were kind to the Golden Horde, but now no one is willing to speak. They knew the great strength of the Golden Horde, and the Great Yu Kingdom could easily defeat them, and it couldn't be easier to deal with Goryeo. The loss of Haegu City and Bisha City made them even more aware of the strength of the Great Yu State Army. It can be said that the current Goryeo is in danger of extinction at any time. My lord, Mr. Yu Yizing said that now we should declare our vassal to the country of Great Chongqing, so that we can use the country of Great Chongqing to drive out Japanese pirates and reclaim the southern land. Isn't the so-called sovereign state just for us to use? As long as the goal is achieved, what about temporarily lowering the head? A minister knelt on the ground and shouted, "Your Majesty, this is the way for the weak to survive." Taking advantage of a strong country to survive has always been the avenue we pursue. I hope the king will think twice. King Goryeo looked at the ministers in silence, although he was extremely aggrieved in his heart. This is the fact now. The wisest choice now is to send a mission to Dayu. All of you aching are right. Dayu wants to give him the false name of the sovereign state. Isn't every suzerain state used by us for hundreds of years? Just a little bit humble can let Dayu state drive us away. Wah! The king is willing to endure this humiliation, King Goryeo said firmly. Although he said that he was impassioned and looked like for the country and the people, what he really wanted to keep was his throne and prosperity. The king is wise. The ministers shouted in unison, and even the ministers who had been kind to the Golden Horde were happy. They got close to the Golden Horde to survive, and now they are kind to the Great Yu Kingdom for survival. Huang Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. He said, "In this case, the minister is going to King's in a few days." King Goryeo nodded and said, "Take the prince too. Let him stay in King's as a pledge, so as to appease the heart of the Emperor of Great Yu." "Yes, Lord," Huang Zixu said happily. When the matter was decided, the king of Goryeo waved his hand to let the ministers disperse. At this time, Huang Zixu first other ministers went out of the conference hall and headed for his residence. When he returned home, Huang Zixu hurriedly returned to the room and hurriedly shouted, "Quickly, get Yuxiang." Upon hearing this, the servants took a bamboo tube that sucked black incense and held some powder in their hands, with morbid excitement on Huang Zixu's face. He picked up the smoker and vomited into the flames of the candle, looking very enjoyable. While he was smoking Yuxiang, Huang Binghan appeared outside the door. He said to his father, who was enjoying, "Father, why don't you wait for me?" After all, he also lay on the bed and smoked with Huang Zixu. Huang Zixuan glanced at Huang Binghan. He said, "You just came back from Haiguqing? How much did you lose this time?" "Not much, only 1,000 kills of silver. For our family's business, this amount of silver is nothing," Huang Binghan said lightly. These are all taken care of by President Li. In the future, when you go to Haiguqing, don't just focus on gambling, but also have a good relationship with President Li." Now that the barbarians have been beaten by the country of Dau, Li will immediately switch to Dau country. Huang Zixu said, "Today I told the king that if you are going to Qingzhou as an envoy, you should write a letter with President Li and say that I will lead the delegation to the ancient city of Hai in 3 days." He discussed the matter of this mission. Huang Binghan raised his eyebrows. "Father, you always said I was useless before. How is it now?" "If it weren't for the acquaintance of President Li and I, our Huang family wouldn't have this chance. When he came back from Qingzhou this time, you would be the first official of Korea." Huang Zixu smiled. "Ha ha ha, this is the only business you have ever done." "After coming back from the country of Dau this time, I will see how Jingxu Anqing fights me." He. Huang Binghan also smiled triumphantly. He said, "Father, what do you think of King Yuxiang?" "It goes without saying that it is naturally a dream of life and death, otherwise the king will not agree to this good thing of me." Huang Zixu's eyes flashed a stern look. Goryeo Palace. The blood here is already after being washed clean and returning to the sleeping hall. The king of Goryeo yawned, and then he was offered Yuxiang. This thing was sent by Huang Zixuan, and he became obsessed with it after smoking it twice. While swallowing clouds and fog, the king of Goryeo recalled the history of Goryeo, thinking that he had done nothing wrong this time, because at any time in history they would choose to rely on when the Central Plains dynasty was strong. Weak hours took the opportunity to encroach on the land. It is this strategy that allowed the land of Goryeo to expand continuously from the south to the Yalu River and Tumen River. Later, the ancient kings of Korea migrated from the south on a large scale and the people settled in the north. At the same time, they established 26 cities and 16 fortresses and finally completely occupied this vast land. When the Great Yu Kingdom was weak, he also wanted to follow the example of the first kings to invade the Qingbai Mountain generation. But the Golden Horde was too domineering to make him fail, and this has always been a pity for him. Chapter 826 Improved Steam Engine Performance. Xiaoming closed the bellows sent by Nu Ben, with a thick smile on his face. Qian Defu on the side laughed. The Emperor is so happy, presumably the remaining 3 cities have been conquered. You guessed it right. Now Guangdong is all under the control of Dayu State, and now Dayu State is equal to 3 more land, which is really gratifying. Xiaoming said. The 3 northeastern provinces are well-known grain production bases in modern times, and the fertile black land allows high grain production here. It's just a pity that the Central Plains dynasty rarely set its sights on here, so that it has been occupied by foreign races in various dynasties. Now that he has retaken the entire Guangdong, the next step is to build an industrial zone with Anshan as the core, and at the same time turn it into a food production base, and there will be a large shipyard in contemporary Lining where Peshawar city is located. Such a great feat. The Emperor will definitely stay in the history, praise it forever, and the old slaves will be able to follow the Emperor. Qian Defu smiled happily. Xiaoming shook his head helplessly. I don't care what historians say. I only hope that the country of Dau will no longer be bullied by foreigners and stand on top of the world. After that, Xiaoming remembered something and picked up his pen. Now that Kanto is stable, there is no need for so many troops to be stationed outside. He wants to recall most of the musketeers. The barbarian moved westward, and now he is a dog of the mourning family, unable to harass the Great Yu country anymore. And now he can finally free up his hands to completely unify the Great Yu country. After all, King Yong, King Huainan, King Chu, and King Ruiyang are still there. Strictly speaking, Great Yu is still in a state of division. Only when the country is stabilized can he concentrate on using firearms more advanced than Europeans to end the colonial era in the West. After writing an edict to recall the army, Xiaoming asked Qian Defu to send An to Jinzu. Once the army returns to the court and rests for a period of time, he will have time to clean up the remaining vassals. After confessing the matter, Xiaoming did not sit idle, but went to King's University under the protection of the guards. Now the daily teaching of the Tanzi Academy has almost become a major event equivalent to the court meeting. In order to be able to enter the Emperor Academy and have the honor of being a student of the Emperor, the learning atmosphere of King's University is now strong, and there are almost no students hanging out here. Every student I saw was walking in a hurry with books, because not only the Tanzi Academy, but the selection system pursued by King's University also put a lot of pressure on the students. If you don't study hard and you fail the exam, you will be dismissed after failing twice in the makeup exam, and you will lose the qualifications of King's University students. For many poor students, this kind of thing is intolerable, because King's University is free, and they cannot find a better place. According to past practice, Xiaoming first answered some difficult questions in the Tanzi Academy when he arrived at King's University. Then he went to the laboratory that is currently conducting key experiments. Different from the past, he is now directly involved in various experiments as a technical consultant, and he has formulated a set of science and technology to be developed successively to realize the technology in the technology spa step by step. My lord, this is the latest and improved 3-expansion steam engine, and overall it has completely surpassed the previous single-cylinder reciprocating engine. Xiaoming is now in Lin Wentao's laboratory. After repeated improvements and experiments, Lin Wentao has finally built a 3-expansion steam engine. In fact, the principle of this steam engine is similar to that of a simple reciprocating engine, except that this steam engine has 3 cylinders. The 3 cylinders are respectively high, medium and low cylinders. The steam engine performs three-stage expansion in the three cylinders, thereby improving the thermal energy efficiency of the steam engine. Therefore, the real advancement of the triple expansion steam engine lies in the three-time utilization of the steam engine. In other words, after the steam enters the first cylinder to do work, it will enter the second cylinder to do work, and then the third. In this way, the same amount of steam engine can be used. Let the steam engine do more work. In this way, using the same amount of coal and water, this steam engine can make the steamship sail farther at sea. To put it simply, this is equivalent to the fuel consumption problem of a modern car. The fuel utilization rate will determine how far this car can run under the same conditions. In his era, maritime replenishment was a very difficult task. It would be a huge saving to reduce fuel replenishment points. A single-cylinder reciprocating steam engine can be manufactured. The accessories of this three-cylinder steam engine are naturally not a problem. After all, the materials used are the same. The only thing to worry about is the explosion of high-temperature and high-pressure steam engines due to excessive pressure. There are many such examples in history. So the reason why it took so long to develop successfully is to experiment with the material strength required by this steam engine and the use of safety valves on the steam engine. However, DAU country already has a barometer. After cooperating with the safety valve to properly discharge the steam pressure, the high temperature and high pressure steam engine is now much more stable. Because of this, Lin Wentao announced the successful development of the three-expansion steam engine. It's not a waste of work for such a long time, but now you can't be idle. You must immediately produce this kind of steam engine and deliver it to the shipyard. Zhang Liang can wait for your steam engine to transform the warship. Xiaoming looked at the steam engine in the laboratory. Satisfaction. This is almost the same as the three-expansion steam engine in the Science and Technology Library. After having basic industrial capabilities, many machinery manufacturing becomes easier. Only qualified accessories are needed. Some machinery can be successfully manufactured. The only thing that needs to be strengthened is the accessory's strength and precision. Lin Wentao breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the words. The three-expansion steam engine was finally qualified. Since Xiaoming stared at the laboratory, everyone has tightened their nerves in order to complete the goal as soon as possible. Although the pressure is greater than before, Lin Wentao is still very happy, and the honor of studying steam engines with the Emperor is not something that everyone can get. Now every time they meet with officials, they no longer have a slight tone of contempt. On the contrary, they are extremely envious. Yes, the Emperor. The next official will arrange for the craftsman to manufacture the three-expansion steam engine, but what is the task of the next research room? Lin Wentao looked forward to them, and they couldn't take it easy. Xiaoming hesitated for a moment. In fact, the three-expansion steam engine was just the beginning for him. This steam engine was just the simplest multi-expansion steam engine. In the field of steam engines, Lin Wentao still needs to go a lot, and the multi-expansion steam engine is a steam turbine, but Xiaoming does not expect it to be realized in 5 or 6 years. Because this is completely contemporary technology during World War I. Although it cannot be achieved, advanced technical reserves are still necessary. So he said, continue to develop and improve the multi-expansion steam engine. If you still have energy, you can consider the steam turbine. This is a revolutionary power machine for both ships and electricity. Lin Wentao has also touched on the concept of steam turbines in his books. But this kind of thing is obviously much more complicated than steam engines, and King Zhu's industrial capacity cannot be produced at present. However, thinking that Su Liangkai's power research is progressing well, he has a faint expectation in his heart. Chapter 827 Kojia King Chu's fingers trembled slightly with the information sent back from King Zhu with his meticulous work. The occupation of the Guangdong by the army of Great Yu Kingdom is worth celebrating for King Zhu, but it is a nightmare for him. In the early days of the Northern Expedition, he had always had the mentality of watching the excitement, hoping that Xiaoming could fight the barbarians with both ends, so that he would have more time to recuperate. But after the fall of Pingzhu, he was extremely disappointed. Obviously he seriously underestimated Xiaoming's strength. At this time, he had thought of taking the opportunity to attack Qingzhou northward. However, Xiaoming obviously had a defense against him. There were 15 warships of the Great Yu Kingdom moored at the Jinling City wharf, and Jinling City was also heavily guarded. Although his army had some improvements under the training of the French, it was far from enough for him, because after the beginning of the northern expedition, he had sent dead soldiers to pretend to be Japanese soldiers to attack Tongzhou. What made him annoyed was that the 300 dead men with muskets were defeated by the 50 musketeers guarding the Tongzhou wharf. According to the deceased soldiers who returned, the muskets of the soldiers of Diau State had a longer range and greater power than their muskets. What's more, Xiaoming's soldiers had strict disciplines. In the face of their attacks, 50 soldiers formed an array, not at all messy. The Golden Horde is over. Who will be next? King Chu's eyes were a little hopeless. He knew that he was definitely not Xiaoming's opponent now. What's more, in the process of dealing with the barbarians, 2 weird weapons have appeared. Cao Kun accompanies the King of Chu. Unlike his humble position, the Cao family now has a place in Chu. In order to resist Xiaoming, the King of Chu made a major reform of the state of Chu. On the one hand, he imitated Xiaoming, and on the other hand, he followed the suggestions of the French and prepared to emulate Europe. No matter what it is, their Cao family is now very profitable, and compared to Xiaoming's prohibition on businessmen from participating in politics, Chu Wang is now more tolerant of businessmen. There are already many large merchants in the sea trade among the staff of the Chu Palace. His Royal Highness needn't worry too much. Although Xiaoming defeated the barbarians, he was also injured, but many people died in the Battle of Pingzhu. Now that the class teacher returns to the court, he must rest. Cao Kun pondered, said, "What about that? Come over after taking a break. He is not about to fight over." Some time ago, Fan Fan had already revealed a hint. Although he rejected Zizi, in my opinion, it was just a slowing strategy. King Chu sighed. Cao Kun used to hate the King of Chu because he tried to destroy the Cao family and get the wealth of the Cao family. But now it is different. Compared to Xiaoming, he prefers the King of Chu because he saw the future of the Cao family. If the Chu state continues to develop, he firmly believes that the Cao family will have extremely high rights in the Chu state. Once they have the power, the Cao family can use the power to make more money. Like him, many businessmen with this kind of hope came to King Chu, and they were all people who were deeply influenced by Western businessmen. His Royal Highness, Cao is away, Cao Kun said suddenly. King Chu was taken aback, showing an eager look. Hurry up and listen. At this moment of peril, Cao can only take risks for the sake of his highness. Does your highness remember the Cao family bank in Qingzhou? Cao Kun narrowed his eyes. Of course I remember. The King of Chu snorted softly. Of course, at the two ends of the Cao family's first mouse, this Cao family bank was a gift to Xiaoming. Cao Kun showed an awkward expression. In fact, it is not only Qingzhou, but the Cao family bank has now spread all over the northern provinces, and because of the reputation of the Cao family, many merchants have deposited their money in my bank. Now I only need an order. Cao the family bank can immediately flee to Chu state with money. When the money is gone, the merchants, people, and wealthy families in the various prefectures will inevitably be in chaos. At that time, Xiaoming will be busy enough. King Chu looked excited. It's so wonderful, but with this, isn't the Cao family a thorn in Xiaoming's eyes? A thorn in the flesh. Your Cao family's business? His Royal Highness does not have to worry. Before that, I will let Zheng Yun take stock of the Cao family's business. Then I will say that the Cao family has lost a lot of money overseas and cannot make ends meet. Now the Cao family is poor and cannot exchange money. Maybe Xiaoming not only will it not punish the Cao family, but it will also find a way to rescue the Cao family. Otherwise this will be a huge blow to the industry and commerce of the country. Cao Kun has a confident look. After a pause, Cao Kun continued, of course, this is only one of them. Although the barbarians are newly defeated, The camel is bigger than Marathon. Your Royal Highness may as well send merchants to the Golden Horde and the Japanese Kingdom. Now these two countries look at Xiaoming. As long as they can hold Xiaoming, we can continue to expand the army. King Chu kept nodding his head. I have to say that Cao Kun learned a lot from Western businessmen. At least this was something he hadn't thought of before. He said, if this plan can be accomplished, how about Cao Zhengtong's long history? Cao Kun was overjoyed and bowed and said, His Royal Highness, Cao sent someone to King Zhu when he returned. The King of Chu nodded with satisfaction. After making this decision, Cao Kun left the Chu palace. Watching Cao Kun leave, the King of Chu sighed deeply. If it wasn't for survival, why should he cooperate with the French and these crude businessmen? At the same time, Cao Kun did not return to the Cao mansion, but rode a carriage to Linan Pier. He stopped the carriage in front of a restaurant on the wharf and looked around before entering the restaurant. This restaurant is well known in Linan, because there are often Western merchants coming and going. When he arrived at the restaurant, Cao Kun went directly to the third floor and knocked on the innermost room of the aisle. At this time the door was opened, revealing a Westerner's face. Mr. Munster. Cao Kun respected the blonde Westerner. The middle-aged man known as Munster nodded, with a slight smile on his face. He said, Mr. Cao Kun, welcome you. Entering the room, Cao Kun said sternly, this time Mr. Munster came. I don't know what order he brought. Munster also put away his smile at this time. He picked up the teacup and poured Cao Kun a cup of tea, and said lightly, Association is now very disturbed by the development of science and technology in Dayu, and is very confused. This time I was sent to do so. It is to figure out the source of these technologies. Hearing this, Cao Kun said, so that's the case, but you don't have to worry, Mr. Chu. Both the King of Chu and our Cao family have sent people to infiltrate King's University, and we are also trying to buy students from King's University. As long as the benefits are sufficient, I believe this is not difficult. Munster said, indeed, since the Dutch bought back the steam engine from King Zhu, their Congress is willing to even use the position of an earl for a student from Great Chongqing. Chapter 828. The experience of the Korean mission outside the window. Merchant ships on Linan Wharf come and go. There was a hint of sly in Cao Kun's expression. He seemed to ask unintentionally, the Dutch Parliament is really generous. I don't know what price Queen Vidomia will be willing to exchange. Munster always kept a polite smile. He said, if you can dedicate the manufacturing technology of the steam locomotives, steamboats, muskets, and artillery of the country to the association, at least I can guarantee that you will also have the Earl in the UK status. Cao Kun shook his head helplessly. Obviously, Munster knew enough about King Zhu's technological development. After all, whether it was a steam locomotive or a steamship, these things were all on the surface. But the real difficulty is to understand how King Zhu achieves these things. This is very difficult, Cao Kun said in a deep voice. The confidentiality of these technologies has always been very strict. The only thing we can count on is that the students we have placed in King's University can bring these technologies back, but it will take time. Munster nodded softly. I just hope this time will not be too long. You understand that the patience for association is limited, and you must remember that without our help, your Cao family would not have what it is today. Brilliant. Since you have joined an association, you will always be an association for our common goal. Yes, Mr. Munster, I will do my best to serve the association. God bless us. Cao Kun's expression suddenly became a bit fanatical. He stretched out his right hand, index finger and little finger pointing upwards, and the other fingertips touched his chest. Munster responded with the same gesture. After a brief exchange, Cao Kun left the room. At this moment, Munster turned and looked at the dock outside the window. When the Dutch transported the single-cylinder reciprocating steam engine back to China, the whole of Europe was shocked, especially for the British which developed the steam engine. It was at this time that he was sent by the Queen of England to Dau to collect intelligence as a businessman. What Queen Vidomia didn't know was that he was also a member of the association, so he contacted Cao Kun, who was also a member of the association, as soon as he arrived in the country. This Great Yu country businessman was engaged in maritime trade at a very young age and was selected by an association at that time, so he quickly rose to become the #1 rich businessman in the Great Yu country. It was impossible for him to do this when he ruled the oceans in Britain, and at that time the association needed such a person to gain a foothold in the country. Of course, in addition to Cao Kun, the members of the Association of the Great Yu Kingdom also have some powerful family members. It is only a pity that many of these people were killed during the cleaning of the country by the Great Yu Emperor. How many secrets does this Great Yu country have? Hope the situation is not too bad. Munster was a little worried. Europeans who attach great importance to science and technology know very well that once Great Chongqing has mastered technology that is more advanced than Europe, then their colonial history will end. Even they will continue to lose their colonies in the competition with the Great Chongqing. Because of this, European countries are now trying to understand the Great Chongqing, and they get the technology that surprises them. At the same time, because of the sense of crisis, the European royal family once again increased their investment in technology, and they did not want to be left behind by the country. Turning around, Munster picked up a musket from the box beside the bed. This musket was Daogo's flintlock. During the war between Great Yu and the Golden Horde, some of the weapons of the dead soldiers of Great Yu were picked up by soldiers of the barbarians, and these weapons were circulated among the barbarians. Because of chaos and hunger, merchants can easily obtain this firearm from the hands of these barbarian soldiers. After seeing this forging method more advanced than European flintlocks, Munster stayed up all night with excitement. Since then, he has stepped up his understanding of Dao's science and technology, but the most important thing for him is the students who have mastered scientific and technological knowledge in Dao. As long as you can get a talented student, this is extremely beneficial to both the association and the UK. Don't all European countries now try to steal technology from the UK in this way? King Zhu Huang Zixu, who was sitting in the carriage, was still a little confused. They had just arrived at King's Pier from Haiguqing all the way. When they got off the boat, the busy dock shocked him a little. If the official in charge of reception hadn't explained that this was a dock, he would have always thought it was a market. Only this shock has just begun. The flat concrete road extending outside the wharf, the four-wheeled carriage with spring shock absorption, hot air balloons flying in the sky from time to time, harvesters and drills pulled by horsepower in the fields, and the people of the country of Dao who are coming and going on the official roads in bright clothes. After entering the city, Huang Zixu and the elder son Jin Qingming were even more dizzy, wishing to have 4 pairs of eyes to see the sight of Qingzhou City. It's a place where flowers bloom. Huang Zixuan sighed deeply, and now he finally understands the gap between Goryeo and Dao. Compared to Qingzhou, Liu Jingqing is just a village. Sitting across from Huang Zixu is an official from the Dao Foreign Affairs Office. It is not necessary for a high-ranking official to come forward to receive the mission from Korea. The Foreign Affairs Office only dispatched him as an interpreter to come forward, and arranged Huang Zixuan and his party to an ordinary restaurant in Qingzhou. According to the words of the Foreign Affairs Office, Wise Restaurant will no longer receive foreign missions in the future. After all, it cannot afford to lose money for the sake of face. If foreign missions want to enjoy the convenience and comfort of YG Restaurant, they can pay for it by themselves. The carriage stopped in front of the Jinxi Restaurant. The interpreter led Huang Zixuan and his party into the restaurant. The Korean delegation sighed along the way. In their opinion, the reception of Dao to them is extremely grand because this restaurant is more exquisite and gorgeous than any restaurant in Liu Jingqing. After they entered the room, they were surprised to close their mouths from ear to ear. The glass windows on all sides, ceramic toiletries, and faucets all made Huang Zixuan and Goryeo Seiko sincerely satisfied. Thanks to the kindness of the Emperor of Dao, this must be the best restaurant in Qingzhou. Without waiting for Huang Zixu to speak, Jin Qingming, the son of Korea, said with a smile on his face. He thought there was no difference between Qingzhou and Liu Jingqing, but now everything is beyond his expectation. The translator smiled helplessly. In fact, When the business of Wise Restaurant was booming, all restaurants in King's remodeled their restaurants in the same way as Wise Restaurant. Because the current merchants have been raised by Wise Restaurant, they are unwilling to live without a series of facilities. The only difference is the quality of the ceramic products in the room. I secretly said in my heart that there is really no more broken restaurant to entertain you. The translator smiled and said, I will convey your meaning to your majesty. Chapter 829 Change Customs. Entering June, the weather in Kingsu suddenly became hot. At this time of the year, he missed the contemporary undershirts and big trousers very much. After all, compared to such a cool dress, he can only walk around in the dragon robe now. But fortunately, he is the emperor, and there are people waiting at all times. In order not to be distracted by the heat when dealing with government affairs, he asked Qiandafu to find saltpeter and water, and at the same time let the equipment division create a hand-cranked fan. Saltpeter in contact with water will absorb a lot of heat in the water and cause the water to freeze. The use of a fan can blow this cold wind over. In this way, it is cool and humid, and the effect is not much different from installing an air conditioner in the house. The only disadvantage is that it needs to consume the strategic resource of saltpeter, but since taking control of Bashu, the Department of Minerals has completely taken over the saltpeter caves in the Shi area. He finally does not have to worry about scarcity of saltpeter resources. Qiandafu always stood outside the door when Xiaoming was dealing with government affairs, but now he is standing inside the door. This is what Xiaoming sympathized with his hard work. This move was small, but it moved Qiandafu very much. While he was enjoying the coolness in the house, a young came outside, and Qiandafu asked the young before returning to the house. The emperor, the Korean delegation has arrived in Kingsu and was arranged by the Foreign Affairs Office in the Jinxiu restaurant. Qiandafu said. Xiaoming was correcting the zizi he sent, and raised his head to ponder. He said, I will see them tomorrow, forget it today, I'm not in the mood. Qiandafu responded, and turned around to let the notify the Foreign Affairs Office, then turned around and asked, the emperor was quite happy just now, why is he not in the mood now? Xiaoming has always trusted Qiandafu, and he likes to say anything to him. He sighed and said, it's not the corruption of officials. It's only a few years since I became the throne. These officials can't help it. I stretched out my hand to make money. It turned out to be this. Qiandafu thought for a while and said, since the beginning of the establishment of the country, the corruption problem of this official has become more and more serious. In the past, the ancestors beheaded tens of thousands of officials in a rage. There is a lack of officials everywhere in the country, but this is still impossible to cure, and although the officials in Dayu State have graduated from King's University, most of them are old officials in the past. These officials are used to corruption. How can they be stopped? Xiaoming nodded. Qiandafu was right. 80% of the corruption problem was caused by the former officials, and 20% by the officials from King's University. This is just a note sent by the supervisory yuan, and there are probably more officials who have not been found. For this problem, Xiaoming sometimes feels very powerless. The contemporary founding emperor of Ming Dynasty Xuanzang almost killed the officials and failed to contain this problem. How should he solve it now? After pondering for a while, he said, the root cause of corruption is not to kill, but to change customs. For thousands of years, Confucian courtesy is the root of corruption. This is a culture of corruption. As long as the soil of this culture is not eradicated, Hugo will be corrupt forever. At this moment, Xiaoming felt that the development of science and technology is very important, but it is also very important to eradicate some dross culture, although Confucian etiquette emphasizes etiquette. But after thousands of years of inheritance, this kind of etiquette has gradually extended to things such as gifts that need to be given. In addition to this custom, the relationship between society and the society of human affection are also differently recognized by him, because this is essentially a continuation of a clan relationship, and it is also a drawback that hinders the realization of the rule of law in Dau. In this relationship, officials accept bribes through favors, thereby allowing the law to be trampled. At the same time, when one becomes an official, the whole family ascends to heaven. For a long time, where the imperial ruling power is weak, there will be clan forces controlling a certain government department or even a certain place. Change customs and customs, change customs and customs. Xiaoming kept repeating, because this was the solution to the root and the place to avoid the rule of dynasty. Qian Defu was already dumbfounded, and Xiaoming proposed a solution he had never heard of. The emperor, the people of Dayu are accustomed to this kind of life. How difficult is it to change? Qian Defu shook his head. It's difficult to say, and it's not difficult to say, it's not difficult to say. The court represents the law, and Confucianism represents the moral restraint of the people. This change of customs naturally still needs to start from the root of culture. Confucianism changes customs, and the Great Yu country changes customs and customs. Xiaoming said. Through these 7 years of observation, Xiaoming found that the concept of Confucianism has taken root in the hearts of the people, and their status in the hearts of the people is inferior to Western Christianity. Christian believers abide by the doctrine, while officials and ordinary people who trust Confucianism abide by Confucianism. If the folks use the spirit of soaking the pig cage to deal with corruption, the problem of corruption in Dau will be solved. Thinking of this, Xiaoming felt that it was right that Confucianism had not been completely eradicated. Perhaps he could be both a great Confucian and an emperor of the Great Yu, and he could cure the ills of the Great Yu that had been formed over thousands of years in both material and spiritual aspects. Qian Defu stared at Xiaoming blankly. He felt that this emperor who had never followed the rules was about to make a big noise. By the way, where are the 3 Jiren now? Xiaoming asked. This matter naturally requires the cooperation of 3 people. He decided to create a century scam so that the 3 of them would become great Confucian scholars representing the thinking of the new era, and influence the thinking of the people of Dau through their works. Of course, this thought must pass through his hands. They were in Kfu, and after the news of the victory of the Northern Expedition came back, the 3 people went to Kfu. I have to say that these 3 were also extremely smart. With the prestige of the Northern Expedition, they are more confident. Xiaoming nodded lightly and asked them to come back to see me. Yes, the emperor. Qian Defu responded. After figuring out this matter, Xiaoming wrote a pen to approve the memorial. Although it is necessary to change the customs, these corrupt officials must be given a heavy blow. Otherwise, the punishment is light and less fearful, and it will not be a shock to the current officialdom. After reviewing the memorial in hand, Xiaoming began to think about how to deal with Goryo. Obviously, the current Goryo is nothing but fish on the chopping board to him. Let him kill. Even if Goryo and him desperately, the final outcome is nothing but defeat. However, the soldiers who surrendered without a fight are always better than force. Since Jaoli has chosen to surrender wisely, he must take this opportunity to completely assimilate Korea and become a mansion of the Great Yu Kingdom. This may be a long time, but it is an unwise choice to leave an unstable factor by the side of Dayu. Therefore, what he has to do is to assimilate, erase the history of Korea, and let the Koreans tame it. Chapter 830 Castration of Goryo. Huang Zixuan and Jin Qingming watched a table of stir-fried vegetables and their saliva almost dripped. Yesterday they stayed at the Jinxiu restaurant. They got news from the Foreign Affairs Office early this morning. The Emperor of the Kingdom of Dayu will meet them this afternoon. His Royal Highness, move your chopsticks. You will soon go to see the Emperor of the Kingdom of Dau. Huang Zixu couldn't help it. They tasted the flavor of stir-fried dishes last night, and they were unacceptable. They just wanted to try the stir-fried dishes one by one. Jin Qingming showed a slight smile. If he were not going to see the Emperor of the Kingdom of Dau, he would be drunk at noon today. The 2 had a full meal, and they packed up when they were about to enter the palace. Because they came to pay tribute, they brought a lot of tributes this time. The most precious of these was the famous Korean ginseng. When paying tribute to Dayu, I always bring these Korean ginseng, prepared. The interpreter arrived at the Jinxiu restaurant at 2 o'clock in the afternoon and led the Korean delegation to the palace. At the same time, The accompanying Korean delegation blew vocal music. This was the custom of the previous worship, in order to attract the attention of the people and let the people know that they were foreign messengers. This movement quickly attracted the attention of the people on both sides of the road. When they learned that these envoys were from Goryeo, the people's faces showed pride. They hadn't heard of a vassal state paying tribute to the country for a long time, and now this scene is enough to prove that the country is strong again. This is a landmark event for the people of Great Chongqing who have awakened their national consciousness. As the Goryeo envoys marched, more and more people were on both sides of the road. Newspaper reporters also appeared in the crowd. They recorded the grand scene in front of them. At the same time, the newspaper artist painted the scene on paper to prepare for publication. After walking along the Kingsu City Avenue for half an hour, Huang Zixu and Jin Chengming arrived at the gate of the palace. When they were told that they could only go in alone, they went to the Zhengde Guingming Hall under the guidance of the eunuch. At this time, Xiaoming was already waiting for them with the ministers involved in Korean affairs. Since the reform of government affairs, Xiaoming has detailed the government affairs of Dayu State, and summoned some officials for what happened, instead of calling all the officials every time something happened. Therefore, only Li Kaiyuan, Liang Dahai, and important officials dispatched to Haegu City and Bisha City are in the Zhengde Guingming Hall. Looking at the magnificent Dayu State Palace, Huang Zixu and Jin Chengming cautiously followed the eunuch. Entering Zhengde Guingming Hall, Huang Zixu and Jin Chengming knelt down to Xiaoming who was sitting on the dragon chair at the same time, and shouted, "Korea Envoy Huang Zixu, the elder son Jin Chengming wishes the emperor of your kingdom long live, 10,000-year-old." Upon seeing this, all the officials were expressionless. If they had used to, they would have thought that the Korean envoys respected the country. But after living in Korea for a period of time, they realized that in Korea, the kings and the laymen people are used to kneeling. Therefore, the grand kneeling ceremony in the country of Dayu cannot make them who are familiar with Korea feel any honor. Free, Xiaoming said lightly. This era is somewhat similar to contemporary times. The culture of Goryeo is greatly influenced by the Great Yu Kingdom. Even the characters of the Goryeo use the words of the Great Yu Kingdom. The only difference is that the Goryeo people speak the Korean language. My Majesty. Huang Zixu and Jin Chengming got up. At this moment, Huang Zixu took out the king of Goryeo's credential, dragged his hands flat, and said, "Your Majesty, this is my Goryeo's credential." Qian Defu walked to Huang Zixu's side and brought back the credential to Xiaoming. Xiaoming had learned about the matter of Goryeo's claim to the Great Yu Kingdom through Li Kaiyuan's mouth, because before he set off, Huang Zixuan had found Li Kaiyuan. As for the content of this book, he already knew it, so he roughly glanced at the book and put it down. Goryeo perverted his faith, recognized the thief as his father, followed the Golden Horde, repeatedly invaded the Great Yu Kingdom, and cooperated with the Japanese pirates to looting the coast. Do you think that I will be forgotten because of a letter from the king of Goryeo? Xiaoming patted the board in front of him angrily. Huang Zixuan knelt down again when he heard this, while Jin Chengming was pale. Seeing Huang Zixu kneel down, he also knelt down. At this moment, they understood that the mission this time did not seem to go smoothly. Secretly glanced at Jin Chengming, Huang Zixuan's mouth showed an imperceptible smile. Jin Chengming was really scared, but he knew that this was just a play performed by Dayu. He will cooperate with the Prince of the Kingdom of Dayu to perform this play. Your Majesty, the barbarians are powerful, and the king has many things to do. I hope your Majesty can forgive. Huang Zixu said flatly. Jin Chengming also explained, Your Majesty, the father is also forced to be helpless, but in fact he is in the Golden Horde, and his heart is on the side of Great Yu. Xiaoming sneered. Huang Zixuan had already told Li Kaiyuan about the small abacus that was being played by the Korean government and the opposition, and now Li still thinks of fooling him with the false name of the sovereign state. It's a pity that he won't be fooled. How can hunters be used by prey? I never like to listen to big talk, empty talk. Since Gao Li has the heart to repent, then he must prove it to me with action. Xiaoming snorted. Your Majesty, please make it clear, Huang Zixu said. At this time, Xiaoming took out the policy formulated yesterday and said, in view of the fact that Korea does not distinguish between good and evil, loyalty and traitor, and repeated perfidious harassment of our country, the country has caused many casualties among the people of Dau. In order to stop such incidents from happening today, in order to prevent you from turning back and protect Korea from Japanese invasion, the Kingdom of Great Yu will be stationed in Korea. All expenses incurred during the garrison will be paid by Korea. Once the state of war enters, the country of Great Yu has command the rights of the Korean army. Second, in order to deepen the friendly relationship between Dau and the Goryeo suzerain, Goryeo should fully change the language of Dau and learn from the history of Goryeo compiled by Dau. After a pause, he said, in order to help Korea develop, Korea needs to abolish the Korean currency, use the currency of Dau and various measurement standards. Kingsu Bank will serve as the official office of the currency issuance of Korea, and at the same time, in order to prevent the treacherous tricks from deceiving the king, Dau the country has the right to directly appoint officials from Korea. In terms of commerce, Korea will permanently exempt the goods from the country of Dau. Jin Qingming, who knelt down in the hall, didn't hear a word. His face paled, and the words came out from the mouth of the prince of the country. It seems that it is for the sake of harmony between the two countries and to improve relations, but in essence it has completely emptied Goryeo. If it is agreed, Goryeo will be completely reduced to the puppet of the Great Yu country, and there will be no day to turn back. Xiaoming stated all the government orders against Goryeo, with a firm expression. This time he castrated Goryeo in all directions from the four aspects of military, politics, economy, and culture, and solved the disaster once and for all. Chapter 831 Shock. His body was soaked in sweat from the heat, but Jin Qingming felt cold all over his body. He deeply felt that the country was full of malice against Goryeo this time, but even so, they seemed to have no ability to resist. The southern part of Goryeo has been occupied by the Japanese country, and the remaining army in the north is less than 100,000. This is not enough for the Great Yu Kingdom, which easily defeats the Golden Horde. It was just that this matter was too important for him to decide. At this time, he looked at Huang Zixu, hoping that the veteran could deal with it. Huang Zixu noticed Jin Qingming's look. In fact, this scene was performed for him, and his role in it was just to follow the policies of the Great Yu Kingdom. After pondering for a while, Huang Zixuan said, "Your Majesty, these 4 items are too harsh. In this way, don't I have any power of autonomy in Korea? If you fall into the hands of the War Kingdom, you also have no independent power, and I believe that after the War Kingdom has occupied Liu Jingqing, the king of Goryeo will not remain. What do you think?" The son of Goryeo. Xiaoming's smile was strange, which made Jin Qingming more nervous. "Your Majesty, Goryeo is a barrier to the northeast of the Great Yu Kingdom. If it is occupied by the Japanese Kingdom, the Great Yu Kingdom will directly fight against the Japanese Kingdom. I think this is not what the Great Yu Kingdom wants. The suzerain country, from the suzerain country to eat and drink, and let the suzerain country work for him. But now that he has been tossed so much, he finds that he can't get any benefits, and instead gives the country's lifeline to the country. How can he accept this kind of contrast? The Japanese country, the land of projectiles. My Great Yu State fleet is already assembled in the ancient city of the sea. As long as I give an order, I can block off the waters of the Japanese state at any time. The Japanese pirates who stayed in Korea at that time were just dogs of mourning. Of course, I could not give up this strength. Let the war country continue north, and then drive away the war country. But at that time it was not your family who was in charge of Jeoli. Xiaoming increased his tone. Then he said, I have said everything here. You should decide for yourself. Now you have 10 days. Jin Qingming wanted to defend Goryeo, but Huang Zixuan pulled his arm, and he put away what he wanted to say. Your Majesty, then we will go back to discuss it and give your Majesty an answer as soon as possible. Huang Zixu said respectfully, and then left with Jin Qingming. When the news of the two was in the Zhengde Guingming Hall, Li Kaiyuan said, The Emperor, Will the King of Korea agree? In this way, the status of Korea in the country of Dau is not even as good as Kanto. I just want to make Daoli inferior to others, otherwise I will let them not be equal to the people of the Great U country. There is no need to be merciful to deal with such an incomprehensible barbarian. The more severe you are to them, the more respectful they will be to you. From contemporary times, Xiaoming deeply understands the inferior nature of Korea. This country only tamed the countries that severely ravaged him, such as the United States. But here, the roles are exchanged, and he wants to let Goryeo understand who is the real father. Thinking of contemporary America, Xiaoming suddenly frowned. It seems that the United States in this time and space has not yet become independent, but according to the Dutch, the contradiction between the colony and Britain is now very acute, and it seems that war may break out at any time. Xiaoming was pleased with this news, but also worried. What is happy is that the United States has not yet become independent, and what is worried is that he does not know if he can catch up with being a scumbag in the War of Independence. He is going to upset North America. How cheap! Xiaoming's voice fell off, and Liang Dahai suddenly said with a smile, his task of recruiting hard labor in Goryeo has never ended, so Xiaoming was called over. Also with him was the general who was in charge of the Korean garrison this time. He said he had some relatives with Xiaoming, and he was a relative of the emperor. Because the Empress Dowager is the general's aunt. The emperor, if this is the case, he will eventually be willing to lead his troops to Goryeo. When the time comes, the soldiers will come down to see if the king of Goryeo will answer or not. Yan Qingfeng said loudly, with the image of a tough guy. For this cousin, Xiaoming really didn't promote him in the face-of-face. On the contrary, this Yan Qingfeng was promoted by Liu Ohong after he got a lot of credit from a centurion in the Northern War. Later, Liu Ohong learned that this Yan Qingfeng was the Queen Mother's nephew, probably because of the idea of flattering. Liu Ohong specifically mentioned him in a memorial. Then Xiaoming mentioned the matter with the Queen Mother, and the Queen Mother said nothing, only that Xiaoming made his own decision. Xiaoming knew that the Queen Mother had never participated in these things. After thinking about it, he decided to train Yan Qingfeng. Speaking of which, apart from Liu, Yi Qin-un, and Lu Ming, there have been no outstanding generals in the army until now. But now with the increase in foreign warfare, he needs more and more generals. These generals are responsible for the overall war, rather than dealing with small local matters, such as the garrison in Korea. Therefore, during this period, Xiaoming deliberately cultivated some rookie generals in order to prepare them to use them when occupying the colony. He reused Yan Qingfeng for this purpose, because once the army was stationed in Goryeo, the army would be out all the year round, and a reliable person needed to control the army. After all, it is difficult for him to understand the movement of this army for the country of Great U, which has very poor information. In addition to Yan Qingfeng, some young generals such as Du Boyuan are among the rookies that Xiaoming is now focusing on training. Glancing at Yan Qingfeng, Xiaoming said, I have this intention, so tomorrow you will go to Goryeo. The teacher who is stationed in Goryeo has prepared it for you. No matter how the king of Goryeo responds, you were all stationed in Korea. It's the emperor, Yan Qingfeng said. After the Chang'an rebellion, he ignored his father's opposition and joined the army. Now that he was suddenly reused by Xiaoming was a lot of emotion. If he had come to Kingsu to find the Queen Mother with his nephew and aunt, now it might be another chance. However, he believed that that would not be better than it is now, because the generals in the army understand the character of the emperor, and having the status of the emperor's relatives is not conducive to the development of the army. After giving a few words to Yan Qingfeng, Xiaoming discussed with the officials. For him, whether Goryeo would like it or not, this is a matter of course. Therefore, every official who goes to Goryeo must start thinking about how to establish a government in Goryeo. Set up the overhead measures of Korea. While Zheng de Guangming Hall was talking enthusiastically, Jin Qingming and Huang Zixa went outside the palace with a black face. Glancing at the Zheng de Guangming temple, Jin Qingming said, Huang Yizing, This is simply deceiving people too much. How does this make the father agree? Chapter 832 Goryo. Hot wind blew the gown, and Huang Zixu couldn't help loosening his collar. Jin Qingming's anger and Huang Zixu are naturally understood, but there are some things he sees more thoroughly than this elder son. His Royal Highness, how much freedom does Goryo have when the barbarian is here? Huang Zixu said indifferently, I'm afraid this humiliation won't lose to the country of Dau at all. Jin Qingming suffocated. He had heard about the murders in the court a few days ago. Everyone knows the insults Pei Shan has made to the king of Goryo. And if you don't obey the orders of the barbarians, this Korean throne will also be difficult to maintain. The discussion on politics is extremely saying that we have just been freed from the barbarians. How can we be treated equally by the great Yu country now? Huang Zixu knew that the elder son of Goryo still had some ambitions, but this ambition came at an untimely time. He bluntly said, because Korea is a weak country. How can we survive if we don't depend on a powerful country? Compared to Korea, what counts the life and death of the people? Jin Qingming was speechless for a while, and in Huang Zixuan's mouth, he seemed to have become a person who ignored the life and death of the Korean people. He thought about it for a while and finally sighed. Yes, Goryo is a small country. This is the sorrow of the small country. He said, I will write to my father when I go back and tell the conditions of Dau. Huang Zixuan breathed a sigh of relief. Although the king of Goryo sent him, it is impossible to completely believe him. Now with Jin Qingming, he believes that king of Goryo will take this seriously. After all, the two returned to the Jinxiu restaurant under the protection of the guards, borrowed paper and pen, and sent a letter from Jin Qingming back to Korea. At the same time, after Yun Qingfeng came out of the palace, he simply cleaned up and headed to Dengzhou, where a 10,000 strong teacher was waiting for him. During his trip to Goryo, he will supervise the implementation of these terms in Goryo. If the king of Goryo tries to resist, they will have to spend some effort to change the king to Goryo. 3 days later, he arrived in Dengzhou. On the same day, he took a battleship to the ancient city of Hai, and arrived at the ancient city of Hai on the 4th day. Then he didn't stop, and directly led a division's troops towards Liu Jingqing. At this time, Jin Qingming's letter also reached Liu Jingqing. Arsehole, arsehole, arsehole. King Goryo held the letter. His body trembling with anger, he shouted, assemble the army, I will fight the country to the end. My lord, think twice. Once the war begins, Goryo will be overwhelmed. A great Yugo army in Haegu City will soon arrive under the city. There will be heavy troops in the direction of Liaozhou. Goryo lacks horses, and even 1,000 cavalrymen cannot come together. How does this go to war with great Yu country? The ministers were panicked. Some ministers even knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. The king of Goryo sat down and gasped angrily for a while. He gradually calmed down. Now all the ministers know that the great Yu country musketry of 10,000 people is enough to sweep Goryo, because all the Goryos are on foot, and they can't make it together out of cavalry. In this way, the army is vulnerable to the firearms of the great Yu country, who makes them even have no firearms. My lord, there is a saying in the state of Dau that you can be brave, as long as the king can endure the temporary humiliation. Under the influence of the state of Dau, Goryo will be able to become stronger. Even if we cannot defeat the state of Dau, at least we will not suffer again. The bullying of the Japanese country. A minister persuaded. The king of Goryo narrowed his eyes lightly and sighed. If this is the case, this king can only accept this matter, so as to prevent the people of Goryo from suffering another war. The king is kind, and the people will definitely miss the king. The ministers all flattered. Turning around, King Goryo's expression relaxed a little. This letter did make him very angry, but in his opinion, compared with Pei Shan's cruel rule of Goryo, the way of Dau country was much gentler. It's just that he couldn't agree with one word. He had to perform in front of the ministers, and the arrival of the army of the great Yu country made these officials afraid to say anything because of fear. In this way, the people of Korea will not be blamed for this in the future. On his body. Now that he is old, He just wants to enjoy the prosperity and wealth safely, as long as the Great Yu Kingdom allows him to sit on the throne. The most important thing is that he is very afraid of cutting off the supply of Yuxiang. Now he is all day long. Can't leave this. King Goryo concealed other officials, but did not hide Jin Hyunsung's gaze. He could see that King Goryo was just pretending to be righteous. He sighed slightly. He didn't understand, since when his king had lost his ambition and became addicted to pleasure. If you agree to this, Goryo will end in the hands of dear Yugo. He finally tried his best to say, "The Emperor, even if we agree to the request of the Great Yu country, we will at least let the Great Yu country drive away the Japanese pirates. Wouldn't we have promised so much, but can't get any return?" "Well, this can be mentioned to the Emperor of Dayu," King Goryo said. In fact, he was a little frustrated because he knew that no matter what he did, Goryo could not escape the fate of the vassal state. That being the case, it doesn't matter whose vassal state is. After discussing the matter with the ministers, the king of Goryo seemed a little tired. He explained that Jin Hyunsung had forwarded Goryo's reply to the army of the Great Yu Kingdom outside the city and then returned to the bedroom. After the departure of King Goryo, the Korean officials who had just passed the test were excited, and they discussed how to establish a deep relationship with the officials of Dayu. The officials with Jin Hyun as the leader remained silent. They stared at the officials who were stunned by the wind and left. 30 miles outside the city, Yan Qingfeng led an army to Liujing City. If the treaty is reached, his army will be stationed in Liujing City. From then on, Liu Jingqing will be completely brought under the supervision of Great Yu country. If the treaty cannot be reached, he can only take the final military action to get rid of King Goryo, but this will be more troublesome because it will make Great Yu country to pay more to rule Goryo. In addition to this, you may have to face the resistance of Goryo from the top down, which no one wants to see. The army was marching on the official road leading to Liu Jingqing, and all the Korean citizens who saw the army of the Dayu kingdom fled around along the way. Just when he could see the walls of Ryukyong, a team of Korean officials came out from the city and approached them. When he got closer, Jin Xuanqing walked towards Yan Qingfeng with his credential in both hands. After receiving the letter of credential sent by the Korean officials, he glanced at it, and Yan Qingfeng's hanging heart fell. In this letter of credential, the King of Korea promised all the conditions of the Great Yu country. Nodded with satisfaction, looking at Liu Jingqing not far away, Yan Qingfeng ordered, "The army is marching towards Liu Jingqing. We may live here for a while in the future." Chapter 833 Cows Change. The Emperor, a division led by Yan Qingfeng, has settled in Liu Jingqing, and King Goryo's credential has arrived. In the imperial study room, Qian Defu was holding Goryo's credential in both hands, which the postmaster had just sent back from Goryo. "More than 10 days have passed since the last time I met with King Goryo and Huang Zixu at the Zhengde Guangmyongjian. Now he has finally waited for the reply from the King of Goryo. This King of Goryo hasn't been stupid enough yet." Xiaoming got up and looked out the window. From June to July, more than half of this year has passed. On the whole, he is still very satisfied with the results achieved this year. First, he seized the 6 cities of Guangdong from the hands of the barbarians. This strategy completely turned the Golden Horde into a nomadic nation and could no longer confront the Great Yu country directly. The second achievement is that Goryo lost the asylum of the Golden Horde. Goryo finally returned to the normal historical track and once again became a vassal of the Great Yu. No, if he doesn't know each other, the Emperor will kill him, Qian Defu said with a smile. At the court meeting that day, he felt that Xiaoming had murdered the King of Goryo. "Indeed, I will not allow an ignorant King of Korea to exist, because this will affect Dayu's control over Korea." Qian Defu nodded. "It's just that even though Goryo was regained, this Japanese kingdom has become a big trouble for the Great Yu state, and compared to Goryo, the Japanese kingdom is more difficult to deal with." Hearing this, Xiaoming laughed. "Wei Kingdom is indeed better than Goryo and the Golden Horde in firearms, but there is still a lot of gap compared to my country. DAU. The only trouble is that Nobunaga Yamada is very good. He made the names of the Japanese and the people very enthusiastic. Some of it seemed like militarism. Militarism? What is this? Kiandafu is a little hard to understand. Xiaoming pondered for a while. He didn't aimlessly at this sentence, but based on the analysis of the secret guard's intelligence. Because of the existence of the technology spa, he has also been studying the characteristics of the country of Japan. Generally speaking, the country of Japan has some good characteristics, such as diligence, obedience, and loyalty. But the shortcomings are also very obvious. They are strong in attributes and narrow in thinking. Easy to go to extremes, very cruel to other ethnic groups, lacking mercy. Coupled with the existence of the Bushido spirit deep in the souls of the islanders of the country, this nation can easily be turned into militarism quickly due to the bewitching of politicians and become a country of bandits. This is true whether it was Toyotomi Hideyoshi in the Wani period or the invasion during World War II. In this era, it was Yamada Nobunaga who led the country to extremes. According to the records of the Kingdom of Greatyu, the Bushido spirit of the Kingdom of Japan showed many characteristics in this time and space. Their warriors of the Kingdom of Japan were arrogant at the same time they were inferior. It also makes them pay attention to etiquette on the surface, but they are brutal and cruel at heart. They take pleasure in oppressing the weak, and at the same time show amazing obedience to the strong. This is the country he knows about, a strange country that if you rub him on the ground, he will call your father. Therefore, in Xiaoming's opinion, before the Greatyu state had beaten the Japanese nation to the ground, the Japanese National Congress had always despised Greatyu state, even though they knew that Greatyu state might become stronger. After all, the inferior nature of the country is self-deception, not crying without the coffin. In the contemporary period of World War II, the Japanese country dared to directly attack the United States, which is enough to see how nervous the country is. Poor soldiers and the military means, Xiaoming said lightly. Qian is very clear. Poor soldiers and the military fighters have to have some skills. If they are not capable, isn't it just okay? This sentence is correct. This Yamada Nobunaga is just fine looking for it. Xiaoming laughed. The two were talking and laughing. At this time, a young arrived outside the imperial study room and said loudly, "The Emperor, Li-san, the commander of the secret guard, is asking for a meeting outside the palace." "Let him in." Xiaoming raised his eyebrows, and Li-san was mainly responsible for the domestic intelligence collection in Dayu. Whether Wang Xuan or Li-san, if there is important information, they will personally report to him. After a while, Li-san arrived outside the imperial study room. Li-san is a bit fat now, and Li-san has had a good life since he married Liu Lai. After entering the imperial study room, Li-san bowed and saluted, and solemnly said, "The Emperor." The lower official found something abnormal in the Cao family bank, so he immediately went to the palace to report to the Emperor. "Cao family?" Xiaoming frowned. Li-san continued, "Yes. The Emperor wanted to capture the Cao family, just waiting for the Cao family to make a mistake. I didn't expect that this time he really complied with the Emperor's guess." Xiaoming is not surprised. In this era, many officials and businessmen will use the thinking of this era to evaluate him. Little does he realize that Xiaoming's foresight is much higher than them. Often when they make a small move, Xiaoming understands what they want to do. Especially for businessmen, they couldn't seek Xiaoming's supervision, and they thought that the court didn't care about their business behaviors. It was a big mistake. "What exactly is going on?" Xiaoming asked. According to the information obtained by the guard, a lot of money has been transported from the Cao family bank today. According to the bank's words, the bank needs to transfer money to other banks. Li-san said. After a pause, he continued, "At the same time, Cao Zhengyang is selling assets in Yaozu and Qingzhou to other merchants in the name of losing his family business." "So that's the case." Xiaoming squinted his eyes. From the perspective of outsiders, these behaviors of the Cao family were normal, because the turnover of silver was originally a very common thing. It's just different in the eyes of Xiaoming and Miwai. Their behavior is very doubtful, but Xiaoming didn't dare to make a decision if this was just normal. he might have rashly removed Cao Zhengying. It aroused criticism from merchants and allowed more merchants to support the king of Chu, who is now desperate to westernize. In this way, don't be alarmed for the time being. You send someone to stare at the merchant ship that transports silver. Once the merchant ship tries to reach Chu, you will immediately take them down with the guards of Jinling City. At the same time, you immediately ask the secret guards to investigate all the cows in the north. If the bank found similar behavior, it immediately sealed the Cao family bank with the guards. Xiaoming said. Yes. The Emperor. Li Sanhong nodded in focus. After reporting the matter, Li San turned around and left. Xiaoming rubbed his eyebrows. In fact, he had predicted that today, but he was a little unhappy when it happened, because the behavior of the Cao family proved one thing to him: the merchant will definitely seek every opportunity to claim rights after he gets enough money. Standing up and looking out the windows, Xiaoming thought his mind. He said, "Darren Defu, what do you think of regularly holding business meetings?" Qian Defu looked dazed. He was shocked and said, "The Emperor is going to compromise with the businessman." Chapter 834. The art of flicker. Golden sunlight shone on Qian Defu's astonished face. Xiaoming's proposal shocked him enough. He said cautiously, "The old slave can only chat with the Emperor casually, and dare not criticize such an important matter." With a light smile, he looked at Qian Defu and said, "You don't need to be nervous. You will understand when I say it." The status of merchants has been suppressed in Dau for thousands of years, and the sudden liberation must now be a big explosion. This kind of explosion is not only the development of industry and commerce, but also the explosion of the businessman's mentality. Because they have gathered a lot of wealth, they feel that they should have some say in participating in national affairs. Of course, very few ambitious businessmen want to be like the West. Now, under the influence of the King of Chu, the merchants have many ideas in their hearts. That's why Cao Zhengying is in King's like a fish in water, because the merchants regard him as a business leader and complain about the imperial court's strict restrictions on their business behavior. Xiaoming has been paying attention to the development of King Zhu, so he understands the current situation of King Zhu. After thinking for a while, he continued, "So, I decided to give them such an opportunity to hold an annual meeting composed of representatives of merchants, artisans, and students, so that they can put forward their own suggestions on the affairs of Great Yu State. The government has added an institution called the Consultative Council for Government Affairs. Businessmen, students, and craftsmen who join the Council for Government Affairs are responsible for selecting candidates to participate in the court meeting." How about? In fact, the set of what Xiaoming thought of was basically similar to the former Yuan Weiling of the Great Yu Kingdom, except that Yuan Weiling did not have the right to participate in government affairs. Now Xiaoming has given them an official organization, an officially recognized status. The most important thing is that they can put forward their dissatisfaction with government affairs in front of the emperor, or suggestions that are beneficial to the development of the country. The reason why Xiaoming thought of this was also inspired by modern times. Since businessmen need the right to participate in politics, he gave an organization that seemed to be important, but in fact it was his attitude. In the annual business meetings, he can adopt more favorable suggestions from businessmen. In this way, businessmen will feel that they are valued, and there is no other excuse to ask for more in-depth participation in government affairs. After all, this court meeting is basically the same as that of officials. Having said all this, Qian Defu suddenly showed a wry smile. It turned out that the merchants were talking about this. He said, "The emperor is wise. Since the merchants like this, let's make a fuss." Xiaoming nodded. "In order to cause unnecessary turmoil, I think it is necessary to disclose some news about the Council of Government Affairs in the newspaper." After all, he sat down to write a manuscript and sent it to the newspaper. On the second day, King Zhu daily roared with the great change in the status of the merchant in a millennium, about 2 or 3 things about the Council of Government Affairs. As soon as this newspaper came out, the originally peaceful city of King Zhu became lively again. Anyone who is willing to join the Council of Government Affairs can elect business representatives to attend the meeting held on November 6 each year. At that time, His Majesty the Kingdom of Great Yu will discuss state affairs with the cabinet ministers and businessmen and adopt useful advice. In the Wise restaurant, Ding Wu was excited as he read the contents of the newspaper. After reading the newspaper, he patted the table fiercely. Have you seen it? Did you see it? This is written by the emperor himself. Those who can eat breakfast in Wise restaurant are basically the big businessmen in King's who have a good face. They used to envy Chu local businessmen to participate in government affairs, but now, this happiness comes too suddenly. How about Cao Zhengyang showing off Cao's family in Chu all day? Now they have nothing to say. Ding Wu, if this Council of Political Affairs is established, we will elect you as the chairman. Then we will see when Cao Zhengyang can be proud of him. The others roared. Ding Wu got up and thanked him. Thank you for your love. If you can see the emperor at the court meeting, I will definitely report your suggestions to the emperor. Good. The businessman laughed. Cao Zhengyang was sitting not far from Ding Wu. The naked provocations of these businessmen made his face flushed. Now the businessmen are completely disregarding him. Although he was annoyed, he felt more regretful in his heart. This time he seemed to overdo some things. Since moving to Kingzhou, he has been here too smoothly. With the increasing freedom of Kingzhou businessmen, he has not felt the omnipresent majesty of the court for a long time, and because of the Cao family's lavish investment in Kingzhou Mansion, from officials to the common people respect him very much, which invisibly made him feel a little airy. The most important thing is that he thought that the King of Chu and the court were one body, and they would be in peace, just like they have been for hundreds of years. However, the order from the Cao family 5 days ago completely made him see the reality clearly, and it seemed that the King of Chu and the Emperor were not so harmonious. Therefore, seeing the contents of the newspaper, he was quite mixed, and he didn't know how his father would feel when he saw this newspaper. However, there was no turning back arrow when the bow was opened. Since the Cao family had already stepped out of this step, there was no way to look back. The silver had been shipped out from Kingzhou. Once the court heard about it, the Cao family bank would be forever. At the same time, he has already prepared. After breakfast, he will travel from Kingzhou to Dengzhi in the name of doing business, and then he will board a British merchant ship to Linen. After eating in a hurry, Cao Zhengyang left the Wise restaurant without rebutting. At this time, the shopkeeper glanced at Cao Zhengyang, and the second person in the same shop exchanged eyes. Dian Xiao understood, turned around and walked towards Dongxi. He wanted to tell them Cao Zhengyang's whereabouts. While Kingzhou fell into a frenzy, news about the Government Affairs Council soon spread to the workshops outside Kingzhou City. Businessmen like Zhu Liu and other self-made businessmen all cheered and looked forward to the official promulgation of government affairs by the court. The law of the conference. When the businessman was excited, Xiaoming was already discussing this issue with the cabinet. The Consultative Council for Political Affairs did not have any rights stipulated by the laws of the country of Great Chongqing, that is, the Council for Political Affairs existed as a kind of public institution of the court. In addition to businessmen, there will also be people from other industries in the country. They will speak on behalf of all classes of the country. Therefore, for Xiaoming, this organization still has some benefits, allowing him to more intuitively understand the development of the country. At the same time, it can also allow officials to curb their outstretched demons. After all, the Consultative Affairs Council can also serve as an eye to supervise the behavior of officials, to brainstorm and open up a wide-ranging way. This is what Ming Jun did. The ministers and others are willing to assist the emperor in establishing this Council of Political Affairs. After understanding the nature of the Council of Government Affairs, Pang Yukun and Fiji agreed. Chapter 835 Changes in Chu State. Li San kept collating the information sent by the secret guard, frowning deeper and deeper. According to intelligence, Cao Zhengyang's recent deeds have become more suspicious, and now he can basically determine that the real purpose of the Cao family is to transfer silver. Fortunately, The secret guard has been keeping someone staring at Cao Zhengyang, otherwise something will happen this time. Li San's forehead was slightly sweaty. Although the secret guard was established by the imperial court to collect intelligence and monitor hundreds of officials, as the country now has more and more land and more officials, the current manpower of the secret guard is quite stretched. For this reason, the secret guard gave up part of the supervision of the people, but focused on supervising important officials and generals of the imperial court, and he was not even willing to send someone to stare at someone like Cao Zhengyang. After all, relative to a high-ranking official, Cao Zhengyang is just a small person. But this little man obviously has to do a big deal now. Cao Zhengyang has boarded the merchant ship heading for Dengzhou and immediately notified the Waizu to arrest Cao Zhengyang and let them control all of the Cao family's business in the north. Li San ordered that if no action is taken, Cao Zhengyang will run away. Yes, the secret guard commander beside Li San responded and immediately led 3 people out of the secret guard post. You go to Jinling City immediately and let the defenders of Jinling City intercept the silver, Li San said sternly. Judging by the news from the other 6 states, Cao Zhengyang secretly transferred the silver from all the banks in the nearby county. If this batch of money reaches the Chu region, it will have a serious impact on the industrial and commercial development in the north. Although Qingzhou Bank can now fight against the Cao family bank, there are still many businessmen who have deposited their wealth into the Cao family under the flicker of Cao Zhengyang. Money House. After giving orders one after another, Li San got up and went to the palace. He wanted to report this to Xiaoming. All the way to the palace, he was asked to enter after waiting for a while outside the city. When he arrived at the imperial study room, he saw Pang Yukun and Fiji also. The emperor, Pang Shufu. Li San paid a salute. When Fiji and Pang Yukun saw Li San, both of them smiled happily. In a blink of an eye, Ding, the former royal family member, became the commander of the most mysterious institution of the Great Yu Kingdom. It can be said that every official did not dare to offend him, for fear of being caught by the secret guard. Come here so soon. It seems that Cao Zhengyang really has an accident this time, Xiaoming said. Li San bluntly said, yes. The emperor and the lower officials have found out that the Cao's money houses in the counties around Qingzhou are all transferring money, and Cao Zhengyang is preparing to go to Dengzhou. This is very unusual. To prevent accidents, the lower officials have ordered the closure of Cao's bank and the interception of Cao's transfer of silver. This Cao family is really fainted, dare to demolish the emperor's platform at this time. Pang Yukun snorted angrily. Fiji always looks indifferent, he said. In fact, it is not difficult to understand. The nature of the merchant is just that. As the emperor said, this merchant is similar to the nomads. The nomads live by water and grass, and the merchants are driven by money. In the beginning, the Cao family went to the emperor to preserve the foundation of the Cao family, but now they also go to the king of Chu for the foundation of the Cao family. After all, the current king of Chu is not small, and it has the momentum to run the country together with businessmen. Old Fch said that it is extremely true. But this king of Chu is also rushing to the doctor. The businessman has always been short-sighted and only pursues the current huge profits. Perhaps letting the businessman be in power can achieve commercial prosperity within a period of time, but in the long run it will inevitably be because of the businessman conflict of interest between them has led to inaction in national affairs. Pang Yukun said. Since Xiaoming opened the Tanzi Academy, they and other officials have also been in attendance from time to time. Now they have a deeper understanding of the political system in the books, and they no longer stay in the old backward feudal thinking. Xiaoming let the pen circle in his hand. His eyes stopped on Fiji and Pang Yukun, and he was very satisfied with their current progress. He said, I have to admit that King Chu is also a hero. In order to be able to defeat me, he can let go of everything. According to Wang Xuan's news, Linan now has a different prosperous state than Qingzhou, and it is said to imitate the West. The council is being formed, and the speaker of this council is Cao Kun. It's not surprising that the Cao family has to shed blood for the king of Chu. This king of Chu can really do it. If this parliament is equivalent to the Western parliament, Isn't it that the rights of the King of Chu will also be restricted by the parliament? Will the King of Chu agree? Fiji was surprised. The Golden Horde was defeated, and the King of Chu knew that the next target of the Emperor was him. Compared with his life and power, which one do you think he would choose? Even so, the King of Chu could still inherit the throne and enjoy the glory and wealth forever. Pang Yukan frowned. After a pause, he continued, "The Emperor, the South is rich, and the influence of the King of Chu has been greater than that of the royal family for a long time. If there is a war, the people will probably not stand on the side of the royal family. The relocation of the township has not worked well. Many people are unwilling to come to the north. For this reason, many people have violently resisted." Li San nodded in agreement. Xiaoming got up and walked towards the map, looking towards the area south of the Yangtze River. "I really underestimated the Chu King's ability to accept Western culture. In the past 2 or 3 years, Chu King has made me look up and down." Fiji smiled. "The Emperor, the Han people in the south, has another name, the Hakka." The origin of this Hakka began when the Qin Zhengling was in the south of Baiyu, and after thousands of years, a stable family has been formed. Novel. These Hakkas mostly do business with people overseas, and even thrive in Luzon, Malacca, Annan and other places. These countries established by the Han people once wanted to pay tribute to the Great Chu Kingdom, but they have never been there in the past century. This Chu King Li was originally from Fusu, and later followed Gozu to settle in Linan, but the Chu King has always been in close contact with Fusu and other places. Old ministers used to be puzzled before, but now I think about it, the kingdoms built by the Han people are occupied by Westerners, Pang Yukan said. Xiaoming naturally understands the Hakka people. They are indeed a group of people who are good at pioneering. But even so, he can't dispel his will to unify the Great Chu country. Now the King of Chu and the Kou family are conspiring to attack the development of Qingzhou Prefecture's industry and commerce, with the goal of delaying the development of Qingzhou Prefecture. He must now crush the Kou family's plan. It just made him a little regretful that King Chu was very clever and did not leave any evidence for him to arrest. This time the Kou family tossed it was also a matter of the Kou family. On the surface, he was still a loyal feudal lord. He had no reason to send troops. However, sending troops in the name of reducing the vassal would cause a chain reaction of Huainan, Yongwen, Ruiyang and others, which he did not want to see. Chapter 836 Breach Gun. The sound of cicadas rang out outside the Imperial study room, which made people distracted. While thinking about it, Xiaoming paced back and forth in front of the three. While the Industrial Revolution was in full swing, the country of Diaoyu was still facing security challenges. King Chu, barbarians, Japanese, Tabo, etc. These hostile forces need to be solved one by one for him, and his task is still very heavy. The princes are ultimately the great trouble of the Great Chu country. If they don't get rid of them in a single day, the Great Chu country will be in a state of fragmentation. The most hateful thing is that I can't interfere with the government of the country. Xiaoming said, this was the establishment of the great ancestors. According to Xiaoming, these vassal states are equivalent to independent federations, loyal to the royal family and at the same time form a system of their own. And this is the reason why he hates so much, because the princes have become time bombs. When the royal is strong, it will be fine. If the royal is weak, these princes will take the opportunity to replace. After all, this incident had just happened for a few years, and it was definitely not his guess. Fiji's face was contemplative. Xiaoming's words were enough to make him understand what Xiaoming was going to do. He said, "The Emperor, this matter can't be rushed. Now the north is not completely settled, and the country of Japan is looking forward to Jolly again. After the dynasty has returned, it will be necessary to rest and reorganize. If you rashly cut the vassal, it may push the vassal kings to the side of the King of Chu, causing a fire in the backyard." Old F said that most of the troops of Dayu are now confined to the north. Even with the triumphant soldiers, they can only make up 60,000 people. Besides, it takes time to raise grain and prepare ammunition. The Battle of the Northern Expedition was already very expensive, and the slaves looted back accounted for a lot of rations. The emperor and the veteran thought that this is definitely not the time to send troops. At present, we should focus on stabilizing Kanto and Goryeo, at least until the Kanto food can be used to station troops provide grain. Pang Yukon persuaded that because of the delay in spring plowing, there is no grain output in the Kanto area. At present, not only is it unable to provide food for the country, but the court still has subsidized food. After the recovery of the 6 cities, the government's statistics will soon come out. At present, the 6 cities in the Kanto area have a total population of 2.2 million Kanto, which is terrible. Xiaoming glanced at Pang Yukon. This fellow in his memory always used to be like this. He cried out for lack of food and money as soon as a war, and he never had a happy time. But he understands that Pang Yukon is a security-seeking person and never likes to fight uncertain battles. If this is the case, let's think about it again next fall. But before that I have to figure out how to make King Huainan and King Yong hand over military power, Xiaoming said in a deep voice. In fact, he didn't want to fight his own people anymore. Infighting was meaningless. If King Chu could surrender his military power to become a rich prince, he would not do anything to him. It's just that it's too late now. King Chu is now digging holes for himself. Once a council headed by Cao Kun is established, the state of Chu will change. At that time, he will probably not face King Chu but the capital council. But even so, he is not very worried. Chu is developing, but the north is also developing, and he develops much faster than Chu in 1 year. This is like a race between the tortoise and the hare. If you add a year, he will only make the gap between the north and the south even bigger. Maybe then he will kill the king of Chu with an overwhelming advantage. After all, Song Qingping is already developing sharp, which is similar to a paper shell bullet. After installing a rifle, this Sharp's rifle is very similar in structure to the current Levy musket used by the country. It also uses an external flash hider, hammer firing, and a paper eggshell. The difference is that it adds a locking structure. In this way, the captive-type rifle of Dayu State only needs to be modified and upgraded to become a rear-mounted rifled rifle. The reason for this is of course no coincidence, because Xiaoming guided Song Qingping in this direction at the beginning of his design, in order to facilitate the upgrade and transformation of the gun. Now that there are more than 100,000 modern musket troops in the country of Dayu, if he frequently replaces his weapons, he cannot bear it. And according to the news from the battlefield, many conquest muskets were lost during the northern expedition. These muskets are likely to have flowed into the hands of the barbarians. Once so, he believes that the Western craftsmanship of the Japanese country may have obtained this new musket. For him, he couldn't tolerate the loss of his own weapon on the battlefield, otherwise he would be really ashamed of a person with a technology spar. In addition to this reason, another reason why he chose the Sharp's rifle is the production of bullets. This rifle can fully use the minor bullets currently used by captive rifles without the need for a special supporting bullet production line. The only question now is whether Song Qingping can produce a qualified locking structure, because this will affect the airtightness of the gun. In the next time, he needs to build a set of production machinery specifically for the locking structure. After discussing the question about King Chu, Xiaoming said to Li San, "I will not fight King Chu for the time being. It does not mean that I am afraid of him. You did the right thing. Now you immediately cooperate with the guards and seal all the business of the Cao family." Yes, the emperor, Li San answered. After talking about this, Xiaoming asked the 3 to go back separately. If he had used to worry about King Chu's affairs, but now it is unnecessary, because he has sufficient confidence to control the situation. Now his plan cannot be chaotic. At present, he still has to deal with the barbarians and the Japanese countries, and at the same time stabilize the Kanto and Korea, so that these 2 places will become the granary and dumping market of the country. Thinking of this, he asked Qian Defu to call Huang Zixu, and the Korean delegation was waiting for his reply in order to go back for business. After a while, Huang Zixuan, who had been waiting in the restaurant for several days, arrived, and when he saw Xiaoming, he immediately knelt down with a flattering expression. Xiaoming didn't let Huang self-proclaim. At this time, He just wanted to show the danger in front of him. He pondered for a moment. He said, Huang Zixu, since you are willing to do things for me, I will not treat you badly. With you, you need to faithfully fulfill the conditions that I gave to Korea. Your Majesty, don't worry, even if you are crushed, you will never lose your Majesty's favor. Huang Zixu said sincerely. Nodded. Xiaoming continued, the army of the Kingdom of Great Yu is stationed in Liujing City, which is enough to save your life, but the conflicts that arise during the implementation of the treaty require you to find a solution. My principle is to fulfill the premise of the treaty. Next, I will not interfere in your internal affairs. Your Majesty's meaning is clear, and your Majesty will never cause trouble to your Majesty. Xiaoming also said that the most controversial issue in this treaty is cultural issues. In this regard, he has been rough, but only roughness can assimilate Goryeo. Otherwise, the painless enlightenment cannot assimilate this place even for 1,000 years. Once the Korean culture is revived, this place will be separated again. The entanglement of contemporary England and Ireland is enough to prove the harm of leaving it stale, and all he has to do is once and for all. Chapter 837. Kaojia Cao Zhengyang was a little panicked. Just as the merchant ship he was on set off, a group of soldiers in silver armor boarded the ship and surrounded him. Treasurer Cao, I'm afraid you will come with us. The leading guard held the helmet with one hand around his side, and pinched his waist with the other to look at Cao Zhengyang. Di Ying. Cao Zhengyang's eyes narrowed. The visitor was Di Ying, a general who once stationed in Bashu. There were many deaths and injuries in the Bashu battle. The Manchu civil and military were indignant, and Di Ying could only bear the blame. After the North Korean meeting decided, he was dismissed from the army, and moved to the guard post, where he became a 5th grade commander. The guard station official system. Each state's guard station has one superintendent, 3 ranks, 2 admirals and 4 ranks, 2 commanders and 5 ranks, and there are thousands of households and hundreds of households under commanders. For this rank, Di Ying did not complain, because he knew very well that he was able to stay in the court because the emperor and those old friends were merciful, and he could not resist the barbarians even if he was stationed in Songzu. It's just that someone must be responsible for the Battle of Bashu, otherwise it will be difficult for the common people to be angry. He can only drink this glass of bitter wine by himself. I didn't expect the shopkeeper Cao to remember it. It's really an honor. But even so, this commander still wants to take you back. Di Ying had a straw stalk in his mouth and looked wild. Cao Zhengyang's heart seemed to be held in his hand, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He argued loudly, I didn't break any laws. Why are you arresting me? Don't you be afraid that I will personally sue the emperor? Di Ying curled his lips and said, you were lying in the woman's arms and breastfeeding when I was killing the enemy on the battlefield. Frighten me? You are not qualified. Come, take me away, and detain this merchant ship. Yes. After receiving Di Ying's order, 100 guards immediately rushed aboard. Cao Zhengyang fell into despair. He understood that the court had been monitoring them, and the current sage never really trusted him. Do it. When the guards were boarding the ship, Cao Zhengyang suddenly yelled that he had to make the last fight, otherwise he would never be able to leave Kingzhou again. His words fell, and the crew members who had been busy on the ship suddenly picked up swords from various places on the merchant ship and killed them at the guards. Cao Zhengyang also put his hands into the sleeve cage. Di Ying was tempered from the war. Such an emergency was just a small scene for him. As Cao Zhengyang moved, he pulled a Mitsubishi thorn from his waist and pressed it on Cao Zhengyang's chin. This thing is called Mitsubishi thorn. It was produced by the military workshop not long ago. As long as you stab it lightly, your blood will flow like a stream until you die. Di Ying said with a sullen face. Cao Zhengyang is just a businessman, and at the moment of life and death, he is not comparable to a person like Di Ying who is used to life and death. His actions immediately stopped. Di Ying laughed twice, put his hand into Cao Zhengyang's sleeve cage, and he took out a short-barreled musket. Muskets. The imperial court strictly prohibits civilians from carrying guns. Cao Zhengyang, it seems that you are plotting this time. Di Ying said that he saw words on the musket that he didn't recognize. In his opinion, the musket was not produced in the country of Dau. As he spoke, The guards wrapped in armor easily dealt with the crew members who tried to resist. Although these guards are not part of the army, they can only serve after receiving strict training. It is easy to deal with ordinary villains. Cao Zhengyang closed his eyes when he heard this, and this time the Cao family's operations in the north were all over. While arresting Cao Zhengyang, the postman rushed day and night to transmit the order to intercept the merchant ship to Jinling City. Immediately, Jinling Mansion immediately sent guards to the river to intercept the merchant ship Cao's family who was about to enter the riverway of Jinling City. Immediately the news spread to King Zhu, and the Cao family's conspiracy was completely shattered within 6 days. The Emperor, the total amount of silver seized by Jinling City is 8 million taels, and this silver is now returning to King Zhu. In the Imperial Study Room, Li San reported to Xiaoming on the current implementation status. 8 million taels, this Cao family can really do it. This is equivalent to hollowing out a small half of the cash on the market. Xiaoming snorted. Indeed, fortunately, the Emperor kept the secret guards staring at him, otherwise the Cao family would really succeed this time. Li Sanxin had lingering fears. Xiaoming frowned. In fact, this is a headache. The backwardness of this era makes the court's supervision of the people very weak. After all, even modern capitalists who flee with money can't stop it, let alone here. I only found that Cao Zhengyang was a little abnormal. His remarks were almost the same as those of his father in linen. Xiaoming said lightly, by the way, how is the Cao family's property seized? Back to the Emperor, the Cao family's mines, banks, and workshops were all sealed up. It was just that this incident caused many businessmen and people to panic suddenly, and now many people are going to the Cao family bank to ask for money exchange. Li San said. Xiaoming had anticipated this problem a long time ago. I have my own way to do this. After you go back, continue to follow the line of Cao Zhengyang. The king of Chu and Cao Jiru are deliberate here. Dig as much as you can. Yes. The Emperor. Li San bowed in response. Asking Li San to leave, Xiaoming immediately called Pang Yukan over. The Cao family has a lot of assets in the north, and these assets must be dealt with in time, especially the Cao family bank, otherwise trouble will easily occur. Pang Yukan quickly arrived at the Imperial Study Room, and he was relieved when he learned that Yinzi was stopped. Fortunately, this time the Emperor asked the old minister to come for the Cao family's property. Pang Yukan said. Xiaoming nodded. Pang Yukan has always thought of a peace with him. He said, I don't want to affect the development of industry and commerce because of the Cao family. In this way, for the Cao family's mines and workshops, immediately officials were sent to take over, instead of Cao's management, and after it was stabilized, they would be auctioned to other merchants for operation. As for the Cao's family bank, it was directly renamed King Zhu Bank and existed as a branch of King Zhu Bank. Pang Yukan and Xiaoming thought about the same. He said, as for the people and businessmen who demanded the exchange of silver, the lower officials thought that they should publicly tell them in the newspaper that the silver bills in their hands would not affect the use, so as to avoid chaos. Well, it can be handled like this. Xiaoming groaned. In fact, he made Pang Yukan come this time with a more important thing. This is the monetary system. Now King Zhu Bank has entered Korea, and his goal is to make Dayu a world-class currency in the future. So after completely erasing the Cao family bank, he felt that the time had come. After a pause, he said, in fact, I have an idea, that is, to take advantage of this incident to issue the unified bank notes of the Great Yu Kingdom. Chapter 838 The Art of Paper Money. Pang Yukan was a little surprised when he heard the words. In the history of the country, Great Yu has been using vouchers like silver bills, and there has never been a paper currency. Xiaoming had a foreboding of Pang Yukan's reaction, and he directly used the technology spar to tell Pang Yukan what paper money was. There is no doubt that industry will enrich products, and at the same time the currency representing the flow of products will also increase. In this way, the court needs to issue currency based on the number of private products to maintain transactions between goods. If that's the case, how much should I issue? Pang Yukan was a little confused. Naturally, the number of issuances should not be random. Simply put, Paper and pen are equivalent to the previous copper coins. Too much issuance will cause the copper coins to depreciate. Originally, one copper coin can buy a burying head, but now it takes 10 coins to buy a steamed bun. It will cause turmoil in the country, so the issuance of banknotes must be equal to the current total industrial and agricultural production in the country. At the same time, in order to ensure the value of the currency itself, the currency needs to be linked to gold and silver, Xiaoming said with a deep voice. Although the country's firearms tend to surpass the West, there are still many imperfections in the country's social system, especially in the area of finance. He lags behind too much, so after expelling the barbarians and the country is basically stable and he decided to make up for this lack. And he has a big ambition, which is to establish an international monetary system dominated by the great U state and construct financial hegemony. Although there is still some distance from this ideal, we must start preparations now, and this issuance of banknotes is what we need to do now. Pang Yukun gradually understood under Xiaoming's explanation. He said, if this is the case, the old minister suggested that the current Great Chongqing adopts a silver standard currency. After all, gold is too scarce, and silver is the currency that Great Chongqing has been circulating. Xiaoming nodded. He once wanted to establish a gold standard monetary system, but now the conditions are still not met. That's what I mean, but you can also mix gold and silver to formulate a gold-silver ratio exchange system. Xiaoming said, he is planting the backhand of the gold standard so that he can directly use the gold standard in the future. Pang Yukun thought for a while and raised his last worry. He said, the emperor, there are many people who counterfeit silver bills. If banknotes are issued, how can they be eliminated? Without diamonds, he would not take porcelain work. Xiaoming dared to issue banknotes, so that the great Yu country could realize the money printing technology, so he said, you don't have to worry about this, I have a solution. Pang Yukun nodded. In this case, the old minister went back and disposed of the Ko family bank first. After that, Pang Yukun bowed and turned away. Watching Pang Yukun leave, Xiaoming called out the information in the technology spa. Issuing banknotes is not a simple matter, so he naturally didn't dare to mess around. The reason why it is now on the agenda is that the Ko family bank was uprooted on the one hand, and the other is that the quality of the banknotes issued by him confidently is strong enough. Generally speaking, banknotes have very high requirements for paper, and ordinary paper must not be used. After all, this type of paper can easily be damaged by water. Therefore, the real paper used for banknotes is banknote paper, which is made of cotton linters. This kind of cotton linters is also called cotton linters. The short fibers are still left on the cotton seeds after ginning, and these short fibers are peeled off with a stripping machine, which is cotton linters. Because of the complex collection process, short lint can be much more expensive than ordinary paper making raw materials. Having the materials is only the first step, and the next thing to master is the raw material formula of this paper, which is produced in strict proportion. In this way, the paper produced is smooth and delicate in texture, tough and foldable. Hold the banknote paper in your hand and shake it in the air, or pull the two ends of the banknote in both hands loosely and tightly, or flick the paper with your fingers. On the surface, there will be a clear and crisp sound. Relatively speaking, the raw materials of ordinary printing paper are mostly straw, etc. The texture of this type of paper is soft and rough, with insufficient toughness and tension, and it is easy to break. If it shakes in the air, the sound will become dull. Therefore, it is only the manufacturing level of this banknote paper that the merchants in the country cannot imitate. After all, the cost of imitating will be very high. In addition, he also has another magic weapon for anti-counterfeiting is the watermark. Watermarking is an ancient anti-counterfeiting method. His country was the first country to master watermarking technology in ancient times. At that time, the paper curtain was woven with threads to form a texture or pattern that protruded from the curtain surface. When the paper was made, the density of the pulp was different, and there were bright and alternating patterns in a light perspective, thus forming a watermark. In the Tang Dynasty, There was Yanbojian watermarked paper, and in the late Qing dynasty, it was watermarked paper with the words Wang Luji. In Europe, the Saxon banknotes issued in Prussia in 1772 used watermarks. Since then, the use of watermarks has become more common. In addition to these two, the third banknote printing technology that Dayu state can achieve is letterpress printing, which uses raised patterns. In this way, the surface of the banknote will become convex and concave, and the last thing is the printed pigment, the mineral pigment. Compared with plant pigments, the colors of various paintings painted by mineral pigments will not change for a long time, and will not fade for thousands of years. Thinking of this, Xiaoming said to Qian Defu, "Now follow me to the printing workshop." "Yes." The Emperor Qian Defu responded and went out to prepare. At this time, Xiaoming picked up a pen to record the key technologies. Next, he will mobilize technical backbones to establish a banknote workshop. This workshop will be a high-level secret of the country, and the method of printing banknotes will be a secret among secrets. After finishing writing, Xiaoming got up and went to the printing workshop. This workshop was always in charge of the newspaper. He directly asked Fan Zheng to draw some people with clean backgrounds from it, and at the same time ordered him to establish one in accordance with the newspaper's printing procedures. Set from paper-making to printing workshops. And he gathered the selected people to King's University. Because the issuance of banknotes is very important, Xiaoming asked the government office to prepare a confidentiality agreement for each of them, and signed the agreement. They will strictly guard the secrets of the banknote printing workshop. Any violation will violate the Confidentiality Act of China. The craftsmen selected by Fan Zheng are all people who have lived in Qingzhou City for generations. The information for several generations is very clear, and the entire family also lives in Qingzhou City. Such craftsmen are safe for Xiaoming, because they have a lot of scruples and the probability of being bribed is very low. In the next few days, Xiaoming handed them the core technology of printing money. Of course, the procedures were separate, and each craftsman could only master some of them. At the same time, he also instructed the equipment department to build a sort of peeling machine. With the current industrial capabilities, this machine is not a problem. Chapter 839 Dragon Coin Emperor. Please have a look. Pang Yukan presented the printed set of currencies in front of Xiaoming in the Imperial Library. After deciding to issue currency, Xiaoming asked the government to make all-out preparations and allocate resources. Together with his personal supervision, the first minting workshop in the country was successfully established, and a set of currencies in the country was successfully established within a month. Made it out. This includes the banknotes he requested, as well as 3 metal currencies, the materials of which are gold, silver and copper. Both paper currency and gold, silver and copper currency are collectively referred to as the Great Yuzhilong coin. The gold coins in the dragon coins are called golden dragons, weighing 1.5 grams, and are cast from pure gold. Silver coins are called silver dragons. It is also 1.5 grams, and its value is 1/10 of a gold coin, and a copper coin is 1/10 of a silver coin. As a result, the 3 metal currencies of gold, silver and copper are the main currencies in circulation on the market, while paper currency denominations are relatively large and are mainly used for large-scale commercial trade. The issuance of currency Xiaoming is not willful. In this era, the people's recognition of metal currency is far greater than that of paper money. If they use paper money rashly, they will not be willing to exchange gold and silver in the bank for paper money because of lack of trust. Therefore, Xiaoming currently produces large-value banknotes, which are mainly circulated for trade. At the same time, the reason he did this is to prevent counterfeit banknotes from impacting the private economy. If banknotes are used in large-scale trade, merchants will go to the bank to ask the bank to identify the authenticity of the banknotes before using it, cutting off the circulation of counterfeit money. After all, although he used many anti-counterfeiting technologies in the process of making banknotes, it is hard to guarantee that Western countries will not print counterfeit banknotes to harm the financial affairs of Great Chongqing. Historically, Napoleon copied a large number of Tsarist banknotes. During the attack on Russia, a large number of counterfeit money was used to purchase Russian goods, which caused economic chaos in Tsarist Russia, which caused citizens to buy gold for refuge. At the same time, Napoleon also printed pound sterling, Austrian coins, and Prussian coins, and for a while, Europe was flooded with counterfeit money. Thinking of this history, Xiaoming believes that we still need to be cautious. Now the Western colonists are full of malice towards the Great Chongqing and have always wanted to reverse the trade deficit. He cannot give them this opportunity. This is 100 golden dragon coins, right? Xiaoming looked at the banknote. The banknote was golden yellow as a whole, and it was ground and mimeographed by a mineral pigment like ochre. In the center of the banknote is an emperor's head with a crown, which looks 3 points similar to Xiaoming. To the north of the banknote is a steam locomotive running on the rails, with the word 100 in the middle. These patterns are carefully carved by craftsmen. Among them, there is a small square inches the lower left corner of Xiaoming's head, with the banknote printed on it. The production date and serial number. The most important thing is that this small box uses micro-engraving technology, once again increasing the difficulty of imitation. Yes, the emperor, this is the currency with the largest denomination in the country at present, Pang Yukan said with a smile. In fact, a golden dragon is enough for the people of the country to live for a month. After all, according to the previous conversion of silver, the salary of a female worker in the textile workshop is now a golden dragon, which is 12 golden dragons a year, and the salary of a female worker in Qingzhou is considered high. After the paper currency is issued, it is necessary to set up a currency detector at each bank, and the issued currency needs to be stamped with the seal of Qingzhou Bank to prevent the appearance of counterfeit currency. Xiaoming looked serious. Any policy is a step-by-step approach, and one bite can't be a fat man. This time he discovered that currency is also a preliminary attempt for financial reform. Putting down the paper money, Xiaoming picked up the golden dragon, silver dragon and copper coins. In the current United Kingdom, the weight of a gold coin is about 7 grams of gold. The reason why he uses 1.5 grams is because the current gold reserves are too small. This time the issuance of new currency, I only hope that the private gold and silver can be collected, so that there is no shortage of materials. Like banknotes, the head on gold coins is also Xiaoming, while silver coins are different from copper coins. The silver coin is printed with a naval battleship, while the copper coin is printed with mature wheat ears. According to modern rules, this coin should be printed with the head of the founding emperor, but for Xiaoming, since the Chang'an Rebellion, he has been re-establishing a different country, so he doesn't blush when using his head. The most important thing is to print your avatar on the money, which will also make the user more friendly to him, who will have trouble with money. After checking all the currencies, Xiaoming said, "Let Qingzhou Bank issue it to the outside world. You can go to the newspaper to find Fan Zheng and ask him to cooperate with you in publishing this new currency." After a pause, he continued, "In addition, the construction of Qingzhou Bank must be accelerated, at least to ensure that there is a bank in every state. The veteran is already taking over the Cao family bank. It is estimated that within 2 months, all the Cao family banks in all counties will be able to change their faces and become the Qingzhou Bank." Pang Yukan said about his current achievements. Xiaoming has always trusted Pang Yukan, and he said, "In this way, I feel relieved." The two monarchs and officials discussed currency matters, and Pang Yukan continued, "The emperor, according to the old minister, the three Jiaran and Kong Huan, the head of the Fu Confucian family, have returned to Qingzhou. In this way, the emperor will be the leader of Confucianism and can lead Confucian reform." Xiaoming nodded, and he also got the news. It is said that Jiaran touched Kong Huan, the patriarch of the Confucian family, as soon as he arrived in Fu. After staying in Fu for a while, Kong Huan brought more than 300 disciples and 3 of them together. When he arrived in Qingzhou, he was now waiting for his interview. Xiaoming was enthusiastic about this incident and was happy to see it. The Kong family recognized the situation at this time and saved him a lot of effort. At this time, Wait until I see Kong Hui and I have a lot to explain to him. Xiaoming said in deep thought. In order to reform Confucianism, he personally wrote a set of key points that need reform, and waited for Kong Hui to do it. Promote yourself. Yes. The Emperor, Pang Yukan responded and turned around and left after confirming that Xiaoming had nothing else. With only Xiaoming left in the Yush Hufang, he once again picked up the new currency of the country. In a blink of an eye, the reforms of the country have been going on for 2 years. With the deliberate support of the government, various places in the country have been established. All kinds of workshops, both government-run and private-run, jointly support the current industry in the country, and because of the prosperity of industry, merchants have more reselling of goods, allowing a steady stream of silver to flow into the country, and it is precisely against this background that currency is issued. It's just that the current industrial capacity is not enough for him. He needs more workshops, but in this way he needs more markets to support the industry and sell more types of goods. Thinking of this, he couldn't wait to get more areas like Goryeo. Just as he was thinking, Li San arrived outside the Imperial Study Room at this time. Chapter 840 Precision Dilemma. The Emperor, Cao Zhengyang, has explained everything. Entering the Imperial Study Room, Li San handed a confession to Xiaoming. They have been interrogated for a month since Cao Zhengyang was arrested. At the beginning, Cao Zhengyang's mouth was very hard and he refused to admit that he was deliberately sabotaged by the Cao family. Even though Li San used some criminal laws, Cao Zhengyang still refused to say. In the end, Li San had to put Cao Zhengyang in the confinement room and woke him up whenever Cao Zhengyang was about to fall asleep. After persisting for 3 days, Cao Zhengyang, who could not stand the mental torture, finally vomited all of them. Sure enough, it was Cao Kun's order. Xiaoming glanced at the confession and said, Cao Zhengyang made it clear that it was Cao Kun's message to him. In addition, Cao Zhengyang also gave some important information about Chu. The Merchant Council was established a month ago, and now Cao Kun is the speaker. Cao Zhengyang's older brother Cao Zhengtong is the long history of the Y dynasty. According to Cao Zhengyang, the Merchant Council is planning to obtain military power. If they succeed, the king of Chu will become puppet. These news also shocked Li San. In his opinion, a businessman seeking government affairs has been shocked to the world, and now he is trying to get involved in the army. Xiaoming was also a little surprised. The king of Chu must be crazy. Once he gets the military power, the Cao family has the final say in Chu state. Chu knows the West better than we do, and the Cao family has talked to the king of Chu about Western monarchs more than once. Between life and death, he may believe in the Cao family more. Li San said cautiously. Xiaoming sighed. Now the problem lies in this place. No matter how he releases his kindness, King Chu has always refused to believe him. He now firmly believes that even if he surrenders to Xiaoming, he will eventually kill him. It can only be said that Chu is too shrewd. He said, you are right. Now King Chu doesn't believe me anyway, so he will not surrender to me at all. Li San laughed when he heard the words. He said, the Emperor, this may not be a good thing. We have some scruples about the Chu king. If the Cao family controls the Merchant Council and gains military power, then the Emperor does not have to worry about the Chu king. Or not, we all have good reasons to go south. If the Emperor wants to make Chu state a little faster, maybe the Emperor can send a secret guard to assassinate the king of Chu. Xiaoming also thought of this. Now that Chu Wang's son Li Chuan is in King's Zoo, once the Chu king dies, Li Chuan must go back to succeed. This is the rule of the Great Chu Kingdom. King Chu may be willing to share the power with others in order to steal his life, but Li Chuan would not agree. After all, he is the next king of Chu. That's what I think. Since King Chu made me unhappy, why did I let King Chu live in peace? As long as King Chu dies, he can let Li Chuan go back to fight the Cao family. I can't say that Li Chuan will ask me at that time. Send soldiers to save him. What do you think? Xiaoming made up his mind that the so-called soldiers, the country's major events, the place of death and life, the way of survival, must not be ignored, and war cannot be willful at any time. The contemporary United States in the Vietnam War and the failure of North Korea are enough to explain this problem. Advanced weapons may not necessarily be able to win the war, or even the victory will pay a heavy price. And this is not what Xiaoming wants to see, so even if Dayu State is equipped with advanced firearms, he still plans and moves after every war, trying every means to reduce losses, or directly defeating the enemy without fighting. The emperor is wise. In this way, it has won time for the deployment of the army, and can reduce casualties, and at the same time is famous for the division. Li San said. Xiaoming continued to read the news that Cao Zhengyang confided. In addition to the parliament and the army, the Cao family in France were also hooking up and buying a lot of Western firearms. At the same time, other businessmen who supported the King of Chu also spared no effort to help the King of Chu, trying to get rid of his rule. It seems that I want to have a serious talk with Li Chuan, and fan the flames for him by the way. Xiaoming said with a smile. After a pause, he said, "Are you confident in assassinating King Chu?" Li San laughed twice and said, "The Emperor, it is said that Song Qingping is developing a musket that loads ammunition from the other gun. This musket can be shot in any posture, and its accuracy and rate of fire are better than those of a conquered musket. It is estimated that the Emperor can give a gun like this to the next official. It is not a big problem." It is not surprising that Li San knew this secret, because Song Qingping, Lin Wentao and others were under the surveillance of the secret guard, and it was normal for Li San to get some information. Even Song Qingping had a movement, Li San would know, even before he knew it. As soon as his words fell, a young came to the door and whispered a few words to Qian Defu. Qian Defu smiled and said, "The Emperor, this really means Cao Cao. Cao Cao has arrived, and Song Qingping is asking for a meeting outside the palace." Xiaoming squinted at Li San. He said, "It seems you already know." Li San smiled and scratched his head. After waiting for a while, Song Qingping went to the door of the imperial study room and saw Song Qingping holding a musket in his hand. He was surprised. "Song Qingping, isn't this a breech gun, right?" Song Qingping nodded. He said, "Yes, the junior officer has already tested it on the school grounds. This gun can use paper shell bullets to shoot directly, but because of the complexity of the locking structure, it may be difficult to refit the conquered guns in large quantities. There are only 63 parts on the locking mechanism, and many parts have different shapes. In order to produce such parts, more precise machine tools are needed." Xiaoming understands. Song Qingping is not here to invite credit but to complain. In fact, the locking structure requires high machining accuracy, which can only be achieved by a high-precision lathe. Otherwise, mass production is impossible at all. It is thought that the difference in the size of the parts cannot be assembled at all. As if to explain the breech gun in his hand, he said, "This gun was assembled by the officer himself by polishing the parts. It took a month to assemble it. Even so, the combination of some parts is not very suitable, but in general, barely works." Xiaoming took this breech gun. The locking structure of this gun was still provided to Song Qingping. Generally speaking, this gun is somewhat similar to the Sharp's breech gun. The locking structure also uses a falling locking mechanism, which is thickened. The trigger guard acts as a pull rod to drive a lifting block to move up and down to open and close the barrel. The most difficult part is one of the hinge structure. There are many parts in this structure, which is also the processing difficulty that Song Qingping said. "Originally, when I was finished with this currency, I wanted to find you." Xiaoming said, "This gun is only used as a sniper rifle in the army for the time being. Since it is difficult, I will manually manufacture a small amount of equipment. I let Lin Wentao think about this precision. The lathe matter." Chapter 841. Small stove. Song Qingping sighed as he watched Xiaoming constantly fiddle with the breech gun. In the past, he was a little complacent because of the musket shooting, but the difficult process of making the breech made him understand that if there is no industrial foundation, he will have no theory and can do nothing. Especially for things like lathes, in his opinion. These different types of lathes are simply the foundation of Daego's industry. Because without these lathes to produce high-precision parts, many machinery simply cannot be manufactured. The lathe is so important that I had ignored it before the official. Song Chengping was a little ashamed. In the past, the flintlock parts were slightly rough and still usable, but the more complex the mechanism, the higher the accuracy of the lathe. Xiaoming smiled. This time you are right, but you don't have to worry. King's University has always had related lathe experiments. Lin Wentao has always been in charge of the lathe. After all, Lin Wentao has been dealing with machinery, such as steam engines, harvesters, etc. He needs more sophisticated lathes to produce accessories than Song Chengping. After talking about the current progress and predicament of the breach, Song Chengping's goal has been achieved. He stretched out his hand and said, "The Emperor. The next official will go back and improve this breach a little bit." In addition, the breech gun title. This musket is always based on the marriage musket. Let's call it the marriage musket. After all, the musket is not a certain type of firearm, but a series. Xiaoming said with a deep voice. "Yes, the Emperor." Song Chengping still stretched out his hand. Seeing this, Li San said, "Chengping, leave this breach to our secret guards. We have very important things to do." Hearing this, Song Chengping said without hesitation, "No, your secret guards must do extremely dangerous things with this gun. What if this gun falls into the enemy's hands? How can our secret guards lose their work? If we are discovered, we will blow up this musket." Li San said seriously. Unlike being able to glib with officials, Li San has always been very honest with people like Song Chengping. After all, officials were jealous of him, and Song Chengping would not jealous of him. Song Chengping listened to Xiaoming and waited for what Xiaoming said. At this time, Xiaoming had thoroughly grasped the gun. Song Chengping said all day that this gun has a complicated structure and is extremely difficult to manufacture. Even if it falls into the enemy's hands, it will be very slow to produce. But even so, Xiaoming did not dare to take this risk. The advent of the breach era would mean that trench warfare would become the mainstream, and the duration of the war would be greatly extended at that time. After pondering for a while, he said to Li San, "Remember, once exposed, this gun will be destroyed as soon as possible, especially the part of the gun." Xiaoming's expression was solemn, and Song Chengping could see that the secret guard must perform a major task. He said, "The main thing is to lock, whether it is blown up or demolished, the complete hinge structure must not be left." Li San's expression became serious. He knew the seriousness of losing this gun. "Yes, the Emperor, this time the secret guard will send the most elite assassins to Linen to make decisions and then move. There is no absolute way to prevent me from doing it." Li San solemnly said. "The king of Chu has always liked hunting. Every autumn he goes to the 1,000 famous mountains to hunt. You may choose this time and you can also use landmines," Xiaoming said lightly. "Now that the king of Chu is immortal, he will become the umbrella of the Ko family and keep Chu state on his way of no return. The war at that time is bound to cause more casualties. If the Chu kingdom can be easily solved by the death of King Chu, he is willing to do so. Therefore, regardless of whether he has a breach or not, he will send a secret guard to assassinate King Chu." Of course, he also knew that King Chu and the Ko family must be ready to assassinate him at all times. After making this decision, Xiaoming asked Li San to go back, and at the same time told Song Chengping to reform some of the conquering rifles to prepare for war. Nowadays, Great Chongqing is surrounded by enemies. If it does not open firearms, the continuous increase in casualties will hinder the expansion of Great Chongqing. Moreover, any so-called small country surrounding the country is actually a big country in the world, and the surrounding environment of the country is not bad. When the two left, Xiaoming asked Qian Defu to call Lin Wentao. If Daewoo's industry wants to go further, it must improve the accuracy of machine tools as a whole, especially now that electric power has made progress. The future of the Second Industrial Revolution is already visible. After waiting for a while, Lin Wentao went to the Imperial Study Room under the guidance of Qian Defu. After the salute, Lin Wentao waited for Xiaoming's instructions. "This time I am calling you to come here to open a small stove for you. Today you will understand what precision machine tools are and the production of such machine tools." At the same time, I will also teach you more mechanical structures. Xiaoming is straightforward. A country needs a lot of talents, but the brightest ones are often a few top talents. These people can be described as geniuses. They are very good at a certain aspect, and they are very smart, and they can quickly understand what they have learned. Obviously Lin Wentao is such a talent. Because of this, Xiaoming plans to turn Lin Wentao into a mechanical genius in the Great Yu country to offset the emergence of scientific geniuses in Europe. Just like contemporary times, Europe is also a period of talents, and various scientific theories are in a period of perfection. Xi-Emperor Lin Wentao became excited when he heard this. His admiration for Xiaoming comes not only from the imperial power, but also from the vast knowledge that Xiaoming has mastered. Xiaoming, who personally participated in the promotion of the technology of the country into the city, is not lazy, and he asks Lin Wentao the type and structure of precision machine tools are explained carefully. Generally speaking, with the emergence of steam engines, the accuracy of machine tools has become more and more precise in order to adapt to production. In order to meet this requirement, he must produce planers. This kind of planer is mainly used for planing large workpieces. It is the mother machine of the industry. The working principle of the planer is to carry the workpiece through a frame similar to the gate for linear reciprocating motion, and there are generally two vertical tool holders on the beam of the frame. This kind of tool holder base is slidable, and it cuts the workpiece to the desired size by moving laterally like meat when cutting. In addition to the planer, Xiaoming also explained to Lin Wentao about universal cylindrical grinders, gear hobbing machines and gear shapers. Cylindrical grinders are cylindrical grinders that process cylindrical, conical or other shapes of the outer surface and shoulder the end face grinder. Hobbing machine is a lathe that produces gears. Sprocket, bicycle chain must choose this kind of car, and the gear shaper is to finely polish the shape of the gear. In addition, the most important thing is to manufacture a length measuring machine and a contouring machine to ensure accuracy this time. Chapter 842 Industrial Gateway. The maid in the Imperial Study Room shook the fan, blowing a bit of cool breeze on Xiaoming and Lin Wentao. Under Xiaoming's explanation, the structure and images of lathes appeared in Lin Wentao's mind. The length measuring machine Kingsu College mentioned by the Emperor is already in the test, using the measuring unit established by the Emperor. However, the most accurate length measuring machine that can be achieved at present can only be 1000th, and before the manufacturing of the length measuring machine, the millimeter level must be divided into equal parts so that the 1000th scale of the length measuring machine can be set. Lin Wentao's words made Xiaoming nod his head, which is exactly what he wanted to say. At present, the measurement accuracy of Dau country basically stays at 1%, that is, millimeter level. But in order to manufacture locking structures and other more sophisticated machinery, he must increase the measurement accuracy to 1000th, and even 1/10,000th in the future. You're right, but this division of millimeters can only be done manually. I will provide you with a microscope and try to divide the millimeters at equal distances, Xiaoming said. Lin Wentao nodded. The problem of accuracy has always been a headache for him. In fact, in his opinion, whoever masters industrial precision will master mechanical manufacturing. After all, machine tools are also called industrial master machines in King's University's books. As the name suggests, these machine tools are the mother of machinery. It's just that, our scale will inevitably have some errors. Lin Wentao felt a little regretful. Xiaoming frowned. In fact, accuracy is only a relative issue, not an absolute issue. Even the scales of the rulers produced in the same batch of contemporary times will have errors. Therefore, whether it is the accuracy of the parts of the lathe itself or the accuracy of the manufactured parts, there are errors, and the industry only needs to control the errors within a range. Because of this understanding, Xiaoming was not as confused as Lin Wentao. This confusion is how the initial scale came from, such as meters, centimeters, millimeters, etc. In modern times, people may not think about the issue of ruler scales because everything is readily available. But when he got here, he had to explain that, in fact, the most primitive scale was drawn by hand, just like he drew the weights and measures of the Great Yu Kingdom by himself, and extended it as a standard. Then craftsmen use this scale to make measurement units, and then let the lathe produce parts with a certain accuracy. Because of this, in fact, the accuracy of parts manufactured in DAU country can only be relied on by hand polishing. There is no other way. After all, in theory, only human hands can achieve infinite accuracy. This is how the evolution of lathe accuracy has come about in history. In the contemporary West, the standards of weights and measures have been formulated, and other countries can only imitate each other's units of measurement. Now that Xiaoming and Lin Wentao are doing this, in fact, they are also establishing the industrial precision of the country and forging the manufacturing tradition of the country, and the foundation of the manufacturing tradition lies in the rigor of the craftsman. Errors are inevitable. It is impossible to have absolute equidistance. We can only reduce the error to a minimum. Once the accuracy standard of 1,000th is established, we can manufacture a vernier caliper of 1,000th. And then we can manufacture one part of the length measuring machine. Xiaoming said loudly. Mass production of breech gun parts is a node of DAUGO's industrial breakthrough. Once this node is broken, DAU will embark on the road of precision manufacturing. In this process, he also has to manufacture precision levels, dial indicators, right-angle gauges, flat feet, high-precision spindle core rods and dial indicator rods, but before that, he must have a 1,000th accuracy original scale. This is also one of his purposes for letting Lin Wentao come here this time. He wants Lin Wentao to hand polish a vernier caliper with an accuracy of 1,000th. Yes, the Emperor. Lin Wentao nodded heavily. He was under a lot of pressure. After returning, he decided to mobilize all the craftsmen to seal this 1,000th precision vernier caliper, and pick out a caliper whose error cannot be distinguished by the naked eye as the original caliper. After that, the machines for manufacturing vernier calipers were mass-produced, and then they were used to manually manufacture other precision-guaranteed tools. The teaching between the two continued until about 3 in the afternoon, and Lin Wentao basically understood the problem of accuracy through the explanation. Lin Wentao, who left the palace, went directly to King's University. Next, he will lead the students to establish the industrial accuracy standards of the country and formulate a set of part size specifications, but first he needs to manufacture an original vernier caliper with 1,000th accuracy. When Lin Wentao was busy, Xiaoming was not idle either. He summoned Li Chuan, the eldest son of the king of Chu. It was more than 2 years after this tragic Chu Wang Shizi was thrown to King Zhu because of Chu Wang's ambition, and the way back is still far away. Li Chuan, the eldest son of Chu, see the emperor. In the imperial study room, Li Chuan bowed 90 degrees and bowed his head deeply. He has been living in King Zhu for the past 2 years, feeling the growing wealth and power of King Zhu and becoming more and more disturbed. Especially after the defeat of the Golden Horde. He never slept all night, and when he dreamed back at midnight, he was thinking about a problem, confronting Xiaoming and Chu state what will end. At this time, Xiaoming sat down on the chair of the imperial study room and was drinking tea. He said to Qian Defu, "Give you a seat." Qian Defu responded and asked that to bring a chair to Li Chuan. Li Chuan hesitated and sat down. The two sat facing each other. Xiaoming did not rush to speak, but handed over the interrogation of Cao Zhengyang to Li Chuan so that he could read it first. Li Chuan was a little inexplicable at first, but his face became more and more ugly after seeing it. Wishful thinking, wishful thinking. Li Chuan's angry hands trembled slightly. Where did the Cao family put his father and king? Where did he put me? The Emperor Chu is my state. It can't fall into the hands of a gang of thieves in the Cao family. Xiaoming was very satisfied with Li Chuan's reaction. According to his understanding, he was a little dissatisfied when Chu Wang sent Li Chuan to King Zhu. Now that his country is about to change, he is not worried. "I'm afraid that you and King Chu are both kept in the dark by the Cao family. Since the Cao family wants to be in power, how can there be any affairs with your father and son in the future?" Xiaoming said. Li Chuan nodded. He knew what was going on in Chu state, but he didn't expect that the Cao family would contain such evil intentions. They waited for all rights to kick them away. The emperor, my father was blinded by lard. Please allow me to write a letter to advise my father, Li Qian said eagerly. Xiaoming squinted his eyes. He believed that King Chu would not pay attention to Li Qian's letter. After all, the current King Chu was a bit crazy to lose his mind, and he was unwilling to reign in the cliff. So he said, your father won't listen to you now. I just ask you, do you want to be a bereaved dog, or do you want the glory and wealth of the second half of the life? About update today. My wife gave birth to a child and was busy all day in the hospital. Until now, the snail has only a little time code and can only use mobile phones, so everyone does not have to wait for the update. Even if it is updated, it will definitely be close to the early morning. Chapter 843. Egg on the cool wind in the imperial study room came from the hand-cranked fan, but Li Qian was sweating profusely. Drops or sweat from the bins kept rolling off. He now understands that Xiaoming's real purpose this time is indeed the kingdom of Chu, and for him, this is a crucial conversation. As long as he makes a mistake, he will fall into a situation where he will not be restored. Therefore, he first decided to pretend to be stupid, because he always liked his opponent to show his cards first, so he said, the emperor's meaning is not clear. Hearing that, Xiaoming smiled. Li Qian may be a greedy and lustful person, but he will certainly not be a political idiot when he was born in the environment where Chu is located. Don't pretend to be stupid. You know the state of Chu now better than me. Your father is looking for his own death. Once the Cao family intervenes in the government of the Chu state, the Chu state is the state of Chu of the Cao family, not the royal one. Chu state, after all. The reason why the great ancestors entrusted Chu state to the Li family was the friendship of the year. Are you right? Xiaoming said with a smile. Li Qian's face paled. Xiaoming's words were obviously threatening. After hesitating, he nodded and echoed. The emperor is right. How can Chu country fall into the hands of others? Will agree, even if it is an official. He will not agree. That's right. In fact, you have been very optimistic about you in the past few years in King's. This crisis is a common crisis between the Great Chu Kingdom and the Chu Kingdom. Under consideration, I have decided to let you return to Linen. Xiaoming stared at it. Li Qian said, let me go back? Li Qian pointed to himself and said in a strange way. Xiaoming nodded affirmatively. Chu has been bewitched by the ministers, and now only you, the son of the world, can turn the tide. For him, it was only a matter of time to win Chu state, just to reduce casualties. He hoped that Chu state would become vulnerable due to civil strife when he went south. Li Qian was the one who caused the internal chaos in Chu. What he can be sure of is that this elder son will definitely not wear a pair of pants with the Cao family. Even if he cooperates with the Cao family under the pressure of the Chu king, he will definitely believe in the Cao family. See the emperor go to Longjun. Thank the emperor to Longjun. Li Qian couldn't help himself with excitement. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye in King's. During the past 2 years, he missed his country of Chu all the time. Now he can finally go back. Clean up and go back. Remember what I said to you, whether it's life or death, richness or downfall. This is all your choice. Xiaoming reminded again. Li Qian nodded and thanked him again and again before leaving the royal study room. Qian Defu looked at Li Qian's figure with incomprehension, and said, the emperor, just let Li Qian go back. Isn't the emperor afraid that the king of Chu will lose his only taboo and attack the north? Xiaoming smiled. If this is the case, I will be famous as a teacher. What I fear is that King Chu will not do anything. For me, it makes no difference whether Li Qian is in King's or not, but it is different for Chu state. Now, how is Li Qian willing to let the wealth and rights he is about to integrate to the Cao family? After all, the relationship between Li Qian and the Cao family is nothing more than ordinary. After a pause, he continued, moreover, if King Chu dies, Li Qian, who has inherited the position of King Chu, will definitely intensify conflicts with the Cao family. At that time, attacking Chu will be twice the result with half the effort. Qian Defu nodded slightly. He understands now. The emperor made a clear move to the king of Chu. If everything goes well, Li Chuan will play the role of a cudgel once he returns. Just as the two were talking, Li Chuan left the palace and headed to his house. Now he can't wait to return to Linen. He misses the feeling of being above 10,000 people alone. In the past 2 years in King's Zoo, he was really frustrated. After all, he was just a bargaining chip as a proton. When he returned to the yard, he immediately packed up his servants and headed to Linen. In fact, he could see through Xiaoming's thoughts, but he had to say that Xiaoming was really great. This time he was talking about his pain. This time he returned to Chu State and he was going to fight the Cao family. He didn't want to lose his rights and status. Knowing that Li Chuan was going back, the look of the old butler who served Li Chuan changed drastically. He said, "His Royal Highness, I want to go back to Linen now. Do you want to discuss with His Royal Highness Chuang?" Li Chuan sneered twice, then he lifted his foot and kicked the old housekeeper violently, and said angrily, "You old dog, do you really think I don't know what you hooked up with those businessmen? Cao Kun, this must have given you a lot of benefits, right? Why, let me wait for 2 days so that you can tell the news, right?" The old housekeeper obviously didn't expect Li Chuan to hurt people back. He groaned while lying on the ground. Li Chuan's strength was so strong that he almost broke his bones with this kick. But Li Chuan was right this time. He did often sell Li Chuan's whereabouts in exchange for silver, and he knew that someone was monitoring Li Chuan. Seeing the horrified look on the old housekeeper's face, Li Chuan was even more anxious, and he punched and kicked the old housekeeper again. After venting his anger, the old housekeeper was already dying. At this time, Li Chuan left the house without looking back, and he secretly wanted to embarrass the Cao family. In Linen, Cao Kun sneezed and rubbed his nose. He turned to look north. Cao Kun is next to the French instructor Brazil and the missionary Richard. Now they are very friendly friends. Behind him is his eldest son Cao Zhengtong. Today they will formally announce the establishment of the Merchants' Council and will insert a foot into the game of power from then on. Chairman Cao, now what your council needs is an army. Without an army, your Merchant Council is just a puppet. In my opinion, it's time to establish a new army of the council. Li Cha's eyes flashed complicated. Look, Cao Kun was agitated when he heard the words, and Richard's words were in his heart. The Merchant Council without military command is just an empty shell. What's your opinion, Mr. Richard? Cao Kun asked. Richard hesitated. In the past 2 years, Cao Kun has taken them to explore the mountains and rivers of the south, and at the same time made them very rich. Because of this, their relationship with Cao Kun is getting better and better, and now they often advise Cao Kun. After experiencing the French Revolution, they like the conference that Cao Kun is promoting from the bottom of their hearts, because it will mean that they will be more difficult to deal with than a dictatorship. In fact, it is very simple. One is for the country and the other is for the money. Although the king of Chu has a large army, but lacks good soldiers, now as long as you are willing to spend money, we can train you good private soldiers. Your family is still qualified to recruit tribes here, and this tribe army is your strength. Chapter 844. Double read. The water of the Qiantang River showed a white line in the sky and rushed towards the shore. Soon after, a huge river surge came, and for a while, the waves were violent and the water splashed. Cao Kun watched the Qiantang River tide that appeared every year, and looked at the looming tide in the river with amusement, gradually showing a smile at the corner of his mouth. Only brave people can become the most eye-catching trendsetters in the river. If you want to get wealth and rights, risk is also necessary. If the Great Yu country wants to truly develop, it is necessary for merchants to rule this country. Only in this way can this country will be prosperous and strong. I have to say that there are very few people in the country of Dau who are as enlightened as you, and we French will stand with you. A strange color flashed in Richard's eyes. What France needs now is a divided Great Chongqing. During the time he and Brazil were in Great Chongqing, he witnessed how the Emperor of the North conquered the nation on this land. At the same time, they also learned what kind of weapons the Emperor's army used. If the Emperor were to get a wealthy south, the army from the north would continue to go south and fight them in Indochina. This is something that their country cannot tolerate. Of course, they are also making two-handed preparations. While secretly supporting the state of Chu, they are also ready to negotiate with the emperor at any time. If the emperor could not interfere with their colony in Indochina, they might establish contact with the emperor. Otherwise, they will fight the emperor resolutely to the end, even if they can only fight long distances across the sea. With your words, I feel relieved. Cao Kun laughed. He didn't take Richard's words seriously. He understands these Western countries and believes that their promise is better than believing that the sow will climb the tree, and relying on others is worse than relying on himself. Now the French have exported a lot of valuable technology to Chu, and this is what he needs. Richard laughed at the same time, like a golden fox. King Zhu. As news about currency in the newspapers spread in the previous 2 days, many people and businessmen flocked to it. These merchants and common people are all people who once deposited their money in the Cao family bank. Since the Cao family bank was sealed, they have been in panic all day long and will go to the government office to inquire about the money almost every day. Because of the impact of this incident, even King Zhu Bank also experienced a wave of exchanges. People took silver bills and deposit receipts to King Zhu Bank to ask for silver and gold. For a while, the whole King Zhu government was turbulent. However, the impact of this incident was finally ended. The court officially promised to take over the debts of Cao's banks, and all Cao's banks were renamed King Zhu Bank. Moreover, in order to prevent private banks from causing damage to the industry and commerce of the country, from now on, private banks are prohibited from opening banks, and only the court can build banks. This news made some businessmen trying to open a bank a little frustrated, but it won the approval of most businessmen and people. Because of the Cao family's affairs, they only believe in the imperial court now, because in the past few days, anyone who went to the King Zhu Bank to exchange money received silver, and a lot of copper. What is this? Didn't it mean returning the silver to us? The sentiment in the King Zhu Bank branch rebuilt by Cao's bank was very exciting, because they knew that the court gave them a completely strange currency now. Although they learned the news in advance from the newspaper, it was still difficult to accept the currency when they really got it. The bank staff behind the glass counter kept smiling all the time, and they all received strict training before entering the bank. He said, neither humble nor arrogant, these are currencies issued by King Zhu Bank. The emperor and the cabinet personally approved and agreed. From now on, the new currency must be used in any trade in the country. The silver you deposited in the previous bank is equal to 3,000 golden dragons. This is 3. There is nothing wrong with the Qianjin long coin, and the gold content of the golden dragon is 90%, and only 10% of other metals increase the hardness. The merchant grabbed a handful of golden dragon coins from the bag. These golden dragon coins were the size of a thumb cap, and they had to say that they were very exquisite in shape. Gold coins. The businessman gradually stabilized when he learned that these golden dragon coins were gold, but the size of the golden dragon coins made him a little dissatisfied. The bank employee smiled and nodded. Now the noisy businessmen and people settled down, and one by one they extended their heads to look at the currency in front of the counter. In addition to the gold coins, the bank employees then introduced silver and copper coins. Finally, the bank employee took out a paper currency and said, "This is a paper currency worth 100 golden dragons, which can be exchanged by people who need to exchange for large-scale trade. It is much more beautiful than a silver bill, and it is more practical than a bank. It's made of paper. A fool will exchange it," someone shouted in the crowd. As soon as his words fell, a voice of opposition sounded, "I am willing to change." This Cao Zhengyang took the silver to escape, and the court chased it back for us. To be conscientious, if the previous court will return the silver to you, you deserve to have deposited your money in the wrong place. You can only admit that you are unlucky. Now that the silver is lost and recovered, some people are picking and choosing. In that case, don't come to King Zhu Bank and go to the south to find your Cao family bank. The people in the bank were silent for a moment. When you come here, look at me and I look at you. Many people have expressions of shame on their faces. At this time, The voice sounded again. You are greedy for the benefits brought to you when the great you is strong, but now you are unwilling to lose a little personal benefit or take a little risk for the court. The decline of the great you is of course powerful and imperial. Responsibility. Don't you have any responsibility? The voice was getting closer and closer to the counter, and a young man walked towards the center of the crowd, and the people around him automatically stepped aside. The businessman who spoke just now saw that the young scholar was a little embarrassed and turned into anger. People don't want to die for themselves. It has only been a few years since the emperor became the king, and now many officials have started to blackmail us businessmen. Sooner or later, the court will be over. It's better to think more about yourself. Not only did the young scholar not get angry when he heard the words, but laughed instead. It is wrong for officials to corrupt the court, but if you don't frequently give gifts for convenience, how can you develop a group of officials who don't accept gifts and do nothing? Hey, you're quite good at justifying the court. In the end, everything is just the people. The businessman sneered. The young man said, neither nor. What I said is that only the court and the people are united together, and the united mind can eliminate the ills of the country for thousands of years. The court must punish corrupt officials, but we cannot give gifts for convenience. The businessman frowned. Ha, you are so loud. Who do you think you are? King Young shook the paper fan, and said calmly, I'm not a talented person, but he belongs to the Confucian mansion in Kfu. As soon as his voice fell, the whole room was shocked. The young man showed his face when he saw it, and today's bank affairs were his best gift to the emperor. Chapter 845 Yanch and Gong ha ha ha. A burst of laughter suddenly sounded in the imperial study room. Xiaoming had just learned of what happened in King's Bank, which was really interesting to him. As the emperor said, this Kfu Confucian mansion is very interesting, and today the issuance of this currency is unexpectedly smooth. Pang Yukun gently squeezed his beard and smiled. The introduction of a new currency is what he is most worried about, because money involves the most fundamental interests of the people, and an improper handling will cause dissatisfaction among the people, causing suspicion between the court and the people. However, Confucianism suddenly intervened, and came up with a series of principles, and solved this problem in a short time, which made him greatly relieved. King's Mansion was once the land of Kilu. The people here respect Confucianism more than other places, so this is not surprising, but the Confucianism gave me such a large gift. I am afraid that the request is not small, Xiaoming said in a deep voice. Pang Yukun had a scheming plan. He had already seen through this matter, so he said, contemporary Confucian patriarch Kong Huaren has only one son named Kong Shengs. This time the Confucian student in King's Bank is him. Today, Kong Huaren let his son go out in person. Let him have a good future. Xiaoming nodded. Since becoming the emperor, he has seen through many things. Sometimes it is necessary to use some people he doesn't like for the national interest, because these people can bring changes to the country, such as Kong Huaren and his like. In terms of science and technology, he has a technological spar, and no one can hold him in this regard, but he needs the assistance of Confucianism in the spiritual level of national governance. After all, compared to science and technology, the spiritual outlook of a country is equally important. From future generations, he deeply understands that a country rises from barbarism and is destroyed by the Virgin. From ancient times to the present, both humans and countries have always followed the law of the jungle. This has never changed. In this case, it seems that I want to meet with them, and now it is time for Neo-Confucianism to be promoted in the country of Dau, otherwise ignorance will continue to hinder the development of the country. Then the minister will inform the two of them when they go back. Pang Yukun arched his body and left after leaving. Looking at Pang Yukun's leaving figure, Xiaoming thoughtfully, technology and thought are the two cornerstones of a country built. For him, science and technology are nothing but enriching the country's properties and arming the army, but thought is the guarantee of a country's stability. The routes of this, otherwise no matter how many weapons they have, they will be nothing but wedding dresses for others. There is no problem with science and technology, but the ideological construction is still very backward. This is also the fundamental reason why he attaches great importance to cooperation with Confucianism, because the inheritance of Confucianism for thousands of years has made Confucianism deeply ingrained in everyone's heart. And Confucianism is equivalent to another spa, but this spa conveys different ideas instead of technology. Now that the barbarians are driven to the grasslands, the northern part of Dayu has gradually stabilized, and the next step is to unify the country and enter the colonial era. He didn't want the literati in this country to have an episode of Notre Dame disease at this time, and then use some foreign conquests to be immoral, and to disgust him with benevolence and virtue to influence the foreign race. He is not happy to say that things like earthquakes and floods are said to be the emperor's loss of virtue. Thinking of this, Pang Yukan went and returned soon after. Two well-dressed people followed him. Kfu Konghuan, Kong Sheng, see your majesty. Entering the imperial study room, Konghuan and Kong Shengs bowed and saluted at the same time. When Xiaoming and two of them appeared outside the imperial study room, they were always looking at them. Konghuan was about 40 years old, his complexion was dark, his face was round and slightly fat, and he had a pair of slender eyes. Kong Sheng's was around 20 years old and gave birth to a good skin, much more prettier than his father. At first glance, he even suspected that Kong Sheng's belonged to the old king next door. Two Confucian scholars, please. Xiaoming showed a gentle smile, appearing harmless to humans and animals. He needs to test it out. Now is not the time to scare them. Emperor Konghuan and his son dared to look at Xiaoming at this time. After the victory of the northern expedition, they have been a little worried, until Jiren appeared. The entire Confucian mansion settled down, and then they immediately went to King Zhu, so as not to offend Longyan. And now that the outcome is divided, he believes that Xiaoming is firmly seated in the world. As for the king of Chu, he is not optimistic at all, because in the eyes of the Confucian people, the barbarians are much more dangerous than the king of Chu. The Confucian family has passed on for thousands of years, and it has the ability to look at the current situation in this world. After looking at each other, Konghuan first spoke after a brief silence. Long live my emperor. Kongma sees that he is late, and hopes the emperor to forgive him. Shen Gongyan is worrying too much. The Confucian family in Kfu is a 1,000-year-old family in the Great Yu Kingdom. How dare I blame it, but I went to the Confucian family to meet after not ascending to the throne. It was impolite. Xiaoming said casually. The master of each generation of Confucianism is called Yan Gong, and this generation of Yan Gong is Konghuan. When Konghuan heard the words, a cold sweat broke out on his back. Jiren said about the emperor when he went to Kong's house. Unlike previous emperors, this emperor has unique thoughts, elusive, and cannot be treated like ordinary people. During the Confucian family, Jiren also talked about the emperor's thoughts and Neo-Confucianism. He was initially angry about this, because Confucianism has been a self-contained system for thousands of years, and is not controlled by the emperor. It only needs to maintain the royal family of the past dynasties, but the emperor has reformed Confucianism too harshly. It's just that his anger disappeared because of Jiren's advice, because Jiren was pretty sure that if the Confucian mansion did not cooperate, the emperor would be able to burn books and confuse Confucianism and make Confucianism disappear completely. What the emperor said was that Kongama was broken. This matter was that the Confucius mansion neglected the emperor, and the non-emperor neglected Kong. It was also Kong that he was dull and made such a big mistake. Kongma will never dare to do anything, only by the emperor's orders. Kong Sheng's also turned pale, and within a few days of his arrival in King Zhu, he felt the prosperity and strength of King Zhu. If the emperor wants to do anything, I am afraid that no one can stop it. Continuing the Confucian family is the duty of Yan Gong in each generation. Compared with changing some Confucianism, survival is the most important thing. Therefore, under the weight of left and right, they finally accepted Jiren's suggestion. The emperor, the country of Diaoyu is undergoing rapid changes. The Confucius mansion has ignored this and has become a frog at the bottom of the well. In order to think about what the emperor thinks, Someone is willing to go to King's University and be called an ordinary student and become the emperor in the future. Divide your worries, Kong Sheng said nervously. Pang Yukan was overjoyed when he heard this. He looked at Xiaoming, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If the future Lord Yansheng could study at King's University, this would be a sign of the secularization of Confucianism. Since then, Confucian scholars have no reason to be high. Chapter 846 Military. In the sky outside the imperial study room was clear, and Wheeler was like a gem. The gloom in Xiaoming's heart gradually dissipated, and I have to say that the attitude of the Confucian family fits his appetite. But the beauty of the words is one aspect, and the most important thing is how to fulfill the promise. Standing up and walking in front of the two, he said, "Since Jiren invited you, you must be clear about what I want. As long as you do it, I will keep staring at what I do." While speaking, Xiaoming looked directly at Kong Huan and his son. "Yes, the Emperor, Kong Mu will devote himself to comprehend the Emperor's Neo-Confucianism when he goes back, so as to share his worries for the Emperor," Kong Huan said with a bow. Xiaoming nodded, and he looked at Kong Sheng's. "I am very happy that you can go to King's University. When you return from your studies, I will reserve a good position for you. Of course, I will also accept Confucian students again." "Scholars, you should understand what I mean." Kong Sheng's nodded lightly. "There is no doubt that these scholars are all new scholars." The grievances were solved in one day, and the Confucian father and son were greatly relieved, and Kong Huan became courageous. He said, "The Emperor's merits cover the ages, the northern barbarians, the eastern conquest of Korea, and the suppression of the domestic chaos in Great Yu. This feat is enough to conquer the Zen." Kong thought that it was time to choose a good day and auspicious day to hold the Zen ceremony for the Emperor. Xiaoming laughed. He said, "The ceremony of Fengchan is a bit early. It will not be too late for me to calm the world. A new Confucianism has not yet been promoted. At this time, I will make people laugh at Mount Tai." The pressure in Kong Huan's heart has increased again. He must pay close attention to this matter this time. After thinking about it, he said, "The Emperor, Kong has always been interested in this newspaper, and I hope that the Emperor can allow Kong. Propagating new Confucianism through newspapers will do more with less." Xiaoming is naturally happy. "This is no problem. I still want to publish the story of seeing the Holy Father today in the newspaper to show that I have no ambiguity with the Confucian family." There was a smile on Kong Huan's dark face, and now he was completely relieved. In his opinion, as long as he conforms to the Emperor's will, the Kong family will always have a lofty status in the future. "It's so kind," Kong Huan said with joy, discussing things about Neo-Confucianism frankly. Xiaoming told them some details before letting them leave. "Congratulations to the Emperor, now I have another help," Pang Yukan said with emotion. Xiaoming smiled and said, "Don't you blame me for being partial to the Fa school?" Pang Yukan has always been known for respecting the Dharma. He said, "Both the Confucianists and the legalists regard the maintenance of the royal family as their own responsibility. In the past, the minister was worried that the Emperor could not deal with it, so I will feel at ease. From now on you will prepare for the conquest of Chu Kingdom. Great Chu Kingdom has been split for a long time, and it is time to reunite." The cabinet ministers are all aware of Xiaoming's next plan, and the victory of the northern expedition has also contributed to the court's martial arts, so they have always responded positively to the war. In response, Pang Yukan said goodbye and left. The Yushu Fang calmed down, and Xiaoming turned and looked at the map on the wall. Now a large area of the northern part of the country belongs to him, and his rule south of the Yangtze River is still very weak, which he cannot tolerate. However, before starting the war, he needs to continue to strengthen the industrial level of the country and produce more diverse industrial products, some of which are crucial to the war, and this is military food. During the northern expedition, the logistics supply was still the most consumed. Some food even rotted before reaching the battlefield, causing great waste. In his opinion, the backward transportation of grain and grass in the feudal army severely hindered the progress of the war. Therefore, he had the idea of producing military foods early on, such as military canned food. because at present only this kind of canned food is relatively easy to realize. In contemporary Europe, canned food was invented in 1804. At that time, a Frenchman who sold preserved food discovered that food sealed in glass containers would not deteriorate easily if heated properly. He was inspired by it. In this way, food can be preserved for a longer period of time without decay and deterioration. It is with canned food that the European military's long-distance warfare has become a reality. It can be said that the mass production and popularization of canned food is an important indicator to measure whether a country's military power has entered into modernization. Now Xiaoming's army is transforming into a modern army in all aspects, and this food will naturally also change. Thinking of this, he sat down and drafted an imperial decree, asking the Shafu supervisor to establish a canned food production workshop in Dayu, and he also made strict requirements on the types of canned food. It is naturally impossible to produce canned beef in the current situation in the country. It is too wasteful. However, relying on Dengzhou fishery to produce canned trout, relying on the agricultural production of Qingzhou Prefecture to produce canned potatoes, canned dried rice, canned dried vegetables, etc. Yes. In addition, the production of biscuits and bread should be put on the agenda as military rations. After all, both kinds of things can be stored for a year or more. In addition to canned food, he also ordered the Shafu supervisor to produce single soldier backpacks, so that soldiers can carry more food, greatly reducing logistical pressure, and making the army more suitable for expeditions. The imperial decree arrived at the Shafu supervisor, and Qinru, the chief official of the Shafu supervisor, immediately ordered craftsmen to build a canning workshop. After 3 years of advanced studies at Bowen College, he successfully succeeded his father, Qin Chengming, and became the official in charge of industry in the country. You go to the glass workshop now and ask the glass workshop to build a branch in Dengzhou to produce glass bottles. You are responsible for organizing the production of backpacks, and you have to go to the Department of Agriculture and ask them to cooperate with them. Ingredients. After 3 months, the emperor will see the first batch of canned food. Go, go. Qinru looked violent. The officials of the Shafu supervisor have long been accustomed to Qinru's style, but this is no way. Now the Shafu supervisor is the most stressed in the Great Yu Kingdom. There will be an imperial decree on the 5 emperors who will come and ask them to mobilize resources to form workers. Fang. As soon as there was a delay, Qinru was called to the palace to talk, and the result was a head scolded by Xiaoming. Having arranged everything, Qinru sighed. He was painful and happy, although he was a bit busy. The Shafu supervisor had changed from a former idle demolition into a hot government office. After all, in order to speed up the construction of the industry, the Shafu supervisor was many special rights are granted. This right allows him to mobilize all resources to build missing industries. According to his statistics, there are now more than 50 industrial products in the industrial system of the country. This number is still increasing, but this is not enough, because the list of all industrial systems given to him by the emperor is very complicated. Chapter 847 Assassination Plan. Li Chuan almost shed tears while standing in front of the familiar Prince Chu mansion. After more than 2 years, he finally returned to the hometown he missed day and night. But when he saw Cao Zhengtong coming out of the Chu palace, the joy of returning home turned into resentment. The one who came out with Cao Zhengtong was King Chu, and now he looked at Li Chuan quite strangely. How dare you escape from Qingzhou and return to Linen? Don't you know the consequences of doing this? Seeing Li Chuan, the king of Chu not only didn't ask for warmth, but instead severely reprimanded Li Chuan, which made Li Chuan's face even more ugly. In order not to stun the snake and attract the attention of Cao's family, the process of his return to Linen this time is very secretive. Even the king of Chu never knew. Father, this time the Sun Chen came back is not self-assertive, but the emperor asked him to come back. Li Chuan's tone was very indifferent, and his father's attitude just now made him very chilling. He even suspected that his father's promise to him was just a scam. Anyway, he has many heirs. If he died in Qingzhou, someone would take over as king of Chu. The emperor Chu Wang was a little surprised, Why did he want to return to Linen? Li Qian's heart grew colder, and now his father was completely interrogating a prisoner, and he could not feel the warmth of a father and son meeting. After groaning for a while, he said, "It's not clear that the Sun Chen is not very clear. The emperor summoned the Sun Chen to meet him on that day, and only said that he didn't need to stay in Qingzhou because he trusted his father." Nonsense. This Xiaoming must be ill-intentioned. King Chu paced irritably. His mood became unstable after the northern expedition ended. Because Xiaoming in the north hangs like a murderous sword over his head, which may be cut off at any time. His Royal Highness does not need to worry. The lower officials thought that Xiaoming let the elder son come back to hide the evil intentions, and to lure His Highness to raise troops. Cao Zhengtong looked strange, but he only said half of it, and the other half is not suitable to say now. That is for deal with them Cao family. It can be said that this is Xiaoming's arrogance. King Chu's mood gradually calmed down, and he nodded slightly. "You're right. If this king might have been caught in his tricks before, but now Chu kingdom needs time. But since Xiaoming asked Chu Yuan to come back, it must be wary of Chu state." The Cao family bank in Qingzhou was removed almost overnight, which shows that Xiaoming is already targeting the Cao family, targeting the Chu state, and Your Royal Highness, our time is running out. Cao Zhengtong said sternly. The king of Chu was a little worried. If the north and the south are fighting now, it is estimated that Chu has no chance of winning. What should this be? A strange color flashed in Cao Zhengtong's eyes, and he instigated, His Royal Highness, the only way to do this is to open civil regiments and allow merchants to train troops. In this way, with the strength of the Merchant Council, we can jointly resist the attack from the north. For a moment, Li Qian's face was gloomy, and he said angrily, "Father, the Merchant Council must not be allowed to support soldiers, otherwise Chu will no longer beat Chu, and Xiaoming will not keep his hands on Chu at the time." Why did the Son of the World say this? Now that the Merchant Council and His Royal Highness Chu are one, the common enemy is Xiaoming. How can the Merchant Council be against His Royal Highness? Cao Zhengtong looked harmless. King Chu frowned. He also had some doubts, but as Cao Zhengtong said, now that Xiaoming's army is going south, he seems to have no choice. Because there is still a silver lining in cooperation with the Merchants' Council, it will undoubtedly be defeated if you face it alone. With a long sigh, he said to Cao Zhengtong, "As long as we can keep Chu Kingdom, this king promises you." Cao Zhengtong was overjoyed when he heard this. He is really grateful to Xiaoming now, because it was Xiaoming's threat that gave them what they dream of. Li Qian opened his mouth and said anxiously, "Father, you must be crazy. The Cao family will ruin the foundation of our Li family." "Shut up, there is no place for you to speak here." "I know what you are thinking. Did Xiaoming's few words make you faint? Why Wang is his uncle? How did he end up? Do you think he will you let us go?" Chu Wang was suddenly furious and loudly rebuked Li Qian. Cao Zhengtong could see through, but he couldn't see Xiaoming's purpose. After a pause, he said, "Since you are back, you will be your son. If you dare to disturb the Chu state, I will never let you go." Li Qian looked pale, and at this moment he was finally discouraged with this father. Chu Guan didn't care about Li Qian's expression. He said to the guards behind him, "You are responsible for protecting His Royal Highness. You must not let him get into trouble." Upon hearing this, the guard immediately walked behind Li Qian. Cao Zhengtong smiled triumphantly. Chu Go had put Li Qian under house arrest in disguise. Now his fear of Xiaoming had lost his eyes, and this was the opportunity for their Merchant Council. They had received news that Xiaoming would not immediately attack the kingdom of Chu, because attacking the south was no simpler than the northern expedition of the barbarians, and he needed some time to prepare if he wanted to go south. After all, the war with the barbarians consumed a lot of the north. Thinking of this, Cao Zhengtong continued to say to the king of Chu, "His Royal Highness, all our envoys sent to the grassland and the Japanese kingdom have brought good news. The daimyo Yamada of the Kingdom of Japan promised us to deal with Xiaoming together. This is especially true for the Golden Horde." Meng Dan dared to go south, Then he moved his whole body with one shot. King Chu nodded his head in satisfaction. This was the reason he believed in the Ko family. The situation in Chu Kingdom is now developing in a more favorable direction. While the group was talking, a carriage passed by on the street outside the palace, and a pair of eyes in the gap between the carriage curtains were watching the King of Chu and the others. This person is not someone else but Li San. In order to ensure that the assassination of the King of Chu would be successful in one fell swoop, he personally came to Linan to plan. Now he has figured out the surroundings of the Chu King's mansion and at the same time made a different plan. For him, the best opportunity is when the Chu King is hunting. At this time, he can not only kill the Chu King, but also be able to evacuate perfectly. But if King Chu cancelled the hunt, they could only do it in Linan City, but it would be very difficult for them to retreat all over. Looking at Li Chuan's body, Li San put down the curtains, thinking in his heart when to do it. From the situation just now, it seems that the contradiction between King Chu and Li Chuan has become public, and according to the information he has obtained, many wealthy people in Chu are also opposed to King Chu's reliance on the Ko family. It can be said that the undercurrent of contradictions is already surging in Chu state. If King Chu is killed now, those dissatisfied conservative forces will definitely fall to Li Chuan. At that time, Chu's internal contradictions will definitely intensify, and this is what they need. Chapter 848 The Emperor. I have to say that this kind of military can is a great invention for the army, because it will greatly reduce the logistics pressure, and it can support soldiers to fight far away. But the only drawback is that glass bottles are not transportable, convenient and easy to break. Liu Quan in the general staff raised his doubts. Xiao Ming was looking at the topography of the sand table in the country of Dayu. He was quite helpless when he heard that he was not aware of the shortcomings of glass cans, but at present, the fastest way to get canned food is to produce glass cans, because the attack on Chu is imminent. Something is better than nothing. While producing glass cans, he did not give up the idea of manufacturing metal cans, but it was more complicated to build a metal can production line than glass cans production line. That's why he chose to establish a glass canning workshop first. Even if the army no longer purchases glass cans, this workshop can still produce canned fruit as a commodity and sell it to the people. As for the process of iron cans, it involves the manufacture of tin sheet metal cans, which includes two processes, one is tinning and the other is metal cans. To achieve this combination of processes requires a combination of chemical and mechanical. Because of this, the production of metal cans may take more than half a year at night than glass cans, and he can't wait so long. Fortunately, this process is not too complicated. There are many tin plating methods, and the simplest method is immersion tin plating. This method is to immerse the iron sheet in a solution containing tin salt, and deposit a tin plating layer on the surface of the iron sheet according to the principle of chemical displacement. Tin is non-toxic, so it can be used as an important task for storing food. After all, food will directly contact our iron, corroded, and this tinning process was invented in the early 19th century. In addition to the tinning process, it is the canning process. This is much more complicated than tinning. The reason why it was handed over to Lin Wentao was to produce a round machine. When producing cans, the iron pieces are cut out according to the size of the can. The part of the can body will be rolled in a rounding machine, and then it will be curled into a can, and then the bottom and lid of the can are formed and sealed by crimping. I understand what you mean, but this is the fastest method right now. You can try it first. When the metal cans appear, you will feel comfortable, Xiao Ming said. This time he came to the staff not specifically for canned food, but to formulate a combat plan against Chu state. Liu Quan's eyes are full of expectation. He values this kind of canned food that can be easily carried. After so many years of marching in the war, he deeply understands what changes this kind of canned food will bring to the army. In this case, the old minister is relieved. Liu Quan stroked his beard and laughed. Then he walked to Xiao Ming's side and said, "The emperor, The minister thinks that there is one thing that needs to be done before attacking Chu Kingdom. What's up? Liu Quinn walked to the map in the staff department. He pointed to the barbarians in the north and the country on the Korean peninsula and said, as far as the old minister knows, the king of Chu has been secretly dealing with the barbarians, and the Ko family has business dealings with the country. If when the army goes south, maybe the barbarians and the Japanese government took the opportunity to attack. Therefore, the old official thought that before attacking the Chu state, he must stabilize his side. This barbarian has Chi Guanyi watching and can't make the big waves, but what if this Japanese state took the opportunity to come? Xiaoming nodded. If I were to attack King Chu, the two hungry wolves would not come up and take a bite, but if I beat the wolves first, the Chu country would definitely not dare to send troops, because it would be rebellious. Exactly, this is what the old minister thought, Liu Quinn said. In fact, Xiaoming had already thought of cleaning up the Japanese kingdom, but the battle had to be fought one by one. Now that the barbarians have fallen, the Japanese kingdom has become a worry in the north. After pondering for a while, he said, I will give Yan an order to block the waters between the Japanese kingdom and Goryeo. Cut off the connection between the Japanese pirate army in Goryeo and the mainland, and let Yukinian kill him. After all, there is no food. With supplies, they will surely lose heart. At this time, using the navy is more appropriate. Liu Quinn felt relieved. Xiaoming looked to the south of Goryeo. He would no longer give the war country the opportunity to initiate war. In his time, the initiative of war was in his hands. After deciding on this matter, Xiaoming and Liu Quinn and a group of staff members discussed a specific combat plan. Then, the plan was sent from the staff in the name of Xiaoming to Dengzhou and High Ancient City respectively. After the war in the north was over, they each returned to their station. 3 days later, the news arrived at the Dengzhou naval base, and Yan was ordered by Xiaoming to immediately gather his fleet to prepare to go to the waters of the country. It's great. Now we can finally let the Japanese Navy master taste the power of our new type of shells. Yan was full of spirits. Since the Navy fleet was fully equipped with new artillery shells, he was gearing up and ready to fight. The power of the artillery shells made him very confident now, because they had used them in the pursuit of pirates. It only takes a few shots to sink the pirates' battleship, which is amazing. In his opinion, the navy and pirates of the Japanese kingdom are no different. They are no longer afraid of the wolf tactics of the pirates, nor are they afraid of the wolf tactics of the Japanese kingdom. At the same time, Xiaoming's order also arrived at Haiguqingdang. After reading the order, Yi Qinyan stretched out and said, "Assemble 8,000 people, we are going to work." Working? The teachers looked at each other. Yi Qinyan said, "The Emperor let us take the initiative to provoke a war against the Japanese country, drive the Japanese pirates from the land of Goryeo back to China, and completely control Goryeo." Everyone immediately became happy when they heard this, and a division commander said, "Commander, are these 8,000 people enough?" With the tattered firearms used by the Japanese country, if 8,000 people can't even find trouble, you and I can go home to grow sweet potatoes." Yi Qinyan cursed. Another person asked, "How do you provoke? What reason is needed for the provocation?" "Directly hitting the Japanese pirates to death, and then occupying the Deadwood Bridge, which is the only way to the south of Goryeo." Everyone nodded, and now this stone bridge across the river is occupied by Japanese pirates, who often invade the boundaries of Korea through this bridge. In the ancient city of Hai, they often heard incidents of Japanese pirates sneaking over from across the river to looting. Therefore, Yi Qinyan had already suffocated his stomach, and now this imperial decree officially gave him a chance to vent his anger. Thinking of this, he shouted, "What are you still doing? Now take your best soldiers and best weapons. This time we want the Japanese pirates to understand what kind of powerful country they have provoked." All the war-mad suddenly burst into laughter. They quickly mobilized the elite of the army and prepared to seize the bridge. Chapter 849 Sawon Bridge Incident. Sawon Bridge. This is a stone bridge that stretches across the narrowest section of the Datong River. According to Korean historical records, the Sawon Bridge has a long history of 300 years, which is as long as the time when the country was founded. And because of the barrier of this big river, there are only two ways to reach Suwon City from Haegye Castle. One is from the sea, and the other is Suwon Bridge. It can be said that this is the only way to go north and south of Korea. After receiving Xiaoming's order to expel Japanese pirates, Yi Qian's first thought was to take down a stone bridge, otherwise the army would be blocked from going south. "Commander, Shikiao has been occupied by Japanese pirates. Look." Uben's Second Army Commander Kudong pointed in the direction of Suwon Bridge and said that many Japanese soldiers with flintlock guns were patrolling on the bridge. Yi Qian picked up the telescope and observed it, then nodded slightly. "Commander, the secret guard's news is very clear. The firearms used by the Japanese nation are only equivalent to the smoothbore flintlocks we used before, and they can't compete with our conscripts. Moreover, the Japanese nation lacks cavalry. They are basically infantry. It's not as good. Under such a gap, you can attack boldly." Kudong analyzed. "I think so too. Just grab the bridge directly. There is no need to be polite with the Japanese pirates." Yi Qian agreed with Kudong very much. This young general graduated from the King's Army Academy, and he performed well in the attack on Niazu, which he highly regarded. Because he is ashamed of firearms and military tactical applications. Kudong nodded when he heard the words. Now they are still 8 miles away from the stone bridge, and they can arrive within half an hour of a normal march. After getting Yi Qian's affirmation, he led 1,000 pioneers to leave the team and speed up to the stone bridge. When they were 500 meters away from the stone bridge, the Japanese pirates guarding Suwon Bridge recognized that this was the army of the Great Yu Kingdom. They shouted one after another. The Japanese pirates scattered on the Suwon Bridge quickly gathered at the other end of the bridge, formed a horizontal formation, pointed their guns at the soldiers of the Great Yu State who came towards them, and at the same time, a cavalry galloped towards Suwon City. Kudong and the soldiers stopped at the other end of the Suwon Bridge, keeping the distance between them and the Japanese pirates at 150 meters. At this distance they can defeat the Japanese musketeers, but the Japanese muskets are not a threat to them. "Who are you and what do you want to do?" When the two sides were in a stalemate, a Japanese pirate walked to the middle of the bridge to question Kudong, looking domineering. In the country of Japan, Yamada Nobunaga has been vilifying the image of the country of Dau, calling the people of the country of Dau a lowly race, and the people of Dau in Xuanqing are not worthy to live in the vast central plains, and even told his soldiers that the country should have been the country of Japan. Because of this kind of propaganda, the Japanese people despised the people of Dau, and they became even more arrogant because of the one-sidedness of the Korean War. Although they continued to encounter failures in Ryukyu and the sea, they attribute their failures to the individual rather than being left behind by the Great Yu country as a whole. "We are soldiers of the Dau Kingdom. We came to look for our lost soldiers. You immediately clear the way. We are going to search for Suwon City." Kudong made up a reason casually. "Are you crazy? How come there are missing soldiers of the Great Yu country here? Get out of here. Otherwise we will let you know how powerful firearms are." The soldier of the Japanese country shouted that he had followed the pirates to rob the coast of the country of Dau, so he could speak some dialect of the country of Dau. Kudong sneered, "Are your ears deaf? We won't go back if we can't find soldiers. Let your people bypass the road, otherwise I will think that you are declaring war on Great Yu country." The Japanese soldiers were taken aback. The big hat of Kudong made him feel a little at a loss for a moment. Before the barbarians were driven out of Kanto, they had a war plan against the ancient city of Hai, but because the barbarians failed too quickly, they shelved this plan, and have been waiting for domestic orders while strengthening their occupation of Goryeo. Now that the soldiers of Dau Kingdom appeared here, he had an unpredictable hunch. After hesitating, he immediately ran to the other end of the bridge. Obviously, they would not give up the road. "Fire!" Kudong gave the order. At this time, and 1,000 soldiers lined up in a horizontal line began to shoot across the bridge. Bang bang bang! Continuous gunshots sounded. White smoke and flames came out of the conquering guns, and the Japanese pirates on the opposite side suddenly fell into a row. At this distance, The Conqueror musket showed excellent range and accuracy, and almost a quarter of the bullets hit the opponent. The Japanese pirate army across the river was stunned. They were waiting for the soldiers of the Great Yu country to come to them, and then they counterattacked according to the method of array warfare. However, the soldiers of Dayu had obviously violated their accustomed way of war and launched an offensive outside the range of their muskets. Boom boom! Before the soldiers of the Japanese country could react, there was another volley on the other side of the bridge, followed by a third time. The continuous firepower caused heavy losses to the Japanese soldiers arranged in a dense formation, and more than 500 soldiers fell, over 200 in an instant. Rush over! Rush over! The Japanese warriors who commanded the musketeer found that something was wrong, and immediately screamed and rushed to a hand-to-hand fight, because they would not be able to kill the opponent if the entire army was destroyed. It's just that he just yelled a word, and suddenly felt a heat in his chest. Looking down, he saw blood constantly pouring out. Across the bridge, a sharpshooter smiled. Since the Jinzu City sharpshooters performed well, now each division is equipped with a certain number of sharpshooters to shoot and kill other important figures. Kudong had been observing the battle. He found that the Japanese pirates had suffered heavy losses and had not retreated for a long time, and the remaining soldiers rushed towards them instead of killing them. This is the onboard charge of the Japanese pirates. Kudong frowned. In Haiguching, they have come into contact with many Korean generals. They have always been afraid of fighting against Japanese pirates, because the Japanese pirates are not only powerful with firearms, but also will not surrender even when they are at a disadvantage. On the contrary, they will commit suicide. Rush to them. Many times the immediate victory was defeated by the Japanese pirates, and because the Japanese pirates would call on board when charging, the Koreans called it the onboard charge. Kill. Don't leave one, Kudong coldly ordered. In the fight with the barbarians, he came to a conclusion that the more barbarous the fighting method, the more barbarous they must counterattack, otherwise there is no way to make the other party succumb. The barbarians are like this, and now it seems that the Japanese pirates are like this too. Under the continuous gunfire, the soldiers of the Japanese country fell down one by one, and the other one continued to pounce on them. The distance of 150 meters was quickly crossed. At this time, the remaining 10 or so soldiers drew out their samurai swords and slashed at the soldiers of Dayu, but they underestimated the soldiers' melee ability. The Dayu soldiers in the front row picked up their bayonets and pierced the hearts of the Japanese soldiers with a sharp spike. A dozen Japanese soldiers fell one by one. Chapter 850 Navy Attack. The gunpowder was still on the battlefield. The Sewon Bridge was full of the bodies of Japanese soldiers. The blood donated on the bridge stained the bridge, and the blood flowed down the cracks into the river. Kudong stepped on the corpses of Japanese soldiers and walked to the bridge. The cruelty of the war made him never show mercy to the enemy. What's more, these Japanese pirates slaughtered countless kind people along the coast. Build fortifications immediately to prevent Japanese pirates from counterattacking. Kudong ordered the order. He learned a lot of war skills in the Army Academy. 20 minutes later, the remaining 7,000 people arrived at Shikiao under the leadership of Yi Qinyan. In addition to the musketeers, they had 36 artillery with them. Their real goal is Sewon City. As long as they take down this city, they will have a bridgehead to attack other Japanese countries and occupy the city. Yes, the battle was resolved so soon, Yi Qinyan said with a smile, and then he glanced at the sky. It's going to be dark soon. This Sewon City can only be attacked tomorrow. But you have to be careful tonight to prevent Japanese pirates. Sneak attack at night. Kudong nodded. This thing really needs to be guarded. Today's Japanese pirates on board charge still has some influence on him. If the Japanese pirates are allowed to attack the camp at night, they will inevitably fall into a hand-to-hand battle with the Japanese pirates, and the damage will be much. After pondering for a while, he said, I will let the soldiers bury some mines on the outside of the camp. Yi Qinyan nodded slightly, and had to say that landmines were a good way of warning. Turning around, he looked at Sewon Castle, only 20 miles away from Sewon Bridge. This was his next goal. At the same time, The cavalry who reported the news rushed into the city of Suwon, and the news of the attack on Suwon Bridge by the soldiers of Daewoo Kingdom soon reached Edo Yiming. Master Kaiban, this is a bad visitor from Daewoo country. Our envoys sent to Jinzu haven't come back. They must have all been caught. They are likely to ask about the alliance between us and the barbarian, Junichi Koizumi said. As soon as Edo frowned, he put away his contempt after the Taiyu team defeated the barbarians. After all, he was a general and was responsible to Yamada Daimyo. At the same time, they also obtained Daewoo's musket from the barbarians throughout merchants. This kind of excellent musket with a rifled force shocked them. And what surprised him most was the firing method of this musket. They couldn't understand this firing method at all, but it was certain that this method made the soldiers of Daewoo State fire more often than 1 or 2 times. We should have cooperated with the Golden Horde soon. Yiming Edo walked to the window and looked down at the scenery of Suwon Castle. In the city, the Korean people were enslaved by them, and they shuttled back and forth for them to carry supplies and repair the city. After a pause, he said, "The range of the firearms of Daewoo country is further than ours. We will suffer a lot if we still use 3-stage shooting. The only way is to fight them close." Although they understand the gap between the firearms and Daewoo, this does not mean that they have to withdraw from Goryeo. No one would be willing to spit out the meat they ate, but now they need to find a way to hold Suwon City. The soldiers of the country of Daewoo won't fight with us in close combat. Maybe only a sneak attack can get close to them, Junichi Koizumi said. Edo nodded. They thought about the same as Junichi Koizumi. When the two were discussing how to prevent the Daewoo team from attacking Suwon City, suddenly a soldier hurried up in front of him and shouted, "Master Banner, there is a warship from Daewoo Kingdom coming on the sea." What? Edo was shocked. He had a hunch that was even more unknown than just now. This time, Greatyu is probably going to completely drive us out of Goryeo. After all, Goryeo is now a vassal state of Greatyu. Jun Koizumi's expression was gloomy. On the wharf, there are 70 boats of the Japanese Navy Division, which are 1/5 of the number of warships attacking Goryeo. If it is sunk by the Greatyu Kingdom, the supply of Suwon City will be over. Edo Yiming certainly understands this truth. His face flushed with anger. Let the army in the city prepare. I must make Greatyu country pay the price. After all, he took his guards to the dock. At sea, the battleships of Daewoo Kingdom are coming to the Suwon City wharf. The 2 warships headed by them are slightly different from other warships, because a pillar protrudes from the center of this kind of battleship, and black smoke is constantly emerging from the pillar. Compared with other warships, these 2 warships appear to be at ease at sea, and their speed is much faster than other warships. General, the Suwonjiang wharf is in front of us. It is through this wharf that Wag will transport the wealth looted from Goryeo back to Wag. Liu Chen pointed to the dock filled with Japanese merchant ships and warships. In terms of time, it has been 2 years since the Japanese occupation of South Korea. In the past 2 years, the Japanese nation has exhausted its talents and obtained a lot of grain, ore, gold and silver, which were used by the Japanese nation to purchase firearms. There are even rumors that British ships transported supplies to the country from the other side of the sea. For this reason, Yun had also sent a battleship to search, but in the vast sea, just using the naked eye to search for the enemy was an almost impossible task. If it weren't for the war with the barbarians, the emperor would have taken this place a long time ago, and the Japanese had taken advantage of it for 2 years. For the generals of the country, Goryeo has now become the back garden of the country, and no one is allowed meddle. After that, he put away the binoculars. His expression is Ling-ran. The artillery is ready. The blockade of South Korea's coast starts from here. Yes, General. Liu Chen responded and immediately asked the semaphore to send a signal, and then the fleet began to change its formation, and 52 warships pressed toward the dock in a circular shape. The steam warships Yun and Liu Chen took were the first to take the lead. When they were only 300 meters away from the dock, they aimed their muzzle at the ships in the dock. The fuse-filled shells were taken, stuffed into the muzzle. At the same time as they moved, The warships of the War Kingdom also moved. On the Ansai ship of the War Kingdom, the Japanese sailors ran around. The wooden boards on both sides of the ship were lifted, revealing the black muzzle. "It's really amazing," Yan said in surprise. In recent years, the country of Great Yu is progressing, but it is clear that the country of Japan and Jaoli are also progressing. There were guns on the battleship. Liu Chen was also a little surprised. He said, "It seems that this Japanese navy can't stay." Yan nodded, and said coldly, "Fire." Following his order, the artillery on the battleship shot out one shell after another, and the Japanese soldiers habitually looked for locations to dodge when they saw it. But they were wrong this time. The cannonball that hit their battleship exploded with a boom, and the sawdust shattered and the flames skyrocketed.